Hello, one and all. Welcome to the Blue Otter Emerald League semifinals. Season 13 draws ever closer to its conclusion. We've had some amazing stories this season, from the golden geese gobbling up our hearts to monkeys trapped in the bottom of barrels, and more recently, Original Sin emerging from their successive civil wars only to be undone by a more deadly sin in what was a truly biblical semifinal that was played yesterday. Tonight, we have one last bit of build-up, one more passage of rising action before we get to the climax, the final story that will be told next week. This is Mint Gaming Crashouts versus Conduit Sun. The winner's tale will continue on against XSV Gluttony in the finals, and for the loser, this will be their last page in the story of this season. Live tonight from Midlane Esports in Chicago. My name is Crewman44. I am joined, of course, as usual, by the splendid Storm. Storm, both of the playoff matches we've cast so far this season have been 3-0s. Surely these teams will be able to save us from that tonight, right? Right, Storm?
Well, all I'm going to say in response to that is, all aboard the Mint hype train. I don't know if this team's gonna lose, more than one game in this season. So I don't know if they're gonna drop another game tonight. I don't know if they're gonna drop a game in the finals. I think Mint's cruising to victory this season in BOLE. Hopefully Conduit is able to prove me wrong and put up a fight. Always love to see more games and get to cast more, but I'm not hopeful, to say the least.
All right. Well, thank you for bringing us back down to earth, Storm. I guess that was necessary. Yeah, I was talking about the 3-0s we've been casting. One of those 3-0s did have Mint on the winning end of it. We saw them take down the Winions back in the first round with relative ease. And you've been a Conduit Sun a hater all season long, Storm. So it makes sense that you're not really too optimistic about our odds of getting to that game number 4 in this match. But we'll have to see how it does go, because Conduit Sun, it's honestly, I think I'm a little bit surprised as well that they've been able to make it this far. Last round, they took down Chong's Bloom Gaming in order to make it here with a pretty convincing 3-1 record in that series. So maybe they will be able to surprise us tonight and give Mint Crashouts their second game loss of the entire season, like you were just talking about. But into the Game 1 draft, here we go, Storm. got banned away on the blue side by Mint. This is, of course, a big pick for Clasper, actually, over there in the jungle for Conduit. Has pulled it out and found a lot of success with it in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, kind of a weird flex. Not a lot of jungle from what I've seen, almost ever, but they've definitely spent the time on it to get the games in on it. Silas banned from Conduit Sun, targeting against Zui. I'm guessing they're going to spend most of their bans towards mid lane here. Zui does play a lot of these counter picks that are really, really punishing. So that would be my guess, is where they're going to be spending their bans, and we see another one with the Vladimir.
Yeah, I think that is one of the keys to victory tonight for Conduit, is they need a game plan to deal with Zui. When we saw the Crashouts go up against the Winions a couple of weeks ago, Storm, it was Zui was really just running the show. I think he was deathless in that last game as well, if I recall correctly. I don't quite remember what he was playing, but it was just a masterclass from the mid lane from Mint in that series. So trying to target him in the draft, I think, makes sense. But at the same time, Storm, I don't think you could ban him out. Maybe later on in the series when stuff is Fearless banned, then maybe you could pinch the pool a little bit. But I just think Zui has too much in the pockets. They're taking away the Silas and the Vladimir for now, and as well as the Karma that he's played quite a lot this season.
Yeah, the infamous Zui Karma.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that one. I feel like maybe putting one of the better players on the enemy team onto a support is probably fine for your team, but they're going to ban it. Interesting to see kind of some of these other bans going for Mint, that they're very topside focused on them. And that is going to be Gwen. Oh.
They are technically, all three of those Mint bans are flex picks between the top and jungle of Conduit. So maybe that's the idea. They're just trying to ban out multiple roles at the same time, potentially.
I guess. I would just go with the Ivern one instead of maybe this Jax or something.
Yeah, the Ivern for Catfill is a
Yeah.
big pick that we need to look out for. That was the last time we saw Conduit's Sun on stream. I was just reviewing that VOD actually a little bit earlier today, Storm. We saw Catfill absolutely dunking on people with that Ivern top lane. I'm going to go for the Senna on the R1 here. So this is a very strong pick in the meta right now, but it's not a strong laner. I feels like with the Senna lock in, the game plan for Conduit is they're just trying to survive in that bot lane. And if they can get towards a mid game on relative parity, they're going to be pretty happy about it.
Yeah. Poppy, again, another big flex pick, which I like to see for Conduit. I had something kind of called out in my article. I think that's one of the ways how you have to try and approach this game and try to get a draft advantage for yourselves. It is one of the strengths of that team, so I'm glad to see that they are taking one of these kind of infamous flex picks. Poppy is one of those champions that can be played in like 3 of the 4 roles of the game pretty consistently. Poppy's a great top laner. They're great in the jungle. Have stints of being a really top tier support as well. Are going to see the Varus get locked in, something that will show them all played a lot of this season and has had tons of success. There's so many Varus builds out there. You can play on hit, you can play poke, you can play AP. Just incredibly flexible in the draft, so I really like that. Interesting that we see this Volibear get locked in. That's kind of the Gwen Volibear are going to basically trade. One of them's going into the jungle and one of them's going into top lane for the side of Mint. You'd have to imagine.
I am guessing that it's going to be the Volibear in the jungle for Poom. Poom did play actually the Volibear last week in game number 1 against the Gremlins, was 4-0 and 14 on the Bear in that game last week. So pretty standard opening here for Poom. And the Trundle going to come out in response. So this is one of the very few champions in the game that can duel with the Volibear early.
Yeah. Also cannot duel Gwen. So not sure about
potentially
that one. Yeah.
Gwen doesn't necessarily care as much when you take her attack damage stat. She's not really as bothered by it. So
yeah, the fact
probably
that
going to be
the walks at you and tries to chomp you, and you get to like snip them. You can dash over the pillar with your E as well. Hopefully, that's just a jungle matchup. Yeah.
What do you think would be the more one-sided lore battle? Because we saw Trundle versus Darius in the season cinematic, right? If it was Gwen versus Trundle, how would that play out? Would Trundle have a better chance there?
I think so. Gwen's a doll in the lore, isn't she? Basically, that's like been brought
basically.
To life.
But she's a magical doll.
Yeah.
So,
but
I don't know.
Isn't Trundle supposed to be like the big bad troll king of the Freljord or something? I feel like he should be.
I mean, that's what we thought, but he kind of got. Yeah. You could be right. You could be right. We'll have to see how it goes on the Rift, though. So neither champion necessarily going to be on their home turf for this one. So, taking a look at the second phase of bans here, Storm, we've got Rel and Syndra taken away by the side of Conduit. And then a couple of bans targeting Protomorph there in the mid lane as the Xerath and the Vel'Koz is going to get removed. Heimerdonger going to be locked in on the R4. So, wow. Could that be like a Donger Senna lane, potentially? Is that what we're looking at here?
I have no idea where this Heimerdinger is going.
Or maybe it's Donger into the Gwen, and they're going Senna Poppy bot lane. Do you think that's more likely?
I think that's where I would be trying to take it, is taking Heimerdinger into Gwen. Heimer's incredibly like polarizing. His matchups are like, I destroy your turret at 15 minutes, or he is pretty much worthless. He's like a champion that really needs to scale, and he plays with his turrets, so I'm really curious to see where he's going to go. Love to see that they're bringing this out.
Trying to throw some curveballs, I think Mint makes a lot of sense. Sorry to cut you off. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I also like the Mint kind of bans in the second phase here, going after some Protomorph, I believe it is, in the mid lane for Conduits, kind of. Counters to the kind of blind pick mages that they've kind of assembled. Play being this answer would be really good if it's somehow Heimerdinger mid. Doubt it will be. Also going to take that Nautilus for Spuds, giving them some of that more engage options that they need it for their team.
And we're
Alrighty.
going to have the Aurelion Soul on the R5 into the way. So, sort of a scaling mage battle there in the mid lane. Aurelion Soul, of course, ultimately a little bit of an edge in the scaling department, but not really by that much. And this is interesting. You know, it feels like for the side of Conduit Sun, with both the Senna and the Aurelion Soul, they really are just wanting to play a stable early game, right? That's, I guess, the
Yeah.
role of Clasper on this Trundle. His job is just going to be like cover these lanes, try to make sure that nobody is getting blown out early on. If they can get to late game, they've got quite a good shot with this draft.
Yeah, I mean, you've picked two hyperscalers, you've picked so much disengage with this Poppy and this Trundle. Like, even Aurelion Soul's kind of hard to engage into as well. So, I really like actually what Conduit Sun's taken here. Will be
Yeah,
really interesting to see, I think. Just, are they able to kind of take this all the way in their actual games? Because, like, I don't know how they actually start a fight, though, right? Is kind of my
that's
thought.
true.
It's more like playing around the zone control, I guess, of the Heimerdinger and getting that kind of in the way and stuff like that. And being able to set up first at objectives and not letting Mint to come into them. Um, so that'll be interesting to see if that works out for Mint. If they're able to find these engages. I think Nautilus, Frozen Spuds, I think is basically who you have to be watching this entire game. Um, it's all pretty much on them. There's also Poom with the Volibear able to kind of run in with the, unstoppableness and stuff, but not imagining there's going to be a lot of looks early. I don't know what lane for Poom you're really able to like effectively gank for. You don't
Yeah.
have a lot of setup, besides your bot lane. So,
Yeah, definitely. They're not necessarily strong lanes for Conduit, but they are lanes that are capable of playing extremely safely, right? In the bot lane, you've got the sustain from the Senna, and Poppy is great for disengage purposes as well. And then Heimerdinger, notoriously almost impossible to gank. And then Aurelion Soul is probably also going to be playing relatively safely, not going to be overextending in that lane against the way. So we are most likely looking at a slower early game here, Storm. Definitely hear you on that one. The really big question that I'm trying to answer right now, I really like actually the fact as well that you point out the side of Conduit are very light on engage. They have very limited engage to actually try to take agency in these sort of mid game situations. So the question that I'm left pondering, Storm, is, at the very least, it is a cohesive draft for Conduit, right? It's clear what the
yeah.
thought process is behind these lock-ins. But is that the right approach against Mint Crashouts? Is just sort of trying to play a stable early game and scaling on for later on into the game and trying to like outfight them later? Is that the best strategy for taking on this, behemoth of a team that has only dropped a single game all season? What do you
I
think?
I certainly think so because they're doing something different, right? Every team that
Yeah.
we've seen play against Mint basically has lost, right? And they're
That's true.
so obviously playing the established meta of what's good and we should play this and do this and this hasn't worked for anyone, basically, right?
Mm,
The only team that Mint have dropped a game to was Draconic Spire, and that was Sailor playing Jungle Nefiri and getting 14 kills. So it's all about kind of the X factor. It's doing something different. Um, I like because Conduit is going completely different. We see like almost none of these picks normally, I would say almost ever, right? Heimerdinger is like, below 1% global pick rate champion. Trundle Jungle,
yeah.
when he's not in the meta, almost no one plays that champion. Aurelion Sol has a very niche player base as well. Senna, probably the most kind of meta champion that this team has drafted, but is incredibly strong in the meta, and I think fits what their team is trying to do. So I'm really optimistic for Conduit Sun in this draft. If I were the one calling this, if this was just the straight up based on team comp nameplates off, I'm favoring Conduit's draft a lot more, to be honest with you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think they do have a lot of pieces here that, I kind of identified, in my mind at least, are kind of the keys to victory is like get Cat Phil something weird, get him his off meta picks that he's performed so well on up there in the top lane. They need to play a stable laning phase in the bot lane against the 2v2s. That was really the main story. I think the last time that these two teams met was back in week 4 of the round robin. But it was a big old gap in the bot lane was really the main story of that previous meeting. So as long as Domination and Bold Font can have like a relatively even laning phase and not let Jake and Spuds really pop off, and then Clasper on a pick that he can sort of be really active on and kind of facilitate his teammates and the rest of the map and kind of look for these plays. That's definitely, that all those boxes are checked right now with this Conduit Sun draft. So I'm definitely liking what they have. Storm, I read your content piece about yesterday's semifinal, but I didn't get around to checking out today's content. So what is your actually official prediction for anybody else like me who didn't necessarily do their homework? What is your official prediction for this match?
My official prediction is I'm in 3-0.
Okay. I think it's hard to predict anything else based on what we've seen so far from the Crashouts, but Conduit Sun, like we've mentioned, definitely have some very interesting pieces to work with for this first game, guys. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be on to the Rift for our first game of the night. Alrighty, folks, here we go. Game number 1, Mint Gaming Crashouts on the blue side. As the higher seed, they did, of course, have the selection. And then Conduit Sun trying to meet them on red. Both of these teams hailing from the Demacia division. Mint Crashouts obviously were the first seed. Conduit Sun were the 3rd seed. And they've had a pretty solid run, Conduit Sun have, to get here. They did go the full 5 against No Core Gaming back in the first round. And then the 3-1 victory over Bloom Gaming, Chong's team, last round. And let's see how they do go against the Crashouts.
Yep, see both teams 5-pointing right now, just trying to make sure that nothing fishy's happening. A little surprised by that. Feel like, like there's definitely lanes you can mess with here. Like Heimerdinger needs to get his little Illuminati of triangle turrets set up early, so...
Heimerdinger in
yeah,
the Deep State Heimerdinger, and the Alien Invasion Heimerdinger is maybe somewhat related.
Yeah. But will be interesting to see this match, what's going to happen. Figure that Zui should be able to land a lot of poke onto this Aurelion Soul. And it will be kind of this top lane matchup, I think, is really what's going to decide a lot of this game. If Capville isn't able to contain this Gwen, this game is super doomed. So I'm really curious how it's going to go up here.
Yeah, that would obviously be the 3 losing lanes situation for Conduit Sun if the Heimerdinger does not win out. So, yeah, definitely very important there. But Capville has been a very strong laning top laner this season. So I have faith. I think with his Heimerdinger as well, should be able to get some good work done up here. We do see both junglers are going to be pathing down away from that top lane, which makes a lot of sense. No jungler really wants to be involved with any lane containing a Heimerdinger ever. So.
Yeah. Will say kind of interesting is the kind of infamous Heimerdinger thing of your CSing early game is absolutely abysmal because you push so hard. So he is currently losing in CS, but you just kind of expect that.
Getting trolled by his own turrets a little bit.
Yeah.
And we do see, of course, the early push in both mid and bot for the Crashouts. See if Clasper is actually... Oh, the Astral Glide forward, but Protomorph not really going too aggressively with that glide. And we'll see about this bot crab contest. It should be Pooms with his prio in the bot lane here.
Yeah, that glide also I think is really troll because it takes a huge chunk of your mana and stuff. It has that incredibly long cooldown. Anyway, so Trundle not contesting, it looks like, for this Scuttle Crab. Seems to be taking his wolves. And it's just going to take a reset here, I imagine.
A wise choice, as Heimerdinger would say. I think that's one of his lines, right?
Yeah, a wise decision, I think. Indeed, a wise decision.
So close to glory.
Yeah.
Oh well. I'm still warming up, guys. Don't give up on me yet. As Redshine, ooh, very, very close there for Spuds. And Clasper is going to be able to get that Northern Crab. So he's not going to get double scuttled. Good news for the Troll King.
Yeah. So both junglers just going to take a reset, and we are indeed having this really quiet early game. Nothing really big happening yet. We'll see if anybody wants to go tangle with these kind of objectives of the match spawning soon. That first dragon should be up in a minute or so, 30 seconds. I think it's 5 minutes, is it not, for the first dragon spawn?
Yes, sir, indeed. It sure is.
So see if any of these junglers want to go tangle with that. They do have the option to, as they're roaming back down from their top to the bottom, so they will have a timing window somewhere in that neighborhood.
Both junglers very strong in those early skirmishes, but as previously discussed, the lanes are expected to be in favor of Poom and the Crashouts, so we'll see if maybe Clasper is going to be a little bit more content to just kind of bide his time in this game.
Yep.
Interestingly, it looks like it is going to be the lethality build for Jake on the Varus this game, with the Comet rune choice there. We want to find a little bit of an angle on a Protomorph, just a little bit of a chunk onto the Acel, who did already use TP.
Yeah, that is damage that matters. Looks like Protomorph's actually going to reset off of this, which is really interesting to see. So that is going to be this first Chemtech Soul, or Chemtech Dragon, going over towards the sides of the mid Crashouts.
Guaranteeing themselves not a Chemtech Soul in this game, which is fantastic.
Pretty much worthless as far as dragons are concerned early, but...
Yeah. But you're stacking. They're starting early. Free 6 minutes. You get that first dragon. That feels great against this really heavy scaling draft for the side of Conduit Sun. You want to be trying to accelerate the game as much as possible. And Crashouts doing a good job of that so far.
Yep.
Teleport back to lane for the Donger.
Yep, teleport as well expended from Gwen, so... if there is some sort of contest towards grubs as they come up, neither one, is going to be able to get a clean reset in as before those spawn, I imagine. We'll see.
Here comes the Trundle. Clasper looking to make his first impact in one of these lanes. A pillar pretty good onto Jake. That's going to force the flash. The flash stun into the wall from Bullfont. Spuds flashing away, trying to stay alive. The flash in for Clasper. Gets the chomp and gets the first blood for Conduit Sun.
Yeah, that was a really good call out, I want to say, from Jake, flashing that. That is one of those things that you can, like, poppy E and have your Trundle place the pillar so it slams you into it and you get stunned, like, really
Oh, yeah.
unexpectedly. So, good call out from them. Love to see that first blood kind of shaping up, getting some of this pressure back, getting this Senna kind of in parity, that they're going to be able to continue to lane. A red buff takeaway for the side of Poom isn't the biggest, but at least it's something. It's nice to get.
For sure.
See, this Nautilus
Yeah.
is roaming up for grubs,
Ooh.
I imagine, here.
Looks like Boldfont's Poppy is on the way as well. A little bit later on the rotation, but it's going to be there pretty soon. In fact, we'll be there well in advance of the actual spawn of the grubs.
Oh,
Now, Capville is going to get ganked. Is it going to work out? Ganking Heimerdinger, very dangerous. But did they bring up members? He flags away. The Thornbringer in. They dunk the Heimerdinger. But the Gwen does get traded back, and the turret's doing so much damage. They take down the Volibear as well. Spuds has been subjugated, and the bonk in there from Boldfont to help secure the kill. It's a double for the Trundle. Clasper now 3-0 on the Troll King, and Conduit can look for the objective afterwards.
Yeah, and this is really interesting. We're seeing Trundle is building, like, fairly damage-orientated. They are going for this Trinity Force first item, not just going, you know, the full tank Trundle that you sometimes see. So hopefully they're going to be able to keep this advantage rolling throughout the game. Love to see this, though. That is always the worry when you gank Heimerdinger, is he's going to take someone down with him almost always.
Yeah.
And is now just going to go back to pushing. So...
That's right. You know, doesn't have summoners now, but...
Yeah. I think Puma's building this kind of full AP one-shot style Gwen.
You mean Bear?
No, the Gwen in the top. Or, sorry, yeah.
You said
P-Dog. P-Dog, sorry, is building that full AP one-shot style. I think Pum normally does this, like, AP early thing. Here he has. Very weird to me, but he buys, like, this CDR item that mages get that gives you movement speed that Kragus buys all the time that I can never remember the name of.
Cosmic Drive.
Yeah. He goes Cosmic into, like, full tank.
It is a very popular build on the Volibear. I do prefer the tankier builds where you actually just kind of rush, you know, more tanky options, but it's very popular on Volibear players these days to go for the little bit of AP early on. Spiraling Despair going to connect on a Protomorph who does manage to glide away from that Severing Bolt.
Yeah, like to see this. These grubs giving some more push available to this Heimerdinger is going to get really close now to being able to take that third plate here. Does have to be careful.
Oh, Zooey! Oh, just shot that dragon out of the sky. Oh dear, that is not a good sign for Conduit. As Zooey starting to pop off already. Doesn't even have his first item yet. It's gonna be Leandri's first, it looks like, for the way.
Okay, so we're setting up this bot lane now. Gonna have this control ward in this bush, hopefully meaning this Trundle is able to relieve some of this pressure now. Don't think that we need all that much to happen down here. You just need to make sure that they're able to collect this farm under the tower. Nothing crazy needs to happen. Oh, that is an ultimate burn from Capville.
Yeah, the Heimerdinger ultimate is a lower cooldown than a lot of other ultimates in the game, but still, he probably would have preferred to land that ability.
Yeah.
Would have been a little bit more ideal.
Yeah, the upgraded missile swarm.
Yeah, the Hextech rockets, I think. The name on that one? Here, I can check. I'm in the game. Yep, Hextech micro rockets. The technical term, which I'm sure Heimerdinger would appreciate us using the technical term. Let's land the grenade there. But let's take a look at the dragon for now. He's got the charge in from Boldfont. And the Aurelion Soul ultimate as well. Dawning Shadow over the top has a lot of damage, and Frozen Spuds is going to get taken down as Clasper on a rampage on this troll. Zooey now getting breathed on. That is going to be a kill over to Protomorph as well, and it's going to be Conduit's son winning out in the 4v4. Poom not really able to do anything. Teleport back into the top lane for P-Dog. Needlework coming out. Catfill all out of mana is going to get solo killed by the Gwen. So That is something back for the Crashouts, but Conduit's Sun have been winning out in these engagements so far.
Yeah, like I said, really hard to like actually get in and engage onto this team. We saw Spuds there trying his best, was even able to use his hook to get out of the Poppy ultimate. Was able to buffer that correctly so that he was still in the fight, but just died basically, right? Doesn't have any resistances or anything this early on.
Maybe even would have preferred to have been ulted away there, ironically.
Yeah.
As here comes Clasper looking for P-Dog, who doesn't have ult or Ghost anymore. Pillar pretty well placed. The Gwen trying to get out some snips, dodges away from that. Stun from the Heimerdinger as well. Flashing forward as Clasper needs a little bit more damage, and just barely. The little turret will get the job done. 2 kills now for Capville.
Yeah, seeing first items kind of coming through for everyone. That is double Blackfire Torch on the side of Conduit Sun already. Really trying to amp up all that extra burn damage as this game continues and gets later and later. That is a static Shiv on Senna.
Yeah, that is the common Senna build these days. You build Shiv into Cleaver is kind of like what all the pros are doing. You know, obviously Shiv is for the wave clear, which otherwise Senna doesn't really have any of. So that's kind of the idea. But it's certainly a more utility-oriented Senna build. You're not really going to be doing as much damage with this, so definitely counting a lot on Clasper, I think, on this, you know, more aggressive Trundle build to get a lot of that physical damage done later on.
All right. I'm really hoping we're going to see like lots of Mercury treads come through for the side of Mint. And sooner rather than later. I feel like there is just so much like incremental magic damage that you're just going to be exposed to, and like stuns and everything like that.
We did just see a moment ago as, the pillar will show them, the angle not quite right there for Bullfont, but it does not matter. The Keeper's Verdict keeps that Varus in place. And that's going to be the Troll King getting another bite out of the Archer down here. 5 kills now for the Conduit Sun jungler. Really feel like he has been the key to their success, you know, in recent times. And look at that, 100% kill participation for LL Clasper so far in this first game.
Yeah, love to see it. Really need to make sure that they're able to kind of keep the foot on the gas and accelerate. Trundle is one of those champions who, you know, while he does scale, he's kind of a sole melee frontliner for this team in a lot of ways, so not expecting them to be able to have this amount of aggression.
P-Dog reading for this top lane turret. This guy's going to get brought down on the Gwen now, who's all out of mana. The needlework, not enough to get the job done, and it's a solo kill over for Protomorph. Not entirely sure if that was worth it. Like, yeah, you got the turret, but you were probably going to get that turret eventually anyways, and giving over more gold to this Aurelion Soul is very dangerous.
Yeah, and Mint isn't really able to do anything while, you know, there was all that rotation from Conduit happening. You see this Heimerdinger is wailing away on this bot tower down here, where there's just kind of an ARAM going on in mid.
Another pillar in the mid lane. Will show him doesn't have flash. Oh, Frozen Spuds heroically blocking for the AD carry. Gets a 3-man depth charge as well. Meanwhile, Catpill is going to get outplayed by Zooey. Finds another solo kill. Zooey is kind of like the one thing going right for the Crashouts so far this game.
Yeah, and is going to have to really step up. I feel like he's going to be the main tool.
Charging to the wall. Boldfont finding Spuds, who does flash to the other side of the pillar. Here comes Protomorph. Nautilus down so low. Spuds just has to go for a reset. Will just instantly die if he tries to continue fighting.
Yeah.
Herald, though, not going to be committed to by Conduit.
Yeah, I think they committed for that Herald. They lose like their mid tower here, which is really, really important for them. They need it to just be able to kind of keep themselves safe and make sure that they're able to keep this aggression up into the enemy jungle. Hopefully they're able to, you know, keep this matchup kind of going, that Heimerdinger is matching Gwen in the side lane instead of Aurelion. Because I feel that Gwen is probably going to be able to just one-shot Aurelion if they're in the same...
Yeah, Capville was doing perfectly fine into that matchup against the Gwen, and then as soon as he tried to lane against Zooey, he just instantly died. So, yeah, I'm thinking Conduit, it's going to be pretty important for them to try to keep Catphil in that matchup against P-Dog. See how they're going to be able to go about that. Looking to set up for this second dragon right now. We have an Infernal Soul this game, which is pretty exciting. Zooey moving in with the rest of the team, try to get some control here in the river. We're going to be able to clear out this banana brush.
5 members here. Okay, we see the teleport from Heimerdinger.
Yeah, here comes Capville, teleporting towards that bot lane turret. Dragon started up by the Crashouts. This did not go well for them last time. Boldfont trying to look for this engage again, but remember, this Conduit draft kind of struggles to find the engage. There's a flash in for Boldfont. Does find the stun onto Zooey. They immediately take down the Poppy, but it's the re-engage from Poom. The Stormbringer to get back in there, and this time around, it's Mint Gaming Crashouts winning in the team fight. The Volibear does eventually get taken down. The Severing Bolt not quite landing onto Domination, but still the damage has been done. I think they should be able to get this dragon. They do get it, and the hook landing onto Catbill as well. It's going to be another kill for Jake, who does immediately die to the little turret. So it is, in the end, going to be a 3-for-2. The Crashouts, or 4-for-2, I guess. They do win out in the team fight, and they get their second dragon.
Yeah, and this should be mid lane tower, I think, as well for P-Dog here, which is another really big win as well. And that's kind of a really bad worrying sign. When you have this big of a gold lead and things like that, it sure felt like heading into that fight. Felt like there was all the advantages for Conduit Sun, and they just overplayed. They forced when they probably shouldn't have been.
I mean, Boldfont thought he had the angle onto Zooey. That is, if you're gonna force the play, that's the target you need to force on, right? But the reality was all 5 Crashouts were right there, and they were pretty easily able to turn that engagement around onto Boldfont immediately. So definitely a big punch back for the Crashouts. Getting their second dragon feels great. But remember, Conduit Sun do scale really nicely. So if the game continues, I mean, the gold is still dead even.
Yeah.
They absolutely could still be in a good position.
Yeah, this is by no means over. It's not like win that fight and it means the game's over. It's not one of these drafts that Conduit's playing where they just need to stomp the game early. They're the ones playing arguably the much better scaling team here. So interesting.
Herald being
okay, P-Dog gonna get that.
Yeah, Protomorph gonna be able to glide away.
All right, now the interesting thing is Gwen does have Ghost and Ult, and the Aurelion Soul doesn't have Flash. So are we gonna see a random Gwen moment of I dive you under your tier 2 turret? No, just gonna go get some jungle camps. It looks like.
I mean, yeah, we were just talking a little bit earlier about how this is a matchup that Conduit probably want to avoid, right? Having the Asol versus the Gwen in the side lane feels pretty dangerous, but it's like the Gwen will vacate the lane for now at least, and be able to take that Scuttle Crab. Meanwhile, Shelly going to get taken uncontested up here on the top side. That is going to be secured by the Crashouts. And we'll see if they're going to be able to parlay that into potentially an Infernal Soul point in a couple minutes. That would be really big if they can get that third dragon.
Yeah. So this is a little bit of my worry with the Heimerdinger now, is they're kind of ARAMing. Is that there is a lot of answers for the Heimerdinger turrets for the side of Mint. They have this Poke Varus is just able to annihilate them because Heimer's turrets have such low armor values because it scales off of Heimerdinger's armor, which he never has almost any of. And just have kind of those bonus resistances when you initially place them down. Play also has a lot of tools to be able to deal with them from long range. So I'm hoping we're able to get Capville back into this side lane where he is able to kind of shine. That is a really big item pickup I want to mention. That's the Rylai's done now for this Aurelion Soul. So he's now, you know, a little bit safer in the side lane, is able to slow Gwen as they're on him, even with the Hollow Mist up. So that should be a really big pickup.
The Crashouts clearing out some vision around the Otacons, trying to keep Conduit Sun honest, as now we do see P-Dog going for the all-in. Capville flashed away, but it's going to get cut down by the Gwen. And that is pretty unfortunate for the side of Conduit. P-Dog now starting to win out in the side lane. Man advantage from the map now. P-Dog has the teleport. That is the go signal on the Otacon start for the Crashouts. Capville also has it, but the Heimerdinger won't be back alive for 20 more seconds. Boldfont, though, the Keeper's Verdict could be really big here. Doesn't manage to find it. Now Spuds looking for the route onto Bold Font. Spiraling Despair going to connect as well. Depth Charge quite nice onto 2. And Conduit Sun overreach. Looking for the 4v5 around the Otacon. Mint Crashouts will take the kill onto the Poppy. They'll take the objective. And then they'll look to reset. 30 seconds, though, on the Dragon Spawn Storm.
Yeah, you know, that was a lot of key ultimates used there on the side of both teams, but something that should be another big fight, I imagine. I can't imagine that we're going to see both of these teams, you know, really splitting for this. Catfill needs to be at this objective first and early with his turrets to set up to prevent the kind of engage now and you know, Mint being able to join this fight. Hopefully the rest of their team is there with them. You know, we do see this Trundle for LO Clasper is kind of escorting, being the warding buddy, but
Saw a quick check in on the Senna stacks. Was at 59, so one more stack to get that next upgrade. A little bit slow, I think, as far as pace is concerned, but you know, does have that second item done. Let's see how this fight looks for Conduit Sun. River control currently for the Crashouts. The Heimerdinger turret down there in the Banana Brush gives them a little bit of an angle in if they want it, but again, not the greatest engage with this composition. Crashouts playing this patiently. There's a little bit of a pillar onto Zooey. That's not enough to really jump on towards the wave. And now with that wave pushed out in mid, the Crashouts move back into the river, Spiraling Despair onto Bold Font. The Poppy is still going to be relatively healthy, though. That's missing health damage on the way ultimate, and the Chain of Corruption does go completely wide there.
Yeah,
another pillar. Now that is going to be the engage coming out from the Aurelian Soul as Zooey getting down solo, taken down by the Senna. But look at P-Dog on the other side of the fight. The Gwen is just absolutely monstrous. Re-engaged from Poom, stunned up by the Steadfast Presence, and low health bars on the side of the Crashouts. They're not, ooh, Spuds looking there with the Dredge Slime, not finding it. They do win out. They get the 2 for 1, but the health bars are better on the carries for Conduit. And they are actually going to get their second dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Heimerdinger didn't die in that fight, wasn't able to get kind of touched, was able to have his front line act as that wall, and able to use all of those as well. It'll be interesting to see. Can't really stop this Gwen's push here, though. So it is going to be that tower that was weakened by the Herald Charge that we saw will go down. For this dragon, I'm pretty sure that's a fairly worthwhile trade here if you're Conduit. I don't think that second tier 2 in mid lane is doing that much for you at this point in the game. It will make your Baron dance a little bit harder, but I don't think that's something that the Mint team has, like, you know, really incredible burst for or something. You know, maybe if Gwen's missing, you have to worry about it, but with, you know, Poke Varus and Play, it's not exactly the fastest Baron take.
Yeah, definitely agree there, Storm. I feel like that last sequence was pretty well played by both sides.
Yeah.
Conduit Sun, I think overall going to be happy with their secure of the dragon, but definitely Crashouts doing well to get that tier 2 in mid and trade. Zooey getting glided on. It's going to be able to disengage from that one.
Yeah. Would like to see Heimerdinger kind of be on the same side of the match as this Baron. Is one of those kind of infamous things about Heimerdinger is he is disgusting at clearing Baron, like killing it with his ult and his Q, all of the towers. So would like to see him up in that top lane. You do not want to be against Zooey. Okay.
Oh, never mind. Maybe you do want to be against Zooey. Looking for the one shot there onto the way, but Zooey able to disengage the Dawning Shadow, and Catfill flashing in, finds the rockets and the solo kill pretty much. I mean, I guess Senna was technically there as well, but that was all Catfill setting that one up. And now it looks like he will be punished for it. Trying to get cute there with the Blast Cone, but Jake able to secure that one for now for the Lethality Varus. But now Baron start on the other side. They don't even need the Heimerdinger to do it. And I don't think the Crashouts are going to be able to get here in time. Boom, obviously, in the bottom lane to take down Catfill. And Conduit Sun are playing this first game really well. They're in a good spot here.
Yeah. Love to see it. The obvious call is made. They make it with incredible timing. They're playing really, really well. But the point is now, there's, you know, 2 minutes and 45 seconds till this next dragon spawns. How much of this Baron are you actually able to use? You know, these two towers in the kind of top and bot lane, that's what you want to crack right now with your Baron. That is so much gold just sitting on the map for free for your team if you're able to get to those. So hopefully they're able to get these side lanes going, transition, get this first tier turret down in mid, and just start getting some gold in their pocket and get an advantage with this Baron buff.
All right. What kind of formation do you want to see?
I want to see this 4-1. I kind of like Aurelion being in the side lane a little bit right now just because he has teleport and is able to join so easily with the Astral Flight as well. Oh.
Looking for P-Dog over here on the side. Nice dash to get to the other side of that pillar. Close call for the Gwen. Does get away. The Crashouts actually still keeping that mid-tier 1 alive for now. Boom finding a little bit of damage onto Catfill. A lot of damage actually with that piercing arrow. Catfill going golden. But Boom does have to Stormbringer in retreat. Now the flash in for Bolt by the Keeper's Verdict to lock down the Varus. And they pop Jake just like that. Now the teleport in. B-Dog just teleported straight into 5 people and immediately dies. 5v3 on the map now for Conduit Sun. They're pushing down mid. Looking for the tier 2 now. They will get it. Baron still on for a little over a minute.
All right. I mean, this has been a win. I think they get this
well.
power.
Zooey getting trapped in by the pillar. They're on top of Zooey. The wave is eventually going to get taken down. Protomorph, the burn from the Blackfire Torch enough to secure the kill. Is less than 10 seconds on the Varus. I don't think they can end here. They are going to get this mid inhibitor, and they have just enough time to reset and then look for this next Infernal Dragon. Conduit Sun. I mean, the Aurelion Soul is now level 16. The Senna is just still scaling.
Yeah. There isn't really a big power spike coming as well, though. It is the kind of Gwen 16 is like the only thing I'm really watching out for P-Dog here. They kind of need to make the hero play, I feel like, in this upcoming fight, if Mint's going to be able to somehow win this one.
I mean, the Gwen has been pretty big in the team fights, but this is one that I don't think Mint can even take. Already complete control over this river for Conduit. Mint are getting some prio here in mid, but that southern river is very, very dark, and you can see they are just going for the cross map. They're looking for that top tier 2. Giving over Infernal Soul Point is definitely dangerous, but I don't think they win the fight right now. This feels like the correct macro call.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if they do get anything here.
Edge of Night gonna get knocked off there for the Varus. But Conduit not wanting to over-aggress, not wanting to push their luck. They'll just be happy with the dragon. I'll give over this entire top side, that's fine.
Yeah, just traded for this bot, and Zooey now is really exposed on this flank, I think. Clasper's gonna
he's
get him.
dead. Yeah, he's for sure dead. The pillar to slow him down. The subjugate committed there by Clasper as well. Spiraling Despair not really going to do anything. That is 6 kills now for the Trundle, who doesn't quite have 100% kill participation anymore, but still pretty good.
Yeah. And Domination, just noticed, yet to die this game. 1-0-10 on Senna.
Really good game on the Senna for sure. Not the fastest stacking that we've seen, but it's done his job well. And not died, like you say.
Okay, so we try and get this we get this bottom tier sub. You know, that's our big thing right now. We just need the gold from these towers here on the side lane.
Now, Protomorph unmatched right now up in the top side. And be able to get that top tier 2 uncontested. So even more gold onto the Aurelion Soul, who already has 3 items. As Boom sort of trying to wait in the fog there, but was actually spotted out by Catfill. But still, the Crashout's going to be able to hold on to their bot tier 2 for now. And they've got 3.5 minutes to try to get themselves into a little bit more of a comfortable position in this game. Baron, of course, will be up before then. We'll see if Conduit want to play for a Baron setup, or if they are going to just going to be patient and wait for their crack at the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, I feel like you just take this slow. You just ensure that Mint isn't able to take it. I feel Baron's a little bit of a trap right now, but your team does have the damage to burst it if you want to go for it. If you see, people committed to the bot lane shadowing this Gwen here who's trying to draw some pressure to themselves.
Yeah, P-Dog does have the teleport available at the moment. So we'll see. There is also that really nice ward for the Crashouts behind the Baron pit. So they do have some information. That ward hasn't been spotted out, I don't think. As the Aurelion Soul used there just to clear the wave. So the side of Conduit definitely not looking for a fight right now. And in fact, the Aurelion Soul wasn't even enough to save that tier 2 in the bottom side. Old Font was kind of thinking about going in there, but a lot of members of Mint in the area. And they do get that push out in mid once again.
Yeah, just need to try and get some actual vision. I can't tell if there's an ward on the back of the pit or not actually spotting if the Baron gets started.
I think there's one for Conduit, but not for Mint. 2 minutes now on the Infernal Dragon. And what do we need to see in this sequence for the Crashouts? What are... Oh, never mind. Bold Font looking for the engage right now. They've caught out Zui once again, who tries to flash away the Spiraling Despair. He's going to connect there as well. They do manage to take down Bold Font while Zui barely survives. And Protomorph has flown a little bit too close to the sun and the stars. And the Aurelion Soul is going to get taken down. Domination's first death of the game there as well. As just a slight overstep for Conduit's Sun means 3 are dead. And Mint Crashouts have a wave in mid. Say it ain't so, Storm.
No, Heimerdinger is alive. They're not able to end off of this play. But that's... I was about to say, we just need to make sure that we're not engaging. That we just need to keep this as safe as possible and slow the game down and not do anything aggressive. But that was what looked like a really fantastic catch. The issue is there's flash, or there was flash on all of the members.
Shot from Clasper. Ultimate turret placed down there by Capville, going to deter any further aggression, but will not be able to stop this Baron from going over. Now Mint Crashouts, they've got 40 seconds to find their way into that bot side river. Giving over Soul for Baron, I think, is actually not a trade that would favor the Crashouts. So let's see if they're going to be able to secure both. Well, it wouldn't be Soul for them. It would be only their 3rd dragon, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, and we see them beelining right back for it. I don't know if P-Dog's going to come to this fight. I think they're going to split top. I think they're going to give this up.
I mean, they do have the Baron buff on Gwen. She could probably get that top lane inhibitor if she is unanswered up there.
Yeah, we see P-Dog's moving.
Really know.
I think you just stall and try and delay backs and stuff, and you win the game off this Gwen push in the top lane here.
Ooh, that would be
a
very bold
call. The call is just screw dragons. You guys can have Soul. We'll take Nexus. Look at mid lane.
You're right. They are giving away the Infernal Soul. They knew that Conduit were going to play heavily for the dragon. The mid inhibitor turret is going to get taken down. Gwen doesn't quite have that wave up to the top inhibitor turret yet, though. The Infernal Soul has gone over. Keeper's Verdict only onto the Nautilus. Bold Font trying to move forward. That's going to be the stun up. As Capville taking a lot of damage there from the Spider. Severing Bolt as well has to be flashed by Capville. And Gwen is onto the Nexus turret. P-Dog is going to be able to take down that first Nexus turret. Needles are doing some work now. That's going to be Bold Font pushing the Gwen away, but the rest of the Crashouts moving in. That's going to be the Bobby Flash on top of, and the Stormbringer in for Poom.
But they're getting melted by Heimerdinger.
Infernal Soul takes down the Volibear. And now Protomorph gliding forward. Zui is going to get taken down as well. The Zonya's active will do nothing. As the way does also drop. Now Clasper still on the chase. Should be able to catch up to this Nautilus as well.
Don't they?
I think you might be right. P-Dog is teleporting to get out. The Gwen. Oh, he's teleporting back into the base. P-Dog is onto the Nexus. There's no way. No. What? No.
From it, Mint Gaming arrives to say we will not go into the night. We're gonna win. Wow.
They did everything right. Conduit, they did everything right. Oh my god, man. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That was... Oh my... P-Dog just won the game by himself.
Yeah.
Holy...
We talk about everyone on Mint is really, really good. It's not just, we'll show them all, and it's not just Zooey. P-Dog's been, like, clapping people all season. There's a reason. They know things that we don't. Like, that was... What a call. To just go, oh no, we got this. They're over chasing? That's an open nexus. I can go 4-hit that.
That was actually the only line that the Crashouts had to win that game, by the way.
That was the only chance they had to win. Right?
Like, they had literally just lost that game.
Yeah.
They had just lost, and then they won.
Yeah.
I mean, we could not ask for a better game from Conduit Sun. I feel like they played that so well. Even from draft, like, they went with this scaling draft identity. They had Catfill on, like, his off-meta top lane pick. The bot lane was doing good. Everything was good. They were scaling. They were getting the... I don't even know what to say, man. These Crashouts are just too good, or what? Man.
It's just one of those things. It's like, there's so many little things that you can say on, like, oh, they over-engaged here and they did this here, but at the time, those looked like winning plays. Zooey, like, face-checked a Poppy. If you're Poppy, you take that E, like, 100 times out of 100, right?
Like, yeah, absolutely. And, like, with a composition that has such minimal engage, like, when you see an angle that juicy, like...
Yeah.
Man. I mean, look at the damage from Catfill as well.
Yeah.
That's insane. P-Dog only did less than half of Heimerdinger's damage to champions.
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
I was about to say, what's the damage to towers number, though? That's
I can actually pull that up for us, right? I have the power to check.
What's the damage to objectives and towers and stuff? Because that's probably telling.
So, damage to turrets, P-Dog did just short of 18,000. Second highest in the game was LL Flasper, the Trundle, at 6,000. And then damage to objectives, it was actually Clasper who did the most to objectives overall. And P-Dog actually in third on his own team. So it was the turret damage, really, is what happened there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, League is a tower defense game at its very core.
I suppose so. And when you put it that way, yeah. And they were not able to defend their towers from the doll with scissors. She just is really good at destroying them, because that makes sense. Yeah. Anyways, I don't think it's too much of a conversation, really, about POG. I mean, if Conduit Sun won the game, like it was looking like they really should have, that would have been a really tough choice. But for the Crashouts, there's really only one person you could vote for. One person who managed to hit the Nexus and secure the most important 50 gold in the game.
Yep. And that's Poom. Or, sorry, P-Dog. It's P-Dog. Man. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a game one, honestly. We could not ask for any more from a game number one. I am hopeful, honestly, even after what must feel terrible for Conduit Sun to lose that game. They were so close. They were so incredibly close to giving Mint their second game loss of the entire season. And I have to have faith after seeing that game one performance that they can take at least one game in this series. But I don't know. I don't know, Storm. I mean, if Mint Crashouts can win that game, what game can't they win? It's just crazy, man.
Yeah, with a draft like that and being able to play it out and win, like, I don't know how much, like, extra cheese you got, like, left. Like, that game to me felt like you raided the deli. Like, there was everything that game, right? Like, the Senna cheese is no longer in the game.
Not the full deli counter draft. Oh, God.
Like,
man,
I don't know what picks we're going to see.
Maybe they're going to be able to make it over to the Frozen section or something for game number two. We'll have to see, guys. I think we'll go to a short break. I definitely need it. And then we'll be back for another Champion Select. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are about to get underway with our Game 2 Champion Select. Conduit are choosing to stay on the red side, which, you know, I don't mind. I think that the Aurelion Soul R5 was fine for them last game. I don't know if they got like a ton of value out of it, but like just having the ability to get these counter picks, I do think is really good for them. Yeah.
I mean, if you're the team going for the cheese in the draft, you can't like first pick cheese, right? There's a reason stuff isn't, you know, the meta pick. There's counters to it that are widely available. So I think sticking on red side, if this is your game plan, makes sense. I'm curious if we're gonna see something weird and wonderful come through again.
Maybe it's time to bust out the Ivern.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like strong split pushers that are available. Even like it doesn't have to be like, you know, complete cheese or something, but like Shen is open and has been, and that champion is crazy right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen any of the like Korean builds of like you play like of what you do and like rushing Titanic and like taking stuff and you just like 3-shot people. It's gross.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I knew Shen was strong. I didn't know all that, but we'll have to see. Maybe he will make an appearance. So it is going to be the Xin Zhao on B1 for Mint for Poom this game. Another strong early duelist.
Yeah. Do you have like a lot of the kind of classic junglers? I was going to bring it up. Viego's still available. For some reason, one of the fastest clears in the game. Kind of doesn't really fight you early, but has the potential to duel if you stand on top of him and you're smacking each other for a scuttle.
Yeah, I don't think Viego necessarily loves that 1v1 against the Xin Zhao, but definitely can be strong in like kind of 2v2 situations, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And honestly, I do really like giving Clasper the opportunity to carry, because I do feel like he's kind of been the most instrumental piece of this Conduit Sun roster. And giving him all the agency with the Viego, I do really like as far as strategy is concerned. Taking the Ashe as well, another more utility pick for domination. As discussed previously in the last game, you know, Jake and Spuds are incredibly strong in the 2v2, so just trying to draft for like a stable bot lane that can offer good utility for the team later on, I think is the right way to approach this as well.
I kind of like this Jhin pickup here. Just saying that, you know, if your guys are going to be afraid with us and you're going to play utility and disengage, we'll play some of that as well.
Yeah.
Just kind of going, why not? Like, we don't have to draft for lane. If all you're going to do is, like, not interact with us, we'll just play stuff that benefits our team just as much as you.
Yeah, and even could be a denial from domination. He might have wanted to play that Jhin later on, right, in a different game, so... Rel coming through there on the B3. So this is something that we did see from Spuds, I believe, pretty recently. Yeah, actually, that was game 1 that the Crashouts and Conduit played against each other, you know, a few weeks ago back in the round robin. Spuds was 5-1-7 on the Rel in that game.
Yeah, and here's kind of one of those other kind of unique picks coming in. It's Xerath mid lane.
Yeah, the blind Xerath.
I guess this is a flex for bot lane.
Okay.
You know, it could be support Xerath, technically. I don't think you're ever playing support Xerath into Rel and Jhin. That sounds miserable. But it's there. Think
Mint Crashouts are not convinced. They're going to go for some support bans.
Definitely also like the Conduit is taking away things that would absolutely destroy Xerath, like this Katarina that we saw as the counter pick into the Talia last week that was so disgusting for Zui that we watched on stream back in the top 16. Syndra has the long range stuns and can just one-shot Xerath later on, like that as well. Alistair.
Absolutely.
Kind of classic Rel answer, I want to
Yeah.
say. Not
Very
mad at
classic.
that either. Gives you some
Yeah,
more
and that is
burst
going to,
for
and
this.
it gives you primary engage, right, as
Yeah,
well, because Viego never wants to be primary engage. So you
yeah.
have
You have
Alistar who can go in
Ashbolt as
first.
well.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So.
Liking this again from Conduit Sun so far. We're going to go for the Echo for Zui this game.
Yeah.
So that's potentially a pretty stylish pick, because it feels like it's going to be a tough lane into the Xerath, no?
Yeah, I would think so, but I've watched Zui play this pick a lot, and every time I watch Zui play Echo, he gets insanely fit early, and then he dies quite a bit in the mid game while playing
Okay.
it. So,
Oh, there's the
okay,
Shen.
and that pick is so gross here into this
Oh,
like full pick
wow.
comp.
Yeah, it actually is so gross. You
Yeah,
have literally 3 different people that you can Shen ult on. That's
yeah. Like,
crazy.
who are you trying to burst out on this team? The Zinzao who can immune everything around him, the Echo who can ult back the tank support, or Jin, who's standing 4 screens away. I.
Yeah, I don't know who
This is
Viego's supposed to
disaster.
reset off of here. Okay, Catphil's
Fast
gonna
food.
bust out the Casio. The
Okay.
Casio into the Shen. So that sounds like another fun lane for Catphil.
Yeah.
And they have a boatload of damage with this draft. I don't know. I mean,
I'm not hopeful on this one. I don't think
you don't
one's
like this one as much?
No.
I mean, honestly, I feel like if you just look at the right-hand side of your screen, it's still good. I still like it. I mean, you've got Engage from the Alistar, the Ash Arrow, like you said. You got the
Okay.
Viego, strong
Yep.
skirmishing jungler for Clasper there. And then you've got, the Casio, the off-meta pick for Capfill. These are, again, they're checking all the boxes. I think this is exactly how Conduit need to draft to play against Crashouts in this series. And then, the problems really only start to arrive when you look over at the left-hand side, and then you're
Yeah.
kind of like, oh.
Yeah, when the entire enemy team comp seems to kind of counter yours, I'm not really happy about it. So the thought process for me is, right, is it's like, can Protomorph kill Will Show Them All or Jake? That's literally, I think, what this game comes down to. Like, if he can land the 4 Xerath ults into a row and like forces Shen ult out or something like that, or says, "Oh, I can dodge this one," and he doesn't and he dies, like, that's the Conduit ticket. But I don't know other than that. I can't see how Capfil's like able to just side lane this game. Like, I guess they can just sit there on top of like P Dog and like use the miasma or whatever it is, the ground thing that means that you can't teleport.
Yeah.
So Shen to like cancel
Miasma,
his,
yeah.
yeah, that you can
Oh, that's
cancel
true.
that.
Yeah, you can cancel his ult with
Yeah.
Miasma. That is true. Yeah, so a little bit of a slight delay here in the client draft, so bear with us, guys. But I will say, while Mint's composition is incredibly scary, and it does counter what Conduit have very nicely, they are going to have to be really crispy with these
Yeah.
engages, right? Because, if you mess up the engage, and then you're getting re-engaged on or kited out by, Ash and Casio,
Yeah.
that can get really scary really quickly.
Yeah.
So, Mint have to play it well, but it's Mint, so
Yeah. Imagine
you
the
assume.
execution part is gonna go well for them.
Yeah. I mean, last game was pretty hairy. They should have
Yeah.
lost last game. I'm still not over it, by the way.
Yeah.
That was Conduit Sun's game.
Yeah.
I
They,
can't
they
believe
threw
it.
it technically. We can
I
look
mean,
at
not
it
even though. They didn't feel like they barely even made any mistakes. Yeah,
they
we
lost
don't
two
have to talk
dragon
about it.
fights in a row.
They did. That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Like,
That is
uh,
true.
they lost 2 dragon fights in a row and then they lost a Baron fight. So I don't know.
Yeah, that did happen. But
Everything
the
else
lead
went
up to
well.
those
Yeah.
fights was
Yeah.
it's still theoretically. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Every other part of the game, Conduit did better than Mint. But when it was like the actual 90, like, the 3-pointer for the game, the 0 seconds on the buzzer, the ball's in the air, Mint's making the basket, right? Like,
Yeah. Yep. And they made it with a pair of scissors, which I'm not even really sure how that works, but it was
yeah,
nothing but net. So,
yeah. Sports ball translates very well into League of
oh
Legends.
yeah, that's why we do it so often.
Yeah.
But we're back into the client draft now, guys. So getting back in towards things, and hopefully we won't have to wait too much longer. But what do we think about this mid lane matchup? Because I said earlier on that theoretically tough matchup for the Echo, right? But then you're talking about how we always see Zooey get really fed on the Echo.
Yeah.
So what are we expecting here from the more middle part of the map and the earlier part of this game?
So the kind of weird thing about Echo is he's really good at pushing early game, right? Like when you
Okay.
can throw your Q onto the whole wave and then have it come back, like it's the sliver of mid lane kind of thing, and like you can go for these E trades. Um, I think it's like really strong. It's obviously the thing to me is like the 2v2 of Echo of Zinzao sounds absolutely disgusting, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're
Yeah.
fighting like over a scuttle crab, you guys can have that. I ain't touching that thing with a 10-foot pole. Like go away. Like don't like if LO Clasper goes to Protomorph, we need to fight for Scuttle at 4. If I'm Protomorph, I'm like screaming into my microphone, no. Like I am not getting anywhere near that bush. I'm not touching Echo. So
Not
that's
even
like the
like an
part.
Arcano pulse from a full screen
Yeah,
away. Not
yeah,
even
like
that
that's the
close.
thing. That's like what I'm offering if I'm Protomorph is like I'll charge Q from like over here. You can go fight those two melee range. Like so that's the part I'm kind of worried about for Protomorph is he's gonna get dragged into this because like Capfil's gonna be playing Cap. It's how Cassiopeia works. Is you like randomly kind of like freeze the wave and you wait for your melee laner to walk into you to try and break the freeze and you run them down and try and kill them before your mana bar runs out.
Right.
That's how Cassia works. So like Capfil's gonna have lane pressure and priority as they should with this kind of
Mhm.
round 5 counter pick. So I think it's going to be a lot of like this bot lane. There is a lot of like roaming potential, I think, from the side of Mint here, right? Rel has a lot of like opportunities to fish for things. Um, we'll show them all has the long range snipes of the Jin W. So that's my worry for Protomorph is I don't think this is going to be like the traditional 1v1 of like you two sitting there and farming. I think like mid lane is going to be a fiesta. There's going to be everybody in this lane like all the time. So that's why
Okay.
I'm
Fair
concerned
enough.
for Protomorph here. I mean, as long as Zui can throw a Q on the wave and like hit something, he doesn't really need to do all that much. Whereas Protomorph I think is much more vulnerable, so that's why I'm worried about this mid lane matchup. But on paper, for Xerath, this should be pretty easy. I feel like you take W at level 1, I think, just to like make sure you're really safe and get some of that extra like poke down that you can focus on that early with that and then more use your Q for actual like wave push. Um,
Yeah. I
again,
mean, remember as well. Oh, sorry. Go on.
yeah, I was about to say, is one of those like weird picks that you don't see that much. Xerath is a champion that's all skill shots, right? So
Yeah.
if you're good at Xerath, you are so good at Xerath, and he's going to look like the most unfair champion ever. And if you are not good at Xerath, it's really obvious to tell really early. So
Yeah,
we'll
definitely.
see very quickly how good Protomorph is at this champion.
Yeah, I mean, it was he's clearly very confident, right? Because it was blind. The Zera took it on R3 before seeing Zui's pick. Obviously they were going to save the counter pick for Catfill up there in the top lane, so I guess it didn't necessarily matter that much as far as when that mid lane champion was actually locked in for Protomorph. But Zui did take this Echo into it, knowing the matchup. So you have to imagine that he is confident for one reason or another in being able to pilot this. But overall, last game, Storm, you were talking about how you did prefer Conduit's draft. Do you feel like that's the case again here, or are you liking a little bit more what Mint have this time around?
I think this game is too close to like being normal drafts. I think Mint Comps is a lot better because I don't see a world in which Conduit is able to get these resets like cleanly.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think Viego is able to like play this game pretty much at all, and he is like the whole point of the Conduit draft. So that's my major worry. There isn't a front line at all for Conduit, right? It's Alistair when he is ultimate up.
Yeah.
That's the front line for your team. And like this Xin Zhao pick, which was first picked, is disgusting into basically your entire team. It's so good into Ashe. It's so good into Xerath. It's so good into, to Alistair's really good for it. Like, I can't imagine how they play into Xin Zhao, basically, is more my worry. So I think Mint wins this one again.
Makes sense. Yeah, Clasper was very, very active in the earlier portion of the game on the Trundle last time around, but probably going to be a little bit more difficult to do that with the Viego. And Mint, as you just mentioned, Storm, have a draft that seems very well suited into playing against what Conduit have put together. We'll go to another short break, guys. When we come back, game number 2. Okay, folks, here we go. Game number 2. Mint Crashouts on the blue side once again. Conduit Sun, the team that was supposed to win game number 1, are back on the red side. For some reason, we have some kind of error up at the top of your screens where there's like a 1 on Mint Crashouts side of the scoreboard. But, I'm sure that's just some kind of mistake.
Yeah, production, I'm pretty sure you can get on that, right, Caddy?
In all seriousness, it was a great performance from Conduit Sun in that first game. A lot closer, honestly, than what I was expecting. And I'll be very excited to see if they can show us some more here in game number 2. But we do really like this Crashouts draft. We'll see how it goes.
Yep.
Can be a Hail of Blades for the Echo? Is that standard?
I think so, actually, on Echo. Isn't it?
I mean, I get the idea. You proc the passive really quickly.
Yeah, and you go in with your E and it just resets it and stuff, right?
Yeah, I understand the thought process. But would Comet not be easier to use in a matchup like... Oh, never mind. You know what? I should just trust Zooey. I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. That seemed good. He should do that trade.
Yeah, I'm convinced. Well, yeah, both of our junglers starting on the top side of the map once again here. We're going to be pathing it down towards the bot lane, which I think does... Yeah, we're learning. We're learning right now in real time how this matchup actually goes. It seems like Protomorph is kind of learning a couple things as well.
Yeah.
Has managed to avoid actually the passive getting procced on him so far, I believe.
Yep. Also took that W first, which I like. Is able to use it. Skill that no one seems to respect on Xerath, and I think it's one of the stronger in his kit because dear God. Hey,
passive proc traded for a turret shot. Yeah. It kind of worked out.
And it's 10-2 in CS up in this top lane here. Catfilt is getting a lot. Oh.
As you would expect. And now let's see what Poom can get. Going in for the 2v1 on the Snake Lady. Taunt very nice there from P-Dog for the setup. And Poom's there to knock it down. There's the headbutt pull onto the Echo. And that is going to be immediately an answer back for Conduit Sun. As they find a 3-man play in the mid lane.
Yeah, so 2 flashes burned for that play to kill Zui, who has his flash still. And there's no
Accepted
flashes
it.
burned off lane. So that's not the greatest trade, but it is a kill back for sure.
X flashing.
Yeah. What a great rune. Always used very efficiently, never used for troll reasons, I promise you.
Surely not.
Yeah.
It's
Surely
interesting to note that
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say both of those first kills went on to the junglers.
Yeah.
Pretty good for both sides, honestly.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say Ash didn't really lose anything for having their support randomly walk on the map. So this is what I was talking about with Shen just randomly like kills you in 3 hits.
Yeah.
His numbers are a little high, I want to say. But
Clearly.
also no one likes playing this champion. So Riot has to buff him so that people will play him. So we see Spuds just kind of sitting here, chilling in the bush, waiting to see if Protomorph will try and trade back on the Zui, who's just randomly Eing into his face. Protomorph is not taking the bait, which is great to see. So we're going to see Zui or Spuds walk on back down bot lane, catch the wave with his ADC.
Yeah, Protomorph doing a really good job of just existing as much as possible in this mid lane. It's kind of what you need to do.
Has his tier stacking up.
Absolutely. A couple of skill shots there onto the very slippery Echo. Of course, with the push for Zui, then we are most likely looking at another early dragon for Mint, as they do also have their bot prio once again as well. Now another move in towards the top side of the river from Clasper and Boldfont, but ward there for Zui means he's going to be able to play towards the bottom side of the lane where his own support is lurking once again. Dash forward, dodge away from the shocking orb. The Arcano Pulse is going to miss as well. More far to use a TP.
Yeah, I guess we're just going to go for the dragon. That's why we're coming out of here. Boldfont, love to see that they're trying to play for this as much as possible. Alistar basically needs to be level 3 or level 6.
Well, he does find the Pulverize onto 2, but then immediately gets crashed down on and taken out by Zui. First kill of the game for the Echo.
That's not good. That is the one thing that happens when you roam a lot and you're level 3, is you don't get all those tasty gold summoner gold that oh god, speaking is hard. Gold when you level up with stats.
Ah, yes. The stat gold.
Yeah,
as,
it does matter quite a bit.
Has a lot of arrows inside him right now. Flashes away and also enjoys a Shen ultimate. That probably only needed one of those.
Yep. Classic Shen ult into TP back top lane.
Yeah. We just wanted to say hello.
Yep.
Both junglers on the bottom side of the map right now, but it looks like Clasper is actually moving away. And this wave is pushing out for Domination and Boldfont. We'll see if Poom wants to look for something here. Looks like the wave will crash. And Spuds is kind of chunked. And they're not going to go for it. So just reset on the minion wave. And we'll be going back up towards the top side for Poom. 1 minute on the grubs.
Yep. Viego will be ready to fight for these. Don't know if Poom on Zinzao is going to be ready for this. Assuming we're going to see LL Clasper get this Scuttle Clap here, although Poom is running up to contest. No. Don't know what Poom is doing.
He's standing in a bush.
Yeah.
Menacingly.
Okay, fair.
And that is going to be the Scuttle Crab for Clasper, which means the Viego now has level 6, and the Xin Zhao does not. So probably just some grubbies for Conduit. It's kind of the way this is looking.
Yeah, you would think so, but both supports have roamed. This is going to be a fight.
Okay. Well, Boom does now also have 6, and Zui's going to face check a bush, and immediately gets engaged on, but has the convergence there, able to get back. to the body. And now Boldfont, only level 4 on this Alistar, getting chunked down pretty low. Use the Ignite in that play onto Zooey as well. This is going to be the mid-prio now for Conduit. See if they're actually going to be able to transition that into the objective. Boldfont has some potions to try and heal up, and even a honey fruit there.
Yeah.
Pretty big for the Alistar.
No Scuttle Crab also there to try and eat it from you.
That's true. Yeah, those
really
greedy Scuttle Crabs.
To be honest, it annoys me every single time that you have to click on them and like auto them to make them stop.
Yeah,
anyway.
Quick aside.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the subreddit Scuttle Crab mains?
Yeah, where they post clips of like Faker.
Yeah,
of, like,
yeah.
Ashro.
Oh, here it comes. Lands onto the Shen. Absolutely nailed it. Domination. And you nailed the setup there as well, Storm. Nicely done. And that is going to be Catfill gifted a free kill.
Nice.
Amazing. You know, Shen appeared to say hello in the bot lane earlier on, and Domination just wanted to return the favor. Wanted to say hello to the Shen up there in the top lane, and was able to do so.
Yeah.
Hello and also goodbye, simultaneously.
Pretty sure that's really big for Cassio, because that gets them to their Rod of Ages, I think is what we're building. Yeah, there it is.
There it is. Actually just able to convert 2 red crystals and a blue crystal into a full rod. So, feels really amazing for the Cassio there. And just going to be able to slither on back to lane. A newly completed item. Big trade on a Protomorph who does flash away from the Echo.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think if Zooey had have hit that guy 2 more times, he died. So that was a good flash.
Yeah, probably necessary. Definitely a better safe than sorry kind of situation there, I think.
Yeah, I think this is Rocket Belt Echo? That's what it looks like.
I can see it. Makes sense. You know, you got Drat on the other side that's kind of trying to outrange you and trying to like play the positioning game. And if you're just able to Rocket Belt on their face, you're probably going to be feeling pretty good about that. Usually, unless it's Cassio.
It is also an auto reset for Echo. Weirdly.
Wow, how does that work?
Rocket Belt's item active. It's like time at. It's an auto cancel. Yeah.
Never knew that either. As a little bit of a play towards the mid lane there, but looks like Zooey was able to survive the Spectrum mob. Boldfont, not quite able to find the Alistar combo. Unfortunate. Still not level 6 on Boldfont. They are jumping on top of the cow now, but Wind does not become lightning. Boom able to, though, to get on top of the Jin Zhao, or the Viego, rather, who has to flash away. Clasper will be able to survive. Boldfont looking to get out as well. There's a flash for the craft down. Spuds finds the Alistar, and they're going to enjoy some steak tartare here in the southern part of the river. It's going to be the feat of warfare for the Crashouts just in time for their second dragon as well.
Yeah. Do want to point out, great play by Domination there. They used their ult as Ashe to cancel that Jhin ult. That is why Clasper didn't die after flashing away. I thought he was going to just get shot by Jhin and die and was, why are you flashing? But good call out teamwork-wise.
Yeah, very nice. Domination been on point so far with these arrows.
Yeah.
But that is going to be 2 dragons now for the side of the Crashouts, and we've got a Cloud Soul this game, Storm. Which, for this draft, they're probably pretty excited about it, with the exception of Jhin, who doesn't really care too much.
Yeah. I think you're just almost always happy to see Cloud Soul in the game. I think even like the Rift effect of just like, you know, those little like speed boost areas and stuff on the map are like just useful. Happy to see them always.
Yeah, and even Jhin, you know, he doesn't get any value out of like the ult activation, but he does enjoy the fast.
Yeah.
So that's also good.
That is the Rocket Belt coming through on Echo. Wonder if we're going to see any of this funky animation auto cancel stuff with it. It'll be cool to track.
Yeah, I would like to see that. If I can be further educated in this game. We do have the Archangels done for Protomorph as well. We also just now got the Wild Arrows completion for Domination. So item spikes coming in across the board. You know, for Conduit Sun, they have been losing out on the dragons, at least, for the other parts of this game. But they are scaling up, right? For both their solo laners are scaling up with these items. Oh, really cute there. Dodging away from the Shocking Orb with the Proto Belt activation. Or the Rocket Belt. There's the Chrono Break to get back on top of this there. Then Protomorph just got outplayed. Pure and simple. Zooey on the Echo picks up his 3rd kill.
There's a little bit of a diffie in the midi. Oh my god.
As is often the case against the Crashouts.
Yep. P-Dog also has played against Cassiopeia top before and knows just don't interact with her.
Yeah.
Great to see.
Don't look at the Snake Lady's eyes, or you will be turned into stone, as Boom might be making that mistake right now. Flash away. Oh, and we whip the Petrifying Gaze! And it's, in fact, Catphil that is going to be turning into a rock in the immediate future. Boom able to get the last hit there. Now Zooey in trouble. Is going to get stunned up by the Viego and taken down. That's a nice little shutdown for Glasper. Meanwhile, Bullfont finding the headbutt pull onto 2. Magnetstorm in response for Spuds. Domination going to burn the Ghost there, trying to get away, and P-Dog is there with the Stand United. That is going to mean the kill for Jake on the Jhin, his first. And this is so free for the Shen as well, because they had just found that kill onto Catphil, who hasn't even respawned yet. And the Crashouts are doing absolutely fantastic here in Game 2.
Yep, and Shen is able to get a pretty big buy-off, I think, as well. Able to fully complete his boots, get some nice health stacking so that Cassio can't kill them as easily. Cassio hasn't, hit the real item spikes yet needed to be able to just fully melt through this Shen. Yeah, just everything's going pretty fantastically right now for the side of mid. I have absolutely no idea why Zooey was in that position, though. I'm curious on that.
Yeah, we didn't really see the lead up to him getting taken down by the Viego in that last sequence. So let's have the Chrono Break available once again. It is going to catch it. That is all of Bullfont's health bar. Goodbye, Alistar. And now Glasper on the front line is going to get taken down as well. It's a double kill over for Zooey. Domination with the Blast Cone. Is it enough? The volley as well. The arrow, everything from the Ash to try and get away. And everything was not enough. Domination. One more auto attack from the Jhin Zhao is going to be his demise. Actually, it was 2 auto attacks. But there it goes. Poom on a killing spree. 1 minute on the Dragon. The second game is looking all Crashouts all the way.
Yep. Good news. I think with 2 more waves, we kill this top tower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doing things.
Yeah.
Taking towers. Not going to be the first tower, though. Because that was just now secured by We'll Show Him in the bot lane.
Yep. I am a Symbiotic Souls hater on Alistar, so don't like to see that from Boldfont, but they've committed to playing this way, so...
Especially when you're like the solo frontline, I feel like you just want to be as tanky as possible.
But they've committed to this style, so they're going to keep doing it. Don't like also Cassiopeia has very little mana. They're just trying to poke Shen down, which generally doesn't work. Oh, no.
There is the Alistar. Does have the headbutt to disengage from the Rel, and Pulverize disengage from Zooey, but the Deadly Flourish want to be there for the stun, and the Unbreakable Will, though, will be enough to get Boldfont out to safety. But now the Alistar doesn't have that for the Dragon fight, which means that, I guess they were never contesting it anyway, looking at where Glasper is.
Yeah.
So this is just going to be Soul Point given over for free.
I would have liked to have seen maybe us take Herald here, but guess we don't really have time for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's moving over now.
Yeah, I don't know if you have time anymore.
There's so much vision in that river as well for the Crashouts, so they're fully aware of what the Viego is up to.
Okay, what do you do now? Okay, as Conduit, right? So we got to look for... it's got to be Xerath ult, right? You get a stun with Ashe into, like, Xerath ult onto Zooey, let's just say, and you get a... Or sorry, we do this onto Poom to get this fat shutdown, right?
Sure, yeah. You need to be able to kill somebody without being in their engage range.
Yeah.
Like, from a screen away, you need to kill someone. Somehow. They have some tools to make that happen. You just called out the big ones.
Yeah.
Ashe Air ult and Xerath ult. Could potentially make that happen. But they're running out of time to find that play storm. That's really the issue I would have really liked to see them contest for that last dragon. The Herald is just going to go over uncontested here as well. So that was actually a blast going into the pit. That is going to mean the Heartbreaker has to be used by Clasper to get back out of the pit, which is a little bit awkward. But he's going to have it back before the next big objective spawns. But I guess for the side of Conduit Sun, I mean, the thought process is they weren't willing to fight before their solo laners got the 2-item spikes, right? They just felt like they weren't strong enough to fight around that last dragon. You know, and I kind of understand that as well, because, you know, looking at what Crashouts have in this game, they have such an insane skirmishing comp, obviously, as we've repeatedly mentioned already. So I understand, but Conduit, they're running out of time.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes till the game is basically over. Once the enemy team gets soul, I don't think you can ever win if you're Conduit. Like, just the sheer mobility that it's going to provide absolutely everyone. Like, how do you get this? Okay.
Oh, Boldfont flashes, still gets stunned by the parallel convergence. And I don't care how unbreakable your will is, it's not getting you out of this one. Jake picks up his second. Needs 2 more for the perfect Jhin KDA. And we'll see if he can make that happen.
2 more kills, 2 more assists.
That's right.
4 more deaths.
Yeah. Technically, you do want those 4 deaths as well. But, you know, if he finishes with a 0 in the deaths column, I think we also accept that as, you know, close enough to perfect where we'll give it to him, right? Okay. But it can't be 1, 2, or 3 deaths. It has to be either 0 deaths or 4 deaths.
Or 4 deaths. Yeah, I fully agree with you there. Did get that top turret. There weren't any bounties of shame available, unfortunately, with the killing of that. So. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're not even down that much gold, which is kind of wild. And we do see that 2 items done now for the Snake Lady. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, Cassio is, like, fairly ahead, right? Like, gold-wise, I'm pretty sure, if we, like, clicked X and looked in between the 2 of them.
Only about 500, actually. Not much at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weird. Anyway, Zui.
Hey, you would have thought it would be more. There is the Stand United from the Shen to join up with the Echo. Boldfont going to get engaged on once again here, or counter engaged on, I guess I should say. As the 4th shot does not land on a Capbill, who does find the Petrifying Gaze only onto a Rel, who does manage to canter away from that one.
Yeah.
I mean, Crashouts is going to connect onto the Shen. There's Zui going back in the quarterback, immediately stunned up by the Viego, and Clasper with the reset onto the most fed member of the Crashouts. Looking for another Heartbreaker. There's another reset onto the Rel. There's P-Dog able to turn it back onto the Viego, but the Jhin also going to get taken down, and now the right of the Arcane is going to mean P-Dog cannot get away. Surely they do. I think he's going to burn down to the poison. There it is. Capbill gets the kill. A big team fight win for Conduit, a much-needed one.
Yep. Maybe next time as the Crashouts, we fight with our jungler who's 3-0-4. That would probably make that go better, I want to say.
Possibly. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to try at least. Here comes Boom in a 1v2. The Crescent Guard to temporarily immune the Xerath damage, but your Jin Zhao against Cassio. He does flash away and survive, and now Zui teleporting back in, flashes for the redirect on the Time Winder, and then just dies.
Yep, this is the Zui classic. We've gotten fed in lane as Echo, and we're going for the outplay, and we die. I love watching this happen every game. It's insane.
It's just amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so good. Absolute cinema, you could say. As now this dragon is going to go over, most likely. I mean, we don't have Zui. He just burned literally everything to just die. So, the Conduit Sun, they're still scaling up. They're still hanging into this game. It's not over yet.
Yep, the Fat Lady has yet to begin singing. She's warming up her vocal cords in the back room right now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised she's got anything left after that previous game. Had to do that like 180, where you're like singing for one side and then the other side. Disorienting is Boldfont. His will is unbreakable. Is that going to be enough this time around? Yes, it is. Walks it off.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sure.
Yeah. We have some time to the next objective. He's going to have that old button back. Oh, never mind. There's an Otacon alive up here. Curtain call. And Otacon did not want to be on stage. He has some stage fright. He's very angry at Jake for pulling back the curtain there. And now he's just going to be taking it out on the entirety of the Crashouts. And let's see how this goes. Zooey going in super, super deep for this one. And just dies again. Amazing.
Yep. Yep, here's the typical 6-0 into 6-6 score on Zooey Echo.
I can't. You literally told us this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, Otacon is going to get taken now by Conduit because there's not an Echo alive for some reason.
Yeah. A weird visual bug that we're seeing, but that
yeah,
is a
first we had the scoreboard problem, and now like this weird death timer on. I don't know what's going on today.
Yeah. Okay. That might have been a very greedy wolf take here. Wonder if Pooh is going to die for this.
Engage. Okay. There's Bold Fawn going pretty far forward for this one. There's going to be the Stand United coming out onto Jake. Right at the Arcane utilized there as well. So a bunch of ultimates for not a whole lot of effect.
Yeah. Whatever. Nothing really happens from that play. But we're able to keep farming away on Xin Zhao here. Just want to see Poom being with the team. Instead of farming as Xin Zhao, this is kind of the point of the game. You're 2.5 items. You just want to fight now as Xin Zhao. This is the strongest point I think that champion ever gets.
100%.
Yep.
You know, unless you consider like earlier on in the game as being potentially stronger. But it definitely does not get better for the Xin Zhao from here.
Okay. Taking stock. This top lane turret's going to go down here in just a couple of seconds here. We'll show them all, or Jake. Clasper is looking, though. Nope. Okay. No tower trade, I guess.
Back away in time.
Top lane tower here. Save it.
Yeah. We are still so even in terms of the gold. Literally just like a couple hundred separating these teams right now. Really, the threat of the soul is the main thing in Crashout's favor at the moment. A shocking orb onto Spuds, who does manage to crash away.
Yep.
And the Raptor Steel does come through for Poom, who is just farming up a storm on this Xin Zhao.
Yeah. That's not something you generally see as Xin Zhao having the most farm in a game.
Yeah. But unusual. But, he's doing quite well in that regard. We do have the very aggressive, nice side steps there. Crashout saw that one coming. But we do have this very, very aggressive Viego build. So, you know, that kind of coupled with the not quite as tanky Alistar build does mean that Conduit's Sun, if they don't find one of these like random picks at the start of the fight, I just don't really see the angle necessarily for actually like starting these off. I mean, Boltfont has been, you know, engaging aggressively, but like the kite is so easy for the Crashouts in an honest fight.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many fair fights we're going to see this game, right?
Yeah.
I really just feel like this whole game is just going to be like skirmishing and looking for like side lane plays. I don't think we're going to see another proper 5v5 unless like Baron spawns. Like, unless Baron is like an objective somehow. And I don't think it's a real objective at this point. I think it's completely fake.
Okay. Well, we'll see if Baron is going to be able to make its way into reality. We're playing around the dragon right now. There's another stun onto Spuds, who doesn't really care too much. Just able to brute force into this banana bush, take the space.
Oh,
for Crashouts.
Again.
He's fine. He's got, well, he doesn't have his flash button, but he has the rest of the buttons. So, okay for now. Zooey going in there. Is this another death for Zooey? He's going to use the Chrono Break. There's a really nice flash from Domination. Stand United utilized to keep the Echo alive for now. They're engaging onto the Ash. And as there, the Magnet Storm finds both carries, but the team can't really follow up. Curtain Call coming out now. Domination still able to live away from this fight. The Petrifying Gaze, really nice. They take down P-Dog and Zooey. They're traded back onto the Alistar, but it's going to be Conduit Sun winning out in the fight with Clasper. Getting the resets, crashes down onto Pumu. That does manage to take down the Ash. That is all that the Xin Zhao is going to get. It's a triple kill for Clasper. We'll show him the only surviving member of the Crashouts, and that is going to be the honest 5v5. We weren't sure if we were going to see it, Storm, but it's Conduit Sun that come out on top.
Yeah, and it's just, again, it's Mint being overconfident that they're going to be able to get these kills. Like, Domination played that well, right? They flashed when they needed to. They ran under their tower, and their team was there to support them. That wasn't like some random pick that you get, and you just go, "Oh, this guy's dead easy." Like, you burned everything, and it was at different times getting onto that Ashe. That's a little bit of a chink in this Mint that we've seen for the first time, I think, tonight.
And we called it out in the draft, right? Like, this is a great composition for Mint. It plays really nicely in what Conduit have, but the execution has to be there. If you're not clean with the engage, like we just saw, then Cassio and Ashe in the extended fight are going to get such insane value, and as soon as that first person on Mint dies, Clasper can just take over.
Yeah. I mean, if you're killing people, that collector in your inventory is a great item. So, good job, Clasper. I hate you for building it. Please stop, man.
Yeah, I mean, the really weird thing for me about Collector is, like, if you're going Trinity for a second, then you're, like, not amplifying the crit.
Oh, he
It
went
just
Trinity
feels weird.
first into Collector
Oh, he
second.
did?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
Oh, another arrow from Domination. He's just been having an insane game on this Ashe, and Zooey is just dead. Well, he's gonna Chrono Break, and then he's gonna get petrified, and then he's dead. And it's all because of Domination on this Ashe. Just set it up again. And now Puma's going in with the audacious charge and bolt bot with the arena, right? The Crescent Guard's going to keep the Jinja alive for a little while, but not really that long in the end. Conduit Sun, they're doing it again. Storm, they've got such a great advantage here in this second game. They're going to take the Baron. They're going to take the gold lead. Can they do it? Can they close it out this time around?
you gotta think so, right? They have so
have
much
to believe.
They have such better tools. There is like... So, the big problem with this Mint team that we haven't talked about whatsoever is their wave clear is abysmal. It's non-existent into a siege, right?
True.
There isn't any. There is only engage. So...
Not even a Hydra. They have nothing. So they're going to have to look for the engage. If the siege gets set up by Conduit Sun, Mint Crashouts are going to have to hard force. They're not going to have any other option.
Yeah, so we're going to see Xin Zhao probably pop off in this next fight, if I had to guess, is that they're going to overforce on the Domination, because they know he doesn't have Flash. Right. And I think...
Yeah, Protomorph, also no Flash. Crash down onto Clasper. I mean, if you can pick off the Viego at the start, that's not bad either. Zooey got directly on top of the Ashe. Oh dear, where did that echo even come from is what Domination is asking himself. Oh man, it's like the solo queue Baron Storm. Like, you get Baron and then your whole team just immediately dies.
So never mind. Just ignore everything we said about, oh, they're going to win. They can just group, and it's so easy. And then they didn't group at all. They sent Cassiopeia into the side lane for some reason.
They did do that. And they're going to jump on top of Clasper now, or Crashouts are, rather. Petrifying Gaze is pretty nice. Gets the cleanse out from Jake, and now Capfill going to hide forward, but that's going to be the dash in. Oh, the Crescent Guard is beautiful there as well. And they should be able to focus down Capfill. Just a little bit over-aggressive there. I mean, you didn't have... Most of your team was in the death chamber. Not sure why you're kiting up past the turret there to look for the kills. But it was a really nice turn from Poom. Going back in there with the Q3 ready. Domination now going to connect the arrow onto P-Dog. As the Pulverize there as well. As a couple of charge shots going into the Shen. And the Heartbreaker, the reset for Clasper. There's a couple of kills for the side of Conduit. And this game has devolved into a real slugfest. Now it's just Spuds and Zooey trying to get out, and Jake here as well on the retreat. Frozen Spuds trying to run some interference temporarily here in the Tribe Rush. Ghosting forward his Domination. They want the big punish here. Conduit Sun, they want the maximum punish. Boltfont so tanky here on the front lines. Zooey with the Chrono Breakdown. The Magnet Storm onto 3 is massive. But the side of the Crashouts, they're not willing to commit for the fight. They're just trying to run.
They all live, right?
Somehow they do all get out. Spuds with the massive 3-man ult into the flash away.
Okay, 30 seconds on Dragon. That's, again, Soul Point has been claimed already for Mint, so this is really big. How do you fight this now, right? you have flash now for Ashe, I guess. Capville also
Yeah.
has their flash for this. Protomorph has flash. You just burned all the flashes pretty much on the side of Crashouts. But
Yeah.
they're okay. We're death pushing with two people.
All
One of
right.
whom is
There's the
Alistair.
engage. Interrupts the crash down. Right to the arcane coming out
Oh,
from the Xerath as well. But Capville going down quite low. Already down to 50%. Goes golden. Staying alive now as the two-man taunt comes out from P-Dog. The shot from the chin takes down Capville. Now both are not going to be able to get away either. It's the reset though. Where Glasper gets in there with the Heartbreaker. Steals away the Rel. The damage coming out from Domination and Protomorph. Is it going to be enough? Glasper finds another reset and a double kill for Domination. Jake can't get the job done. It's only P-Dog left. The Shen is going to have to retreat, and it's going to be 3 Cloud Dragons for Conduit Sun.
okay. So it all worked out in the end. Absolutely hated that Capville and Boldfont won for that play, honestly, but they bought the time and they got it working. Ashe is melting people with this hurricane that they have built, and they're oh man, this is going to be so weird of a closeout for this game. I have no idea at this point. Do you?
21 to 21. 3 dragons to 3 dragons.
Yeah.
What an absolutely insane game. It doesn't get better than this, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish we get all 5 of these. Like, this is so much fun.
Oh boy. All right. So, I mean, that last fight, it looked like a good engage from the Crashouts. They got on top of Capville, like you said. It looks like the Cassia was just too far forward there, but the Viego was not caught in the initial engage. Glasper saw his angle, and as soon as the Viego gets that first kill, that is when Conduit Sun were able to start turning around the team fight. So it seems like the Crashouts, I think they need to find the Viego with that initial engage. I think we're late enough in the game now. Glasper is so strong. Once he starts resetting, I think it's just unwinnable for the Crashouts. They need to kill Glasper first. Do you agree, or what do you think?
I mean, I agree with you in the sense that it's the best case for Mint if that is able to happen, but I don't think that ever happened. There's no way Glasper's like ever on the front line ready for that, right? He's just like sitting back behind his he's at like the same parity point as Xerath, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, but
I don't think you're actually able to find them. I think it's you just look again like at domination and stuff because they don't have flash.
Okay.
That's who you have to be focusing is the people who don't have flash because that was why they won last fight. Is like Capville had flash and flashed away and bought time with Zonias and stuff, right?
Yeah, and both the Cassio and the Ashe are just pumping damage, so if they're able to hit, then you're probably not winning either. Spoon, I believe, did get the big raptor there. Not that it matters anymore at this point in the game.
Yeah, this is the worry, though, right now, is Capville doesn't have blue, and they're running out of mana before the Spoon is dying. So,
oh, Frozen Spud's kind of going to whiff the crash down there. Standing Knight committed as well. Zooey going real deep with that TP. They're looking for Glasper. The Heartbreaker comes out, but the immunity there from Zooey uses the Chrono Break to stay alive. The Viego is down. Now, boom. Looking for the continued chase onto the Alistar. Boldfont not going to be able to get away. Oh, never mind. As the Unbreakable Will flashes into the Baron Pit. The flash to follow from Jake. Eventually, they do manage to take down the cow.
Okay, Glasper pushes mid. Glasper pushes mid instead, and they can't reset.
Capville's on the inhibitor turret. And now we got the base getting channeled.
To shoot them, right?
Oh, P-Dog on the off angle. The arrow connecting, though, onto Poom. The health bar is so low for the Crashouts. This is so dangerous with the Xerath right there. Oh, the petrifying gaze from Capville. I don't think he has enough burst, though. Not able to take down Zooey. What? What? Protomorph just stole the Baron! And the inhibitor now is down. Oh my god, 90 seconds on the Dragon. Conduit Sun are going to have Baron on 3 members, including their Cassio. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how Poom could have lost that Baron. I mean, it should have been a Baron secure for the Crashouts.
Did Jake force shot it or something at like 1200 HP?
I was watching the Cassio in mid lane. I have no idea.
So were we. Oh my god, no. Okay. That's a big win. Having this Baron is so big, because Cassio needs it in the side lane to actually get this turret damage down, and just gives them that edge into this Shen here. Because she's not really killing Shen in any relevant amount of time anymore.
Right.
Okay, 50
Yeah,
seconds
so-
on Dragon. It's
Conduit
Soul for
Sun.
either team, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Remember last time Conduit had Baron, though. We need that
Yeah.
to not happen again. As Bold Font will be able to back it off. The control over the back of the pit is going to be taken by Crashouts. Capfill, I think, could just stay in the side lane. Right? Just push with Baron.
Yeah.
The rest of the team can stall.
It's so risky because, like, you are such a major damage.
Oh, there's
person.
potentially the engage. It's only onto the Alistar, though. Bob's the
This is
Unbreakable
a
will.
really-
Re-engage onto the Rel. Poom going real deep. Has the stand
With
united, but
Shen.
they're on top of the carries. Protomorph gonna get taken down. Bullfun gonna get taken down. Clasper and Catfill off on the
Okay,
side. Not
that
full, but
was a
Poom going a little bit too deep.
aggressive.
Underneath the inhibitor turret. Gives that kill back over. And now Clasper is resetting. Has the Heartbreaker to get back out. And now it's all up to Zooey and P-Dog. 3v3 here in the mid lane. Clasper on the Viego getting chunked out. Doesn't find the Spectrum on the Echo. The Rel does get taken out. It's another reset for Clasper. And Domination still pumping damage on this Ash. He finds the Spectrum Maw on a P-Dog. It's a double kill for the Viego. And now Conduit Sun, they've won yet another team fight. 3 versus 1 on the map right now. So we need to find a miracle. Clasper finds the taunt with a stolen Shen, and he takes down the mid laner. The heart of the Crashouts going to get destroyed. Cloud Soul for Conduit Sun, and they are looking for a win in game 2.
Okay, so they don't have time to end, I don't think, here. But they're looking for it. There's 5 seconds on Jake, and Poomer's respawning, Spuds is respawning. They're TPing in. They're looking for this. Is this the end?
Okay. Boom and Wheel Show him needing to hold at the Nexus turrets. Trying to get the minion wave, but they don't have damage. They don't have the wave clear. You called it out earlier, Storm.
Yeah.
The Nexus is exposed. The Jhin is taken down, and it will be Conduit Sun giving the Crashouts their second game loss of the entire season.
Wow. Oh, man. What a game again. And
LL Clasper 14-4 on the Viego.
yeah. So, I am going to bring this up because it is a big thing with the Crashouts, and it's not something we've ever had to talk about. The Crashouts mental. It's so bad when they lose. So,
It's in the name, right?
yeah, like every single one of these players almost always will tilt like no tomorrow. It's like a pinball machine. It's bad. And especially when it is something like you lost a smite on Baron or something like that, right? When it's a thing that you can point a finger and go, if you did that, we won. What the hell's wrong with you, man? So I think that's going to be a really, really big thing that's going to be happening right now. And there's this stewing and this time while they're waiting for us to finish before they can start this draft that... Okay, we're getting a replay of this. Awesome.
Great. Amazing production.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see what happens. You can see
Yeah.
the Cassio's in the mid lane.
Yeah, so...
And it's the Echo that bases to
Yeah.
there. So Zooey's not
So-
here.
5k. Jhin foreshot it.
Yep. And Puma just wasn't able to react, never pressed smite.
Yeah, he was knocked up by Baron.
Wow. So that's on the Jhin. I mean,
Yeah,
if I'm the
that's
jungler in that
Jake.
situation,
Yeah.
I'm
No,
bringing
that's
my
Jake
Jhin
fucked
like
it up.
you. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Holy. I mean, if the... So I'm trying to think right now. Like, if that Baron secure did go over to the Crashouts, then I don't
completely
know if
flipped
that
it.
wins them the game. Do you think
Yeah,
that would
'cause
actually win them the game?
Yeah, because they get the reset and they're at that dragon earlier.
That's
There's
true.
There's like 20 seconds that they get of like time added onto
Yeah.
for that fight.
And
I
then
don't know.
in that fight, they
Yeah.
really did kind of have to like desperately engage
Right.
to try to like regain the position.
Yeah, and they wouldn't have had to have went that deep. I mean, there's also the thing of like, can you also blame Poom for diving an Ashe under her like
That was not great. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
under
looked
her
like tilt, honestly,
Yeah,
is what that
yeah.
looked like.
It did. So that's something else. So, man. All right, player of the
This
game.
is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it just Protomorph for stealing the Baron? 0-3
No,
and 21 on the Zerath?
it's Capfill. It's Ashes this ADC.
Oh.
Those ults set the game up like early on. They kited well. They're my player of the game, I think, easily.
Yeah, Domination had an insane game on this
Yeah.
Ashe. Played exceptionally well. Even from very early on, was able to set up those kills with his ultimate, his cross-map ultimate got Capfill his first kill. Like,
Yeah.
that was what started the acceleration of the Cassio. Was instrumental in the team fights as well. Domination did the most damage in the game, over 43,000 in a 40-minute game. Over 1,000 damage per minute. Yeah. Domination just played out of his mind in this game. And that was kind of, I mean, for me, that was like one of the big weak points potentially for the side of Conduit Sun in this series was going to be the bot lane, right? Jake and Spuds, I thought, had just been dominating in the 2v2. And the fact that Domination is able to pull out the Ashe and have an insane carry performance like this is
Especially
really
considering
great
he was
for Conduit.
abandoned basically by Boldfont.
Yep.
Boldfont was not a player in that game. If the Crashouts had won, the player of the game would have been for that team would have been Boldfont on the enemy team. Like, that was a bad look on that Alistair, bro. I'm sorry. Like, you did some stuff in the late game, but that was bad early and mid game.
It all would have been forgiven though, as long if you hadn't gone synchronized souls. That was
yeah, that was the unforgivable sin as far as we are concerned.
But I do think, Storm, that we need to be getting into that break because we have at least 2 more games ahead of us tonight. Going to 4 at least in this best of 5 for the first time for us here on the cast in this season of the playoffs. It's been an amazing series so far. You're not going to want to miss what happens next. See you soon. All right, everybody, we are jumping directly into this Game 3 draft. Getting right into it, Storm. Let's waste no time. Conduit Sun on the blue side now. Mint choosing to move over to red, take that R5 counterpick for themselves. Looks like Zooey's still going to be the target in this first phase of bans for as far as Conduit is concerned.
Yeah. Gonna stick with these same 3 bans. Mint here have been changing up this ban. Wondering if it's going to be this Ivern, or if they think that's only something that gets pulled out when it's, kind of round 5 counters or something like that, or a red side only thing.
Or is P-Dog more afraid of?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Jax ban game 1 and the Ivern ban game 2, and they're going to go for the Amumu ban. They're going to leave them both open.
Yeah.
Ooh. Does Capville just, slam Ivern here? Imagine. Oh my god, he's just slamming Ivern. Oh my god,
flex,
Storm.
right?
I mean, it is a flex, but I think we all know who's going to be playing the Ivern.
I mean, I think
I would be shocked if they flex it.
Yeah, I think the only reason that they picked this is it's a flex, because if they're just slamming Ivern top right now, it's you gotta just know that you pick a tank and you scale and you just play safe. Someone has to know this in the world besides me, right? I can't just be molding out about this all the time.
We'll see, Storm.
There's a reason we don't see Ivern top decimating in solo queue every game. It's you literally pick a tank that is defensive things, and you don't just feed him.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it's because Capville isn't in every solo queue game.
Oh, that also might be it. Maybe they are just Timmy. They just know the things we don't know.
Maybe. Well, Mint know that they're going to be going for an engage comp again here in Game 3. They're going to take Vi and Kaisa. See if it works out a little bit better for them this time around.
Yeah.
Already probably representing a little bit more firepower than Jin Zhao Jin. The Jin Zhao duo that we had in the previous game.
Yeah. Here's my worry is, that we're just going to see as much disengage as possible get picked, and this can just be Ivern jungle, and you might have just screwed yourself.
Dude, Conduit's drafts have been so good.
Yeah.
The Syndra's going to come through for Zooey. That's really scary.
Okay, good. They banned
That's
Vigar.
terrifying.
I was about to say, they need to ban Vigar. It's so pivotal right now.
Yeah.
Other mid lane disruption tool mages type thing that are just all about zoning and stuff.
Are we scared of Anivia here?
Victor, I think, is the biggest thing.
Ooh. Okay. Let's see if Mint have that same read. For Conduit's side, they could probably ban away supports here, or top laners if there's anything that Capville is actually worried about.
I think it's just top lane things.
I mean, realistically, there's too many tanks for you to ban all of them, but
I don't think the tank part matters. I think it's just easy engage options. I like this Gragas.
Okay.
I think it's non-committal engage things Warren. I think also probably disrupts your team. It's also really great to if you're able to somehow get it on 4-5.
yeah, for sure. An Warren ban here for Conduit would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Gnar.
Go for the Gnar.
Sure.
Okay. Gnar kind of gets the best of both worlds, where he's like a tank, but he can also have a really easy lane phase. So, kind of makes sense why you'd ban that as well. And now Mint. So support lock in here on 4. Any kind of engage will do alongside the Kaisa. That's not engage. That's a bit weird.
I mean, when you have Vi going in, you press Seraphine on top of Vi, and it's pretty good. So
I could see that being good. Also, it does mean that Vi is going in alone, at least so far, but maybe that doesn't matter if everybody is charmed.
Kaisa's also going in. You don't have to worry about that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Look at this, though. Vel'Koz, the Void Squid angle for Protomorph.
Yeah.
This is one of those Protomorph specialty kind of picks.
Yeah.
And I had some kind of game result to take a look at. Go ahead, Storm.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is Protomorph's basically best champion. It's they've been a support main forever, and they played a lot at support. And now they play it in mid lane, and there's the new jungle locked in, so it is the Ivern top for Capville first pick.
It absolutely is. And so the Vel'Koz was played by Protomorph in Game 4 against Bloom last week. Protomorph was 7-2-12 on the Vel'Koz in that game. And then the Nunu was played by Clasper in
Okay, nice. I like this.
Game 2. Yeah, Clasper had a great game on Nunu as well. It was 2-14. Talk to me about the Cho'Gath.
It's literally just like Ivern is going to sit there and like I PTA you and I poke you and stuff, and Cho'Gath is going to go, cool, I have Carnivore and I'm going to sustain and I'm not going to die early, and when Daisy comes out to try and kill me, I'm going to eat her.
Yeah. Oh, do you get full damage from the Cho'Gath ultimate on Daisy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
so
nice.
Pet. It's the same thing as Yorick, right?
Yeah,
that's why Cho'Gath's really good into Yorick. You just, as soon as Yorick ults, you just immediately ult and kill it, basically. It's the same thing with Daisy. So, we're going to walk into lane, and we're going to have a Doran's shield, and we're going to have second win.
And we're going to rush Mercury treads, right, Storm?
That part, I don't care as much about, but we're going to build tank items. We're not going to be playing this stupid AP movement speed show thing.
But his team is playing Dive Storm. He wants to be part of the dive. He wants to go in.
I don't care, bro. This Tank Cho is so friggin' good this game.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm being sarcastic for anyone who can't tell. I am also in favor of the Tank Cho'Gath angle. But I'm just so excited to see Capt Phil's Ivern again, man. Like I mentioned, I was reviewing the VOD earlier from, it was like week 5 or week 6 that we cast these guys last. And he was just absolutely styling. He was Monkey's Paw, who, you know, not having the greatest of seasons, did that team. But still, I mean, Capville was looking absolutely sublime on this Ivern. So it's going to be really cool. And it just feels like comfort picks across the board for Conduit. And not only are they comfort picks, but it's like, well, I mean, maybe it's not that amazing of a draft. I really loved the first 3. The first 3 was amazing. The Vel'Koz, I'm like, yeah, that's good. The Nunu's a little bit weird. Like, yeah, it's more frontline, I guess. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. They're unusual champions, but it works as a team fighting comp.
Yeah, so Ivern and Nunu gives you the full Enchanter package for this Aphelios, right? Because Ivern gives the shielding and Nunu gives you the attack speed because of his passive. So yeah, I like it for that reason. It also means that like you don't just automatically win smite fights because you have Cho'Gath. It's like the Cho versus Nunu smite fight thing now, right?
True.
Like neither team just automatically wins objectives, because that's normally like one of the major benefits of locking both of these champions, whereas now it's much harder.
Wow. There's layers.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So
this is great. Okay.
Really weird thing is like Bold Font, if they're able to be tanky enough to survive this initial burst, because Domination is the one getting R pressed on them by Poon like every time, right? It's either Domination or it's Capfill.
Well, I mean, you can't press R on Domination though if Tahm Kench has ultimate.
Yeah,
because then you're just wasting your IR button.
Yeah, and the whole thing with it. So that's like the thing is, it's like, I think it's still going to happen, and it's going to be the case of, does Bold Font explode into confetti? Like, is he going to be tanky enough?
There is a lot of damage on the side of Mint.
There is so much damage coming in from Mint. Kai'Sa's now like this whole crit thing, right? That you dive in with your ult and you use like your upgraded Q, and it just like deletes somebody, right? That's the whole way she's played now. So she's burst, Syndra's burst. Via's always like building stupid items and burst and just dies in 3 seconds. You know, Spuds is going to rain down damage over the top. So like, there's a lot of damage. So Bold Font needs to somehow get some gold to be somewhat tanky. Why does our Tahm Kench have Ignite?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, just ignore that noise. That was nothing.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I mean, it's probably like heal is what we were hoping to see. Probably.
I was hoping for heal. I think you could. I think this is like the perfect summoner spellbook game as Tahm Kench, if I'm being real.
Oh wow, that would be. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe he's running the spellbook.
He could be.
That could be fine then.
Yeah.
Ooh, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, how are we expecting this bot lane to go just in general? Because it's a double range advantage for Mint, and Aphelios is not like known for his crazy laning phase, but Kaisa is a very weak laner as well.
So the thing is like LO Clasper runs this early game. Their
Hmm.
gank setup is so good everywhere, right? You have a Felios route into Tom Kench knockup into Nunu Snowball. That kills everyone. You have Vel'Koz like burst damage with like his little knockup and the disintegration ray and the passive damage and stuff. That's really big. Capfil has the roots and the consistent damage if he's running this PTA like he always does. So like Clasper is gonna run this early game, I feel. I really do think Poom is just gonna like look for counter jungling, and it's gonna be like that Zinzao game that they're gonna try and get a big level advantage and transition that into a fight that LO Clasper is just gonna get exploded. I think the LO Clasper is gonna do the hill thing, that they're gonna be like the best, they're gonna be the Zooey of this game. They're gonna get so fed early, and they're gonna be like, oh my god, this guy's the greatest player we've ever seen. And then he is going to absolutely blow up and be absolutely worthless like 20 minutes in. Past.
Clasper definitely instrumental for this Conduit Sun roster. See how he does
Yeah.
on the Nunu this time. They've got some great comfort picks in their solo lanes as well. But Zooey on the Syndra, we've seen this man win games by himself with this pick in the not too distant past. Game 3, somebody's going up to match point after this storm. We'll find out who it's going to be in just a moment. All right, everybody, welcome back onto the Rift. We're all tied up here in the West Side semifinal. 1-1 between Conduit Sun and Mint Crashouts with a spot in the finals against XSV Gluttony on the line. And immediately, Storm, we do need to address what was already pointed out in the chat. Capfil noticing that P-Dog on the Cho'Gath is running the second best Cho'Gath skin this game. Your thoughts?
Sorry, what skin are we running top
It
lane?
is the Nightmare Cho'Gath.
Oh.
Is the choice this time, which of course is second best to the, as we all know, the Gentleman Cho'Gath is actually his best skin.
Yeah, so do people know the reason why everyone plays this skin and why or no?
I actually have no idea. Please inform us.
So back in season 1, this is why all the pros used this skin, is back when Riot didn't give you all the skins unlocked on the game. Alienware made a thing where if you signed up for their newsletter, they gave you Nightmare Cho'Gath for free.
Wow.
And we crashed Alienware's website with the amount of people who signed up for it. And this was like pre-season 1. So it was like, you know, like way back in the day. Yes, so this is why all the pros used Nightmare Cho'Gath, was because it was the only skin for Cho'Gath that they owned. And it made him different because it made you blue instead of purple.
Amazing. Well, thank you for the history lesson there, Storm.
Yeah.
That is very important context, I think, for us to have in this game.
I'm so mad. Why are we playing Halo Blades Cho'Gath? Excuse me, sorry. Yep, that's fine.
Oh dear, I'm a little bit nervous that there is potentially going to be like a Bandoglass mirror or something in that inventory a little bit later on. A little bit concerning.
Okay, so Clasper starting on bot side, heading towards this bot lane. Does make sense. Would expect the double range matchups to kind of push you in early. Don't know if they're going to be in a good position to like hold this wave at all or anything like that. Will be interesting to see if Jake and Spuds continue to push out, or if they're going to back up a little bit more. Capfill is not going PTA here. He's gone for the
Oh.
he's gone for the airy, just going for more incremental poke. Being more useful as a teammate as well. So be interesting.
Still winning out in the 1v1 quite hard, as you can see.
Yes, Ivern does have really good base numbers because he's a support,
just auto
so
attack.
all of them have
Auto attack. Airy proc, auto attack again. Very unfun for the Cho'Gath.
Yep, but this is the top lane experience, and this is where the top laners are settled. You either know that this is going to happen and you just say, it's fine, gank other lanes, or you yell at your jungler to gank your lane because this guy is an absolute ape and has been pushed to your tower for the last 5 minutes.
Well, we know what Monkey's Paw decided to opt for a couple of weeks ago. They went for the gank the Ivern angle, and that was truly disastrous for them.
Yeah,
we'll see what Crashouts decide to go for, as we haven't seen Protomorph landing so many of these skill shots in the 1v1.
Yeah. But the thing I am going to mention is look at Cho'Gath's HP. It's full.
True. And there was no base involved, no base necessary to accomplish that outcome.
Yeah.
Just a good old last hitting.
Yeah, this is just Carnivore, the Cho'Gath passive, and Doran's shield being really good. Okay.
Snowball on to Jake. The Kaisa is going to have to burn both summoners, get back underneath the turret, and survive that attempt. So a very successful early look from Clasper towards this bot lane.
That's good. Love to see this. Was able to get his reset off as well in time. Interesting. We are tank Nunu this game. We built a Bombi Cinder. This is, I think, the first time we've not seen the full AP coming in. I kind of support it as well.
I think with this draft, you just want a frontline for Vel'Koz and Aphelios. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And there's not really very many melees. Like, even Vi has the dash to get out of your ultimate as Nunu, or even, like, interrupt it with a quick Q.
Gonna die if he gets...
Do we dodge the trigger seed? On cooldown, I guess, for Capfill, so... Yeah, I'm gonna be able to walk that one off.
I thought we were going to keep chasing there for some reason. I was really worried. But P-Dog, playing respectively. Respect. Thank you. We see...
Still practicing our words.
Yep. Vi is on Dragon as well. So we're going to get that early going, which is good to see. Okay.
See if our Ivern Prio in the top lane is going to be able to get Conduit towards those grubs in a couple minutes. Here comes Daisy towards the level 5 Cho'Gath. It does not have the ability to eat Daisy quite yet. Does have the ability to rupture the Ivern. And now is looking for the Hail of Blades autos. The shield is there, though. And P-Dog, the knockup has to be flashed by the Cho'Gath. P-Dog, I think that was just a situation where he didn't really know the matchup well enough.
Yep. If he just had it committed one way or the other, commit for the wave to get level 6 or something so you can have the chomp to eat Daisy and then you're not worried. Or just, you know, sit back and be respectful until Daisy leaves. You can see Daisy is soon to die. Long for this world.
P-Dog did get the last hit there on Daisy as well, so...
Yeah.
You know, wasn't able to devour her, but did put a spike in her.
Yeah. Extra
Vampire Daisy
for his trouble.
Skin. So, yeah, we're doing okay. Both top laners looks like are going to be... oh, actually, P-Dog had already used that teleport, so that's going to be a long walk back to lane for the Cho'Gath.
Okay. We got our Captain's gonna get another chicken in the bot lane for both ADCs as well.
True. Nice even game at 10.3 thousand gold exactly for both sides, as another 100 gold there for Conduit Sun, as I say it. But it's okay, they're still dead even.
Yep, we've rotated Protomorph up for these grubs. Gonna snowball in top lane here.
Clasper, looking for the Cho'Gath. P-Dog, no flash. The knockup is going to be there. Clasper does just now tick over to level 6 as well. And this Cho'Gath, there's nobody that he's going to be able to eat And that's going to be the first blood for Clasper. Really nice setup there from the Nunu. Now the full combo from Protomorph in the mid lane. Zooey almost just dies to the Vel'Koz ultimate, but will barely survive and holds on to the flash. Nerves of steel there for Zooey.
Yeah, just knowing those damage numbers, I guess, in some way.
Oh.
Oh.
I would have flashed.
Yeah. So would I. That's why we're not in the semifinals.
That's right. As now we're looking for a three-man play on a domination, and he could have flashed, but it would not have mattered at all. So
Yeah.
a nice play from the Crashouts. They understand that they're very weak on the top side of the map right now. They know that Tahm Kench isn't down here. Just a really nice punish.
Yeah, and I like to see this from P-Dog, just sitting back here and going, okay, I guess I have to sit here. This is my home for the next little while until I see somebody on a ward.
That's right. Good call out there as well, Storm. Cho'Gath kind of recognizing that he is just not really allowed to be under his turret right now. He's going to move back up now. I guess he saw somebody on a ward somewhere, potentially.
Yeah.
And is going to be able to have a little bit of Daisy as a snack there.
Yep, some
Daisy looking like a snack.
To balance out our diet.
Yeah. Yeah, does Daisy actually count as, like, a vegetable? Or...
I think so.
Because she's kind of just like a rock, technically. I mean, she's a golem, right?
Yeah, but she's a tree golem, isn't she?
Is she? Yeah, it's like a forest spirit is like imbued into the golem or something like this. Not actually entirely caught up on my Ivern lore, unfortunately. Zooey is going to be able to catch up to Clasper, lands the scatter, gets him off those chickens, pushes out the Nunu. Can be very obnoxious with the counter jungling.
Yep. Oh, Rip Cannon. You should have taken that, Spuds. That one was yours.
Unlucky.
Okay.
As we are still dead even in this game. 1 minute out on the next dragon. It looks like all three grubs did go over to Conduit's Son, as we expected with that top prio. And now let's see about the dragon.
Okay. So, who are we looking at in this dragon fight? Everybody's got sums, basically, right? Boldfont has not hit 6 yet, neither has Spuds, so hopefully they're able to tick over to that before this dragon fight starts, because I think both of those ults for both teams are incredibly key. For the side of Boldfont, it's just so much more safety for your Aphelios, and for Mint, it gives you so much needed dive threat and pressure. So... Okay, that is Boldfont on 6, and Spuds is still 5, so this is a big thing if this dragon fight does happen right on spawn here. Oh, Protomorph, okay.
Just barely that scatter not going to land for Zooey. Protomorph able to back away just in time. Capfill bringing out Daisy to play once again. P-Dog very low on mana, is going to take him a minute. Doesn't actually get the stack off of Daisy there, but does take her down eventually. And should be able to walk away from just Ivern by himself. Does land another trigger seed there, though. That is a lot of damage. He's going to flash for it underneath the turret. P-Dog doesn't have ultimate, and it doesn't matter. Turns it around on the tree. And Cho'Gath going to get the last laugh in the end.
Yep. Get outplayed by a tank, idiot. Should have known your damage numbers better, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit of whoopsie there for Capfill. As, now we got the engage coming out from Boldfont. That's going to be Frozen Spud's able to get away from that one. Here comes the snowball. A little bit of a knock up onto Jake. Not going to mean too much. As now Boom and Zooey moving down. Boldfont, where are you going, my man? This catfish is on a journey. And his destination is the Death Chamber.
It's the fountain where all catfish want to go.
Yes. So, feat of warfare for the Crashouts, and they are going to be able to get the second dragon off the back of this as well. I mean, Clasper's in the area, but I don't think suiciding for the second dragon is really the angle we want to look for here.
Probably not.
Yeah.
This is fine, right?
I think we're probably fine. I mean, Capfill really wants some revenge, and he has Clasper to potentially help him get it, and P-Dog is not fine.
Yeah.
So P-Dog is going to get taken down. Capfill is going to get his revenge. Picks up the last hit there. Number 1 for the Ivern. He's going for a Lost Chapter build again. So I believe we did see the Malignants come out first last time, right?
Yeah, that was the thing. Kind of makes sense. Ivern is very reliant on Daisy.
Yeah, that was a whole trip for me last time we saw this, realizing that Daisy procs Malignance.
Yeah.
A lot of things about Ivern that I'm learning watching this guy.
Similar to Annie, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Just I didn't really think about it in the same way because Daisy doesn't do damage like as she arrives, right? She doesn't like.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more DPS is really Daisy's kind of strategy.
Okay, so the thing I want to see from Mint now is we have seen Capfil running around the map, or sorry, Boldfont has been just running around the map as this Tom Kench for like the past little while here. You know, getting some deep wards. They're still not returning to this Aphelios. We gotta have figured this out, right? And just seeing this guy at some point that maybe we don't. Maybe we're just freezing into this Aphelios or something, but... Like,
I mean, that's not bad either if you deny farm from Aphelios, who's a very gold-hungry champion.
Yeah, I just feel like this Aphelios has been, like, not denied enough. He's at 100.
He is actually ahead, yeah.
CS.
True. P-Dog in trouble once again up here. He's going to get knocked up by the snowball. Already used the flash as well. Daisy is here to soak up the turret aggro potentially. He's actually, Nunu is just going to tank the turret aggro and just is completely unbothered. And Bertomar flashing forward. Can't find the ultimate though. Zooey outplays him with the flash. Oh, the reaction was so clean there for Zooey.
Yeah.
Just absolutely sidestepped all of Vel'Koz's spells and just hit him with the outplay button.
Okay, so Protomorph, maybe we stop just trying to outplay Zooey here.
Yeah, that was unnecessary. I think Vel'Koz could have just, like, kept farming.
Yeah.
And that would have probably been fine. But wanted to go for the big play. Does not work out. That's 2 kills now on the Syndra. And again, Zooey on this pick is just going to be an absolute beast later on.
Yep. Will mention Hextech Drake this game. Fantastic for both teams.
Especially for the Crashouts because they got those first 2 dragons. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no worries. It's something that allows your team, once either side claims soul, you basically just always are able to chase down people forever. Oh man, these are such close trades here. And with so much burst, I'm really worried for them.
Yeah.
I'm amazed we haven't seen more people in these lanes again. Like last game, I thought this was going to happen again with how immobile and how high damage both of these mid lane mages are.
Yeah. Feels like maybe it's like the pressure of the game is kind of dictating a little bit of a slower pace. As the Nunu looking for a snowball now, finds a knock up on a Poom, who flashes to get away from the Vel'Koz combo, goes back in with a cease and desist. His Lightform Disintegration Ray getting out a little bit of damage with the Charm onto Clasper, devoured by the Tom Kench, barely in time. Nice reaction there from Boldfont. Now Poom gonna get stunned up, gonna get taken down by the Ivern, who just teleported in for that one. P-Dog also had the teleport, but did not commit it. So just gonna be the 1-for-0 there for Conduit in the mid lane. They're able to tie the scoreboard up at 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big win. I don't know if they're going to get any more from this. I doubt Ivern is able to chase down Syndrix. I'm pretty sure you just toss Daisy away from you if Daisy runs at you.
Dragon in 40-second storm. I really don't like this from Conduit Sun. Why are we on the Rift Herald right now? I mean, they do take it really quickly. So now that I guess they just have a Rift Herald for the Dragon spawn.
Yeah.
So maybe it was a 5-head after all.
Yeah, I feel like you just try and use that to brute force it, right? You place down the Herald at mid-tier 1. It gives you that advantage for it. I don't know why SPL rebuilt this Heart Steel, to be honest with you. I don't think you need it this game. You don't need the damage, you just need the survivability.
Let's not be greedy, Storm. At least it's not a Shirelia's.
Yeah,
okay?
That's fair.
We'll be thankful for what it isn't.
Yeah.
There is the play. Herald going to be summoned up into the mid lane. That's going to get the teleport out from P-Dog. Joins up with the team. And this Dragon has still not been started yet. So briefly, Conduit did have some mid-prio there. But now there is still time for the Crashouts to try to force their way in. They got to do it through all these wards, though. As now the Dragon has been started. And remember, Clasper has great secure on this Nunu. Daisy going to come out to do some frontlining. try to zone the Crashouts away. The scatter is pretty nice onto 2, but the side of the Crashouts, they just cannot get into this pit. Daisy is eventually going to get taken down. The Dragon's still at about 3,000. Clasper is good with the Nunu secure. And now Boltfont goes in with the Abyssal Dive. Scatter amazing, though, from Zui again onto the Engagers. It's going to mean that the Crashouts can just walk away from that one, but they do not continue their stacking.
Yeah, that's a really big play for Conduit, able to get that. Weird to see, I guess. Capville is going to continue to build damage now. It looks like the beginning of a Blackfire Torch, I'm guessing, is what this is going towards.
Oh, engage in the mid lane is Boom. Going forward. There's the Cease and Desist onto the Tom Kench. And they are going to be able to take him down. Will throw now a Killer Instinct in. Double kill for Zui. Boom is going to get traded back as red and white for the Aphelios. And that is going to mean that the Crashouts are not going to continue the play. So still a 2-for-1 in their favor. Look at Capville, though, unanswered here in the side lane. Looks like he's going to be able to get the entirety of that bot tier 1 for free. Clasper going in once again, and Domination still has the red and white guns. That's going to be a flash away for Will Show him. And Domination not willing to commit the flash to follow.
Uh-oh. Okay, this is the part I'm worried about is Capville. Is when you're building like this and you're this full AP thing, I'm pretty sure Zui is going to absolutely dismantle you and one-shot you.
That's true, yeah. Like through the shields.
Yeah.
We're just gonna like pop.
I'm pretty sure this is gonna be like book second or something. It sure looks like it to me. I'm imagining Zui has a fair amount of gold in their inventory. Maybe not.
Book second? You mean like Medtries?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I mean hat. What am I talking about?
Ah, the hat. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it does leave us a little bit curious. You were thrown off by the book in the inventory. I see what happened there. But it is going to be the Shadow Flame, in fact. The mask is going to be the article of clothing that Zui is going to opt for.
Okay.
I guess a book isn't really an article of clothing. It's more of just an accessory.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little bit caught up in the weeds of it.
Okay. So, Herald's down. Nothing really on the map for the next 3 minutes. No real big objectives to fight for. That doesn't really mean anything. These teams can still go for anything. Or Hackathon, whatever his name is spawned.
Oh, Otacon, yes.
Otacon.
That guy. That dude.
Yeah, the thing. Top lane this game.
You could just call him Mordekaiser's BFF.
Yeah, I was about to say, to me, it's just the new objective. That's his name in my head.
Fair enough.
Well,
new objective is getting taken down right now.
Yeah.
We do have P-Dog is in the area, but looks like the side of the Crashouts are not going to fight for this one. Boltfont just standing guard there in the tri-brush. And Capville and Clasper, alongside Daisy, are going to be able to take down new objective.
Yep. Probably had no idea that it was happening. One of those random things of Nunu just gets to solo objectives because he consumes them and they die because it does true damage.
That's true. He does do that.
Yep. So that's pretty big, I think, just for the levels of it. Again, it's just giving you the stats so that this Kaisa, damage isn't as big. Armor gain is such a huge part of this game now with levels ever since the durability update was added to League of Legends.
Yeah.
And we're going to see this roll in now from Nunu. Okay, nope. Getting at some bushes.
So, little over a minute on the Dragon. We've got a little bit of time still. So now is the time when we start to see the setup. We do have P-Dog coming out of base right now. And taking a look at item spikes, 2 items for both the carries on the side of the Crashouts. Not quite completed on those 2 items for either of the Conduit carries. We got some bases coming out right now. Does Protomorph have it on this base? Oh, he's actually not basing right now. My mistake. Canceled. I was a little bit confused there.
They're going to go on him. This is the full engage, and can Capville do anything?
I mean, Will Show him. It's just got right on top of this. That'll cause the Killer Instinct to reposition away from the ultimate, and it's an easy kill on a Protomorph. Zui is going down extremely low. The Syndra is going to get taken down as well, though. That is a big member of the Crashouts that was traded still. They're up 4 versus 3 now for the Dragon spawn in about 20 seconds. Both mid laners have teleport if this drags out. And in goes the Tom Kench with the Abyssal Dive. Crashouts just kiting away towards this top side of the river. They're just giving space right now over to Conduit Sun, who will gladly take it. Voltron, though, has to be careful about over-aggressing here. They don't have vision in that line brush. Boom looking for the re-engage. Not going to find the Vault Breaker. Going to retake the Banana Brush. Actually not quite having vision of that ward in the back of the Banana Brush. They do retake control over the pit. In goes the Tom Kent once again. Not able to find a knock-up with the Abyssal Dive. Here comes Teleport off on the side. That's Zooey joining up behind the rest of the team. Capdell's in an interesting flank position as well. The Encore not really going to land. And now P-Dog domination on the Aphelios just blows them all away. It is only Zooey and Spuds able to walk away from that one. A decisive team fight win for Conduit. And they secure their second Hextech Dragon.
Yeah, just, again, they're not able to threaten onto the Aphelios. Oh, no. Zooey, you can't go for this. You just burned all your cooldowns. Okay.
Oh, Daisy is in there. He flashes away, but the Nunu, he's rolling, and he is going to be able to take down the Syndra. Nunu had the bigger ball in the end. And he will emerge victorious. Now looking even for the inhibitor turret as well. 4-man strong for Conduit here in the mid lane. They're going to be able to take the inhibitor turret, but are they overstepping? Oh, there's the Killer Instinct from Wheel Show, but Voltron's pretty tanky. The Cathian Rain is enough to burst down the Tom Kench. Now Capdell slowed up by the beat drop, knocked up by the Rupture, taken down by P-Dog. Takes another bite out of that Ivern. Now with Zooey on the respawn, gonna be a little bit of a 5v3 on the map for the Crashouts, but not really anything they can get in this window.
Yeah, Baron isn't alive for another 40 seconds. There's no real objective that they get. Maybe they're able to crack this mid tower here, but I don't know. Protomorph should be here with ult. I wonder if he'll be on time. I think they should be able to take this.
He's Clasper on the side. Gonna be intercepted by Poom. At least the Nunu does manage to get his blue buff, but not able to defend that mid-tier 1. Does indeed go down. But for the side of the Crashouts, I mean, they were just barely able to defend their inhibitor turret in mid lane. They do keep it alive, just barely. And it will regen, but Conduit Sun, they've been winning out in these last most recent sequences. This Aphelios is getting real scary domination. Really carried through that last team fight very convincingly. And now they're going for the Baron start, the T1 Baron angle, and there's no vision. That ward is canceled out by the control ward. The Crashouts have no idea. They're going to move over here now to try and check. And it's, oh, okay. Aphelios is going to take the Baron somehow. But all is well that ends well. I suppose a really aggressive Baron take for Conduit that pays off. Now a Voltron? Oh, they're looking for Zooey. Oh, they're on top of the Syndra. They're going to trade the Tom Kent for the Syndra every time. Jake desperately, he's flashing. He looks for the Vel'Koz, will get him. Trades himself off, though. And now that's both carries down. The mid Crashouts, they don't have either carry. Boom goes in. They do manage to take down the Aphelios, and now there's no damage on either side. As P-Dog and Spuds looking to fight it out against Capdell and Clasper. P-Dog, though, the Ivern damage. He has the Leandries and the Malignance. Clasper can't continue the chase. 3 for 3 in the mid lane. And that was a lot of those Baron buffs on Conduit now have been removed.
Yeah. Hopefully we're able to start getting some more damage. It's just weird watching this Kai'Sa build getting played. They're just not... You know, Jake just isn't able to get the actual damage through to burst people, right?
Yeah. I mean, what did you think about that decision of the Kai'Sa specifically in that last fight, where he went in to kill, I think it was to kill Protomorph?
Protomorph, yeah.
But then immediately died afterwards after Zooey had already been picked at the start. I feel like, I mean, yes, he's got this super aggressive crit Kai'Sa build, but I still feel like maybe he needed to play that fight a little bit slower, as Capdell is just dead.
Okay, that's
Syndra.
That's big.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Good to see Zooey still doing Zooey things.
Yep. That's we definitely expected that to be happening, and it is. But the Ivern will be back for the Dragon Spawn. Clasper, ooh, sidestep on the scatter. That was critical. Does manage to get away from it.
Yeah, be interesting to see if anybody takes this portal, an imp portal, as so it were.
Yeah, a little bit of a Fnatic portal setup there.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully the Crashouts are not going to meet the same fate as Fnatic in their disastrous playoff match that happened a couple days ago. Sorry for spoilers for anybody who was still meaning to go back and watch that. But hey, it's Fnatic in playoffs. I mean, we all knew what was going to happen. As Jake, what are we doing up here, my man? We have a Killer Instinct to reposition, but we repositioned into a Vel'Koz combo, and now we're just dead. And now the Zui is going down so low as well. The spell's not quite landing there. For the Vel'Koz, actually, the Syndra surviving for a while, but is not going to be able to get away. Zui was so close, actually, to having flashed back up, but did not quite have it for that fight. As that was very confusing, but it's just going to result in 3 kills for Conduit and Hextech. Sole point for them. Capfill just teleporting straight into the top lane. Is going to be able to get this top lane tier 2, no problem. Gets punched by Vi now. Does he care? It's only a Vi and a S13. Do they even have the damage? The ultimates are coming out, and they are managing to take down the tree in the end. But look at this. Nobody's defending mid lane. The inhibitor turret and the inhibitor itself are going to get taken down. And there's a hashtag portal there to get everybody out. Conduit's Sun are just outplaying Mint Crashouts in the semifinal.
Yeah, I think this game is getting pretty close to the wrap-up point. There's not any big spikes coming through right now for Mint anytime soon, I don't think. You know, there is 16 for Zui, but we're so far away from anything on this Kai'Sa, who's stuck on this third item. You know, Cho'Gath isn't basically able to be an effective frontline when his team is diving so hard and isn't in the same, you know, kind of screen as them almost. I don't know if Spuds is really Spuds with this, like, you know, supportive shielding thing. These fights aren't really going long enough, right? It's a one and done for the side of Mint, so I don't think they've got a way back into this. It's unless, you know, unless they catch domination by themselves without someone around, like going for a mid wave or something like this, and Zui's able to land burst onto them. I can't see how they're going to get back into this game. Oh,
Here comes Conduit. Nunu not going. Oh, it only finds the snowball onto the Cho'Gath, but P-Dog slowed up. Not going to have a good way out of this fight. Daisy with a knock up there as well. Will show him trying to get the damage out on this crit Kai'Sa, but the Nunu is so tanky. There's the Tom Kench ultimate utilized onto Clasper. As Capfill, the knockups from Daisy are just insane. The Seraphine ultimate is decent.
He's here, and so is
Domination.
Here. Oh no, Domination's
is that
going
to be
Zui.
enough? Oh my goodness, yeah, the Aphelios. Oh, he's sectioned off though. There's no Tom Kench ultimate to save the Aphelios, but boom, there's no follow-up on the Vi ultimate. Boom, just gonna get taken down. Vi without any dive buddies. The Killer Instinct had already been used by Jake. Double kill for Domination, who is absolutely dominating in this game. 8-2-4 on the Aphelios. And it's looking to lead Conduit up to match point in this series. Zui trying to hold the line. He's so strong. He's level 16 on this Syndra, but he dies to Protomorph's Vel'Koz. Makes it happen. Only 2 alive now for the Crashouts. But without Baron, Conduit's Sun not looking for the end just yet.
Yeah. Still 2.5 minutes before that last dragon spawns, giving them their soul point, but with 10 seconds on this Baron, Aphelios has red and white guns, and you have a Nunu. I'm pretty sure those two can solo that Baron real fast.
Yeah, I think they're just going to take it. Boom is alive. Right. Boom has Hex Gates, but he has no way of getting vision in this pit.
Yeah, and Daisy's going to play bodyguard.
Oh, second Baron of the game for Conduit. They are up now 5,000 gold. In addition to Soul Point, they should be able to close the game out from here. They have everything that they need. Their Vel'Koz and their Aphelios are super scaled into this game, just insanely strong. They have the range. They have the Baron. They have the Soul Threat.
Okay. Now what do we look at?
How do Mint try to pull this rabbit out of this hat?
It's the Fnatic brush of some description, right? There's nothing other than that. You can't fight this dragon. I mean, I guess we're going to.
I mean, I
But
think if Hextech Soul goes over, it's actually just game. I don't think
yeah,
you can win against it. I mean, we have seen Mint pull off some crazy heists, though, in this very series. So I guess I should never say never.
yeah, I feel like it's literally you just have to somehow catch somebody in a brush or something, right? See somebody coming at a point. They're grouped as 4. The enemy team isn't grouped. If you're able to get something like this, but man, like look at Daisy just acting as like the perfect scouting tool. Like this is so
Yeah.
annoying.
Well, she is going to die now, so it's going to be an honest 5v5 for the dragon fight. Although I guess
Yeah, but look at
Ivern,
how
level
Glass
16, look at that cooldown.
yeah, it's
Oh my god, he almost has it back again already. A domination getting
Oh.
jumped on by We'll Show Him. That's the Killer Instinct on cooldown. They chunk down the Aphelios to about 50%. Boldfont holding on to the Devourer.
Yeah, wasn't next to him, right? Wasn't ready for it. Is this just going to be one of those calls of like we have mid, we just keep pushing?
I mean,
I
it's
don't
going to
think
be tough. We've seen
I
this
don't think-
exactly play actually
Yeah.
earlier on in the game as Daisy is back again and is gone again.
Yeah,
And
I
yeah,
think you just
you're right
trade
about the
for,
call.
like an inhib.
Do they get the inhib? I mean,
They
the
could've,
reset is
but
not the
they don't.
quickest.
They don't have time to. Yeah.
I mean, that was not enough. Trading
Yeah.
Hextech Soul for mid-tier 2. I mean, Conduit
Yeah.
Sun are feeling so amazing about this game state.
Oh,
They're looking
Zui
very aggressively
just
right now for
died.
Zui, who does get slowed up.
Yeah,
That's
the
going to be
chase is
Yellow
just
Clasper
gonna be there.
flashing over, finds the Snowball, Protomorph, planting the spells off from the side there. Nice angle from the Vel'Koz, takes down Zui right at the start. Another dive forward. Oh, actually interrupted there is Boldfont, but it's going to be enough to take down Spuds, who had no way out. 5v3 on the map now. Baron is dissipating, but just
That
the
doesn't
3-man
matter.
for the Crashouts. I don't know if it's going to be enough to hold at the Nexus turrets. We'll see. The domination still with the Moonlight Vigil. Here comes Daisy. Here comes Clasper. We'll show him. Ooh, does not get hit by the Snowball. Boom, with a desperate Vault Breaker forward. The Kai'Sa's just going to get exploded. Never had the chance to press the ult or flash buttons. And that is going to be it. 35 minutes on the game clock, and Conduit Sun, the 3rd seed from Demacia, will give the Mint Crashouts their 3rd game loss of the season and will move up to match point. 1 game away is Conduit Sun from the finals.
Wow. I don't think anybody predicted this coming into this series whatsoever. Crazy to see this happen.
This is absolutely insane, man. And it's such a battle as well, these
Yeah.
games. Like, it's I mean, that would be even more surprising if Mint Crashouts were actually, like, not putting up a fight at all. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's, just such a treat, this series. I mean, the fact that the gameplay has been so intense.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And we're getting into weird territory now. It's game 4. That means you get 3 bans.
Look at that. Capfill, most
Yeah,
damage in the game
game.
on his Ivern top. Oof. I mean, yeah, you knew. I just knew. Like, as soon as they slammed it on B1, I called it out too, didn't I? I was
Yeah.
like, he's just going to slam Ivern. And he did. And he won the game by doing so much work. Daisy did so much work. I mean, you were calling it out as well in those fights. Daisy was so annoying. Just, it was like impossible for Mint. They had to use so much just to kill Daisy. They couldn't even get towards the objective to contest, like, at all.
Yeah, that game felt so hard for Mint to play. They picked dive tools really early, and Conduit went, we know how to play anti-dive, and locked in the things that made their comp basically impossible to play.
The Tom Kench was just a chef kiss. I mean,
yeah,
it was
exactly.
so brilliant into Vi Kaisa. Like you said, it was so face up. And then it did kind of feel like the Crashouts tried to, like, salvage / pivot with, like, the Seraphine, where it's like, oh no, we can actually play a rain, we can, like, play a longer fight, it's fine.
Yeah.
But that, I don't think it was the right call. I mean, I don't think the Seraphine play was bad by any means. Like, I felt like Spuds was doing everything that he could, but I mean, you called it out as well. It really was just like a one-shot kind of comp. If you're trying to play a long fight against Ivern, it's not going to work.
Yeah. Okay, we need to quickly do player of the game, and then I want to see this next draft.
Sorry.
So it's Capville, right? We're in agreement on that, I think.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Player of the game. Done. Easy. Break time, and then draft for game 4. Don't go anywhere.
Moving on. Keep moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
folks, welcome back to Game 4 Champion Select. Mint are choosing to go to the red side once again. Season on the line. What are they going to look for here in game number 4?
Yeah. I was just trying to look at all the things that are left in this series. What kind of big noticeable picks are left? One of the things I was talking about was like, oh, there's the Silas Sejuani for that like mid lane combo. So that just got taken away on round 1. Like I'm pretty sure Conduit have been banning all series. Yone and Yasuo are still open if they want to go for that more kind of aggressive mid lane kind of pick. That you have to say that is the one thing for Mint that's been going well all series for them, is that they've had mid lane priority. Is it just time to go, here's the ball, Zooey, carry us to victory? Like, go run in a touchdown?
They tried to give him multiple balls in the previous game, Storm, and it wasn't enough. He didn't have enough balls, so... I'm gonna stop. I'm sorry, guys. Jinx on the B1 for Conduit. For Domination, who absolutely, I mean, we gave the POG to Capville because we had to, but Domination was a strong second place as far as those POG votes are concerned.
Okay, so this is, I think, what makes or breaks it is the ADC pick into it. It's Smolder. It's doomed.
Wow. Okay, so my gut instinct is to agree with you, Storm. But Smolder is actually pretty strong. I mean, he was actually slightly nerfed on this patch, but he is much stronger now than he was like 3 patches ago.
Yeah, I just, when I was playing League a lot and when I was really into competitive, Smolder was new, and he was the champion that everyone on my team and everyone kept saying was going, look at how good this champion is, and I went, I'm pretty sure every AD carry at 450 farm wins the game by themselves, man.
It's so true. It's so true.
Yeah. So I'm a bit of a Smolder hater. Annie as well locked in. So Spuds has played this as a support we've seen. I have seen Zooey play this as well. Is a flex. There's the Lulu taken for the Lulu Jinx.
That feels really good for Conduit.
Yep.
Now a jungler here for Clasper, most likely. What we're expecting, or they could if they can find another flex pick. Between Clasper and Capville. There are quite a few of those, but a lot of them have been taken away at this point.
Wukong is what I'm looking at right now.
That could be really nice. You already got a team fighting composition with Jinx Lulu. I feel like Wukong would be really nice here, but they're going for the Mundo instead. So that's some nice front line
as well.
And a flex, 100%.
Okay. I don't know what jungle you take that's left who's any good.
Ooh, maybe like Lilia. Doesn't feel amazing into Mundo, but like you can kite him out okay. I mean, so you're already okay. It is going to be the Lilia, so like I feel like with the Smolder pick, you're already committed as Mint to going late, right? Like you can't really be fighting a lot early, so Lilia is also going to have time to scale. Now the question is just like, are Conduit going to be able to find some early game inroads to get themselves a big advantage before the Smolder and the Lilia can come online?
Yeah, so
honestly, Go ahead.
Here's my thought here is, do you break this Annie flex on 4 and pick your top laner? Because if you're going late and Protomorph's going to pick something dumb and stupid, there's one pick I can think of that is the late game champion who can win this game and can do it. Can you think of who I'm thinking?
Are we talking about... you're either thinking of Kayle or Kassadin.
I'm thinking of Kassadin.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so you're thinking Kassadin for Zooey potentially?
Yeah. But
yeah, I mean, I think you need him on the carry.
I really don't know what else you're able to really get that's going to be like game breaking.
I personally think you need Zooey on something that can win lane. Yeah. I don't think you have the luxury of picking him Kassadin, because if you're not winning mid lane, I think Conduit do just take all the early objectives, get a huge early lead, and just prevent you from ever playing.
Okay.
I think you need Zooey to win lane, and he can't do that with Kassadin.
Fair. I'm thinking that we're gonna see a set or something like that into this Mundo for the side of Mint. That's my guess here.
Yeah, set can be really nice into these compositions with like really big beefy front lines and like fragile back lines where he can look for
Yeah.
those juicy ult angles.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that if Mundo's building this like side lane build that Al Honest has popularized that everyone is playing now, Set just builds those items as well, and he does it better than Mundo does.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Well, you
that's
are.
what I'm looking at right now for a round 5 pick if it's Mundo top, but I think we're gonna keep that and we're just gonna pick some top.
I mean, you need frontline for Mint.
Yeah.
You still need frontline. You can't have
Yeah.
Lilia as your main frontline.
Yeah.
And they probably would enjoy some engage as well. I mean, you have Annie like Flash Tibbers, but that's not, not the most reliable in terms of hard engage. Over the Aatrox.
Aatrox.
So is this a
Okay.
counter pick into the Mundo? Is that the
Yeah,
idea here?
it's unplayable basically as Mundo because you get your
Okay.
passive procced early, like by everything, right? Every single Q sweet spot of Aatrox procs your passive, which chunks you super hard. You can't trade into him, so Aatrox gets like free reign basically the entire game.
But now they
and
just
we'll-
flex Mundo into the jungle.
Jungle, yeah, and you get whatever pick you want into Urgot top lane. Vigar's still there, which is a problem for this team.
We're scaling.
Yeah.
So Zooey is likely going to get his counter pick into the Veigar.
You
I
could just
doubt he
pick
wants
Malphite
Annie
or
into it.
something. Like any AD, like any tank.
That would be pretty
here.
based.
Yeah. I mean, even though the enemy team is like 3 AP or something.
That's
Like
true. It's not like the
Asante.
most amazing. Oh, I like Maokai so much more actually. It's not as quick as the Malphite, but I mean, you don't
I'm
like the
pretty
Maokai.
undecided. Yeah.
What are you unsure about?
Maokai top is
Tell you.
terrible. Is my
Why is that?
thoughts on. Just
I mean,
his
you
base,
don't care about
yeah.
winning the lane.
His
Like
base
Maokai's
stats
just
are
gonna sit under his turret.
Yeah, his base stats are so incredibly bad. Like for top lane, they purposely wanted those gone. Okay, so it is Annie mid.
Wow. Okay. I'm
Into
a little
Ligar.
bit surprised by that, but they did need engage, and it's hard to
Yeah.
find engage from the mid lane. So
Yeah.
I guess that's the thought process behind the Rakan. Yeah, I mean, it's quite a squishy draft, honestly, for the side of Mint, and it's a big front line on the side of Conduit, although they don't really have great engage of their own. It's really just like Mundo walk at you, and
Well, they have
Maokai
Maokai on
slowly presses R at you. Yeah, I mean, it can be good. And if you're stacking up to block Maokai R, then maybe you're like lining up for Veigar skill
yeah.
shots, that sort of thing.
I don't think Mint can ever walk at Conduit. Their whole game
Yeah.
is on Annie flash ult. Like I don't.
Well,
think
it is
Aatrox
Zooey's
or
Annie
Rakan-
flash ult.
Yeah, it is Zooey's flash ults. That's why I'm like not just immediately calling Conduit won the series. But I hate this for Mint. Like
What's your least favorite part?
Probably this Aatrox that we picked on 4, to be honest with you. It doesn't
Yeah.
fit with the rest of this team whatsoever.
What would you have rather seen? What would you have picked?
I like I was talking about, I think Set was really good here.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
I just really think you needed like some sort of actual like more beefy frontline fighter. I'm just wondering though who's left because like Urgot's banned.
I mean,
There's no-
Ornn was still up.
Nope.
There's been no Ornn in this series at all.
Yeah, I don't think you could pick Ornn though into the Mundo. I think that's just throwing it.
Okay.
Maybe Mordekaiser was available, but then it gets your team into such being so AP heavy again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and he's really
maybe.
fake front line as well because he just like disappears for half
there's-
the fight, right? So
That's fair.
yeah, I mean, maybe it's fair to say that there were just not really
Yeah.
any great options for P-Dog here. I mean, you have to consider champion pools as well this late into a fearless series. I mean, he's probably just running out of picks that he's comfortable on, realistically. So see if the Aatrox is going to work out. It is going to be against the Maokai, who is terrible at laning, as you were just pointing out earlier. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably going to be fine for the Aatrox at least, right?
Yeah, I mean, he should be able to win like that, but it's the thing of like Maokai can dodge your Q3 almost always, right? Because you
Yeah.
can W away from it.
Or
So
you can
you
just
should
smash Aatrox
sure
away from
away
you.
from you. So like you should never get hit by like an Aatrox third Q. The other two you get hit by all of them always, basically. And you rely on like your passive healing to keep you in the lane because Aatrox is a spellcaster and casts a lot of spells. It's not a lot early, so
Yeah.
I'm a little worried though because I don't think you have a good 2v2. And how Mundo jungle works is Mundo clears like insanely ridiculously fast, but he is insanely ridiculously low while you do it.
Mm.
Like he'll exit the jungle at like, have cleared every single camp by like 310, but it'll be at like 200 or 300 HP.
Does he get like bonus AD or something when he's low? Or how does that?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
I'm thinking of like old Olaf, I think.
his E does give you bonus AD based
Oh, it
on how low you
does.
are. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Does Olaf still work that way as well? Or did they change
He
it?
gets life steal. He gets more life steal the lower you are. That's what it
Ah,
is.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Okay. Yeah, we have been seeing a little bit of Olaf jungle in recent times as well, but not
Yeah.
in this game, obviously. Um, so yeah, I mean, top lane is like gonna be okay for P Dog up there, but like winning lane against a Maokai, whoop de doo, like who cares
Yeah.
really?
Yeah,
Um,
it's you have to be able to transfer this into something big. And it's like mid game, Mint have to blow the game open because late game for them is like on one person, right? Their late game is Smolder,
mm,
whereas Conduit have like arguably four of the best scale, like five probably of the best scaling champions in the game. Jinx is probably like one of the premier hyper carries.
really good.
Vigar scales better than basically every mage in the game. Mundo scales
Maybe
better
a
than
soul.
yeah. Yeah, Mundo scales better than almost every tank. Maokai scales better than almost any tank. Lulu's probably one of the best supports in the game with items. Like, Mint have to blow this game open in the mid game so that they have an advantage heading into late game. Because if this game just goes to 40 minutes, I think Conduit wins every time. So Conduit's my pick to win. I don't want to say
It's
it, but they
you heard
win,
it from
I
Storm,
think.
guys. You heard it from the president of the Conduit Sun hater fan, or that's hater
Yeah,
fan club
fan
is not
club.
really a thing,
Yeah.
but the anti fan club. There it is. That's what
Yeah.
I was looking for. But even him saying that based on what we've seen so far, based on this game 4 draft, we're looking at Conduit Sun to potentially punch their ticket into the finals. Mint have already lost 2 more games, double the games that they lost for the entire season up to this point, and now they are up against it. Let's see if they can bring us to Silver Scrapes or if Conduit Sun are going to be able to punch their ticket to the finals. Don't go anywhere. everybody. Match point for Conduit Sun. They're on the blue side once again, but based on the emotes, looks like spirits are still relatively high for the Crashouts as they look for a 5-man play in the top lane bush.
Yeah, but we've seen and we know where. Oh, whatever. Capville has stood in the same spot
Maybe.
the whole time. Oh my God,
It
he's
took a second to react there. The briefcase for Flasher. Okay, they're just gonna flash on him. Captain with the flash away.
No!
Will show them the ignite is ticking. The healing. The Brambles match. He will die. He will eventually die. That was 2 flashes and an ignite. But they will get their prize of the Maokai. And it was the Smolder who picked it up.
So he also face planted into a wall with his flash.
Oh dear, I missed that. I kind of wish you didn't say anything, and now I'm burdened with that knowledge storm.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to have their eyes seared. That's why I screamed in terror, because that was
makes
bad.
sense. I thought you were just really scared for Capville.
No, I was. I am still the president of the Hate Club. I want Mid to win this series, guys. I'm sorry to say it. I am the biased caster today.
Well, they're going to have to win 2 in a row to make your dreams come true, Storm. Let's see if they can do it. As we are going to grasp for Capville up here. So he's going to be looking for some short trades on the Aatrox. Just get your grasp auto and then smash him away. Kind of the idea here.
Yep, try and utilize that extra attack speed that Maokai passive gives you for those hits.
We also have grasp on Protomorphs of Vhagar. Thoughts there?
I hate that. That's disgusting. That's my thoughts. Back to you.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not really sure how to follow that, but I mean, it's gonna give him sustain in lane? Question mark.
Yeah.
He's gonna be tanky later? Exclamation point.
I don't know. Maybe it lets you match the auto trading that Annie does because she has the auto range of like 600 for some weird reason still.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I'm sure he's going like Rod as well, so he is actually just going to have a lot of health. But Lilia does percent health damage, so maybe.
Yeah. Maybe this is to synergize with that frozen or the mana item that gives health that Vhagar builds sometimes.
Oh, are you talking about the Bloodletter's Curse item, like the AP?
No, the tier item. The tier item that gives you HP.
Like Archangels.
Nope. The tank one.
Rod of Ages?
Nope. The tank tier item. Fimbulwinter.
Fimbulwinter. Ah, thank you, Caddy. Yeah, I was really struggling there.
Yes. For some reason, Vhagar builds that a lot. Because basically, as Vhagar, the AP you need is Rabadons, because it gives you percentage AP, and you need your passive. You don't really need a lot other than that.
Well, there's the tier. And here is the Lilia in the top lane. Lands the Swirl Seed. Capville with the Bramble Smash, and he doesn't have Flash from level 1. Remember, and that means Boom is going to be able to secure that kill. 2 on the board now for the Crashouts.
And that is big because it is a wave getting crashed into the tower as well. So that is like CS and everything getting denied from this Maokai who doesn't have teleport too. And this is going to be like a big wave now. It's going to crash back in like 2 minutes into this top lane. So they are able to repeat this. And Maokai's flash should just be up as this wave is like getting into the tower. So see how fast he's able to crash this wave.
Pretty much worst case scenario there for the Maokai, honestly.
Yeah, no idea what Spuds is doing over here, but whatever. It's not like Smolder needs him.
Yeah. Just doing some stacking down here. It's another stacking champion. Who did we see? It was Domination who was on the Senna in the first game.
Yeah, and we saw the Asol as well.
That's true, yeah. Now we have the Vhagar and the Smolder. We actually have double stacking this time around, which is just a lot of stacking. Capville going to go in with the Nature's Grasp there, or the Twisted Advance, rather.
Okay, it's going to wear off.
Well, maybe the stacks, did they fall off?
Yes.
They did, but now we're stacking it up again. And Capfield's going to get hit by the Q3, as that's the twisted advance to try to get away.
But it
Flash
yanked
did.
him.
How did he
Oh,
flash? Just
it came
barely
back.
got flashed back up to
Wow.
survive there. That was
I think-
very close.
Pito could have followed and killed one, but I guess it's probably not worth it to burn your flash at this point. That guy's 0-2 already with 17 CS. Oh, goodbye.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage from Zooey. Didn't even need the flash to set up that play. It does get it out of Protomorph right as Zooey's is coming back off cooldown as well. And the Veigar had already used the teleport. Went for that early reset to get the tier. Teleported back to lane. Pretty greedy from Protomorph. And is now paying for it. Down about 10 CS and the flash. Boom. Start on this first dragon. Had bought Prio, but now Domination and Bullfon have been able to push that out. And Clasper is right here in the river, just staring at this dragon getting taken. But with Zilly rotating over as well, that is going to be the difference. Extra man for the Crashouts, and they will get this first dragon to complement their 2 initial kills. Okay, that smite was not ideal, but it's not going to matter.
Yep. Mundo Q is not real and it can't hurt you.
It didn't that time anyway.
Yep. So that's how the matchup of Maokai into Aatrox goes, that you dodge Q3 and you get chunked a ridiculous amount of your health bar and you go, why did I pick this? Speaking as someone who likes playing a lot of Maokai top, think it's pretty abysmal in current League of Legends, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did kind of have his moment in the sun. I think that was, maybe early last season. Not like last year.
Yeah.
It's so confusing now with the new season system
thing
that they're trying to do. It's pretty ridiculous, yeah. But you know what I mean. Like, there's the flash advantage for Zooey, sets up the play, and there's an Aatrox here in the mid lane who does manage to secure the kill. P-Dog with his first, and the Crashouts with their third.
Okay, so we got this early game lead that I was talking about that I wanted to see from them. We've killed 3 people. We've got our first dragon. The grubs are coming up, and we're ready to fight for this, I'm assuming, or...
Well, Clasper and Boldfon are also ready to fight this. See what Boom's going to be able to do. Does have level 6 as well. Both junglers still holding on to their ultimates for now. Yeah, Capville just now. Wait, no, wait. There it is.
Nope.
Okay.
There you go.
Does get the ultimate unlocked there. And with the top wave pushed out, this could be the angle for Conduit. Grubs are now alive. Trying to get some control in the mid lane as well, though. They are going to get this mid wave pushed out as well. And now the Grubs have been started up by Clasper. The AD carries just casually farming down there in the bot lane. That's going to be Boldfont an early polymorph. First Grub has been secured.
And we see Aatrox is now moving down and is ready. Okay, 1 Grub, and we're happy with that? Okay.
I guess that would be fine.
Yeah.
But 2 Grubs now is going to be contribute towards the feats. Boldfont doesn't want just 1 Grub. He wants another one. But the team's not going to be able to force their way in.
Okay. I don't know.
So
does that give you feats of...
Yeah, the 2 Grubs does contribute towards the feat of monster slaying. So the Crashouts just need 1 more neutral now, and they will get the feats of strength.
Okay. Aatrox also had his W change that now does physical damage, so that means that he likes to build things that stack it. So he's able to build Black Cleaver again. So guessing we're going to see that. Might still be Shojin Rush. Might be that weird volcanic cyclosword or whatever its name is too.
Yeah, I'm sure that the lethality build for the Aatrox is going to be pretty happy about that change as well.
Yeah.
Let's see what P-Dog wants to go for. I think probably a more bruise redirection would make us a little bit more happy, given these team compositions.
He really wants this plate, man. You can just see it.
He does. I mean, he's been winning the lane so hard. I feel like he's earned a plate, don't you?
Yeah.
Capfill will deny him for now.
This is kind of the Maokai thing. You just kind of sit there and tank things and go, haha, I'm going to get gold eventually.
I'm a tree.
Yeah. I heal by you doing things.
He's actually kind of a cat with this skin.
Yeah.
It's almost more cat than tree. in
It
this
makes me hate him more.
situation. Really? You're
Yeah.
not a fan of the Meowkai skin?
I'm a dog
Woo-woo?
person. I'm not a cat person.
Ah.
Yeah. I'm allergic to cats is one of the major contributors to this.
I guess that would make sense then.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We'll allow it.
Yeah.
We do have another dragon coming up in about 30, a little over 30 seconds. We'll see if the Conduit Sun squad is going to allow the Crashouts to secure this. Because remember, as we highlighted in the draft, Uzui is going to dodge the briefcase, but cannot dodge the Vagar ultimate. Floating Lullaby, though, now onto 2 for Poom. There's the watch out. Oh, it's going to be flashed as Protomorph. Had some tenacity there, but the booming blows are going to be enough to secure that kill onto the Vagar. And Clasper
So,
going to be able to walk that one. Oh, are you okay?
The sleep was canceled by Tibbers punching him.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
that's suboptimal.
Yeah. That's what I was laughing at, was the dead Tibbers rocking the sleep.
Well, I mean, it worked out.
Yep.
Boom got the kill anyways, and now they will be able to transition that into their second dragon and to secure on the feats of
Yeah.
strength.
And
But what I was
P-Dog-
about to say... Oh.
Oh. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the side of Conduit Sun, this draft, are very comfortable going late. I mean, they're a little bit behind. I mean, it's starting to get towards, like, a concerning amount of being behind. But in general, I think they're still feeling okay about their position in this game. They're scaling up. Vagar's got his Fimbulwinter. He's stacking away.
Yep. Pretty sure you are not supposed to rush that, by the way.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird. I mean, he has 0 damage. So...
Well, check how much AP he has compared to Annie. I bet you it's close, to be honest.
Oh,
with
you think it's close?
115 on Vigar. How much AP does Annie have?
147.
147. So it's 30
Okay.
AP difference.
I mean, that's like 1.5 amp tomes.
Yeah.
Not that much, I guess.
Yeah. Also considering I think Vigar's scaling numbers are much higher than Annie's.
Yeah, the
Like,
AP ratios,
yeah,
probably a little bit of an
yeah.
edge there. Just stacking up that grasp as well, as we can see. He's just stacking all kinds of stuff as Protomorph
Yeah.
in this game.
Probably has
Stacks
that
on stacks.
Gathering Storm as well.
Oh, you better believe it.
Yeah. What will we get is it Infernal Rift this game? Or is
It is a
No,
Chemtech soul
Chemtech
this
soul.
game.
Okay.
Our first Chemtech soul of the day, I do believe.
Boo.
We had some really fun ones earlier on.
Yeah.
I think we had like double Infernal. Oh, no, we had 1 Infernal, 1 Hextech, and 1 Cloud.
Wow. Yeah.
So I guess we were due a Chemtech. It's fine. As long as it's not in Game 5, I'm okay
Yeah.
with it.
I'm also like, I like the things that happens to the map. Like I like the enhanced like fruit and all that
Oh.
stuff. I think that's all neat. But I just hate
You like
the
the-
actual. Yeah.
The empowered plants.
Yeah, I think they're kind of neat. I like Empowered Blast Cone a lot. I think it's so fun.
Brennan Valdez is molding somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear you. It is definitely very fun in terms of what you can do, the plays that you can look for with the Giga Cones. As now Capville is going to be able to get out of those chains and does not fall asleep. And now we're flashing forward as Clasper. That was very aggressive. I'm not really sure what we were looking for exactly, but I mean, he sent a message.
Yeah, I guess the whole idea with that was bait. Okay, Capfill's fine. Don't worry about it.
You know, he's
Yeah.
advancing, or he's advancing the
Advancing.
nature.
Yep. And it's twisted.
That's right. Thank you. Oh man, why am I struggling with Maokai's abilities so much right now? I keep getting his ultimate and his W confused. It's Twisted Advance and Nature's Grasp. I'll get there, guys.
Is it Nate?
2 minutes.
Yep.
Is it you or what? Oh,
Nothing.
teleport into the bottom lane from a P-Dog. This is another pretty aggressive maneuver, and he's going to teleport onto some Flame Chompers. So that wasn't probably what he had in mind necessarily.
Oh,
As now he's going to get...
hated
oh, there's a really awkward angle for domination, though, here off on the side. He gets flashed on by P-Dog, but the Jinx stays alive thanks to the Lulu. And now the Aatrox doesn't have anything left. The Domination going to be able to space this one out. Oh, flashing the Smolder. Oh, we'll show him. Gets in there with the Fireball. Takes down the Jinx. And meanwhile, on the top side, Boom finds the kill on a Capville, who was trying to push that lane out. And just like that, it's 3 more for the Crashouts. And we are looking at a potential game number 5, Storm.
Yep, this is how I thought this series was going. Is the Crashouts were just going to go, hey, look at our hands. Look at how good they are. And hit them with their hands. That was very much just that was just an outplay by people, right? P-Dog used his passive, used all the healing that he had there to just live so much longer than we thought was going to happen. Domination got flashed on and was forced to burn the cleanse, and all their summoners trying to just stay alive and dies eventually. And, you know, Jake on like 300 HP goes, yeah, I could get 3 kills here. It's just crazy.
Man. I didn't even notice that both of the kills in that fight went to the Smolder.
Yeah.
That is insane. And even Poom was able to get that kill off in the side lane as well. So the gold is pretty significant now. I mean, 3.5K, make it 4K this early on, as that's the first turret taken as well. Oh, they already had feats of strength.
Oh, okay.
They've had that.
Yeah.
Now they're looking for a bonus Lulu. The Swirl Seed, though, not actually going to land. And Lulu will not be punished for that little sin.
Yeah, we can blame that on elevation. That's fine, Poom. I got you. We have your excuse.
No worries. It's, yeah, I mean, it's going to be the Chemtech Soul Point now secured by Crashouts. They're stacking these up real quick.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. It is time for the shameful bounties to have appeared.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm starting to question whether this angle for the side of Conduit Sun in this Game 4 draft was really the right one. I mean, so what did they have in game? I mean, the scale, I guess the scaling has been working for them for the most part in this series. But when you draft full scaling, I think that's when things can get a little bit difficult. Protomorph gonna get stunned up by the anti-passive, has to flash to get out of that grand entrance. Teleport coming in now from Capville. Flash was in, finds the Nature's, the twisted advance. I messed it up again. But Capville didn't mess it up. He got on top of Zooey. They're able to take down the Annie after burning the flash. And who got the kill that time around? I believe it was the Vagar. Yeah, Protomorph.
So Maokai has an Oblivion Orb.
Oh. I mean, it makes sense into Aatrox, I guess. You need to cut his healing. But maybe a Bramble Vest would have been a little bit more appropriate.
Yeah, because the guy is probably going to auto you. He does have Sundered Sky.
Most likely. Yeah.
Generally means they auto you. But whatever, wanting to control his anti-heal more.
I suppose.
There's... This Herald is up, which is a big bounty if we're able to get it here.
You mean the Rift Herald?
Yeah, the Rift Herald is up.
You said Baron.
Did I? Wow.
I think
thought
so.
Herald in my head. Maybe I said Baron. But anyway,
Are we just renaming Herald to Baron now? Because they're both purple? I mean,
sure.
I think we would have to come up with a new name for Baron then.
Yeah,
what are we calling Baron now?
Yeah, I mean, Herald already has a name. She's Shelly.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Shelly the Baron, not going to be taken just yet.
So, what else is... Okay, so I'm the president of the anti-fan club, so how is Mint going to close this one out, right? It's 3 minutes till their dragon. There's a cleanse up. Domination will have flash for it. We'll show them all. Probably dies here.
Yeah, it is looking like a pretty dead dragon on my screen.
Yeah.
Gonna get knocked up by the aggressive wild growth angle there from Bold Font. Is going to help secure the kill. Oh, Maokai gets the shutdown. That's not really what they wanted to happen.
But this does give them a bounty kill because they get... Oh, no, never mind. Bounties suck. Forget what I was saying.
Yeah, what happened with the bounties there?
They got a shutdown on Smolder, so their bounties won't.
Ah.
Behind enough.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that feels a bit weird. So the entirety of the bounty, the only bounty that they're allowed to get, did go to Capphil's full tank Maokai.
Yeah, they did get a full turret gold kill. You know, that did matter.
Now, Maokai, with his newfound gold, is not going to be able to defend the mid-tier 1 turret, and does in fact get knocked up by Spuds, but doesn't really care all that much.
Yep. Spud's trying to be a great dad, knocking up all of his... Never mind, I'm not gonna...
Yo! Whoa. Oh man, kids, just mute the stream. Good one.
Yeah.
So we do have a new objective is on the map now. So he is available towards the top side here.
Yeah.
The Herald, Shelly, was taken by Poom. I kind of missed that. I was distracted for a second there, but that happened.
Oh, we're
scouting rockets.
We're very worried that new guy's getting taken.
Yeah. But
Can we
he's
just
not.
call him Action? Because Action's not in the game. I can remember that name.
I mean, I guess, but then we're going to run into some issues if Akshan ever does get locked in. But you know what? That's never going to happen. I'm on board with you. We'll just call him Akshan. It's fine.
Zui does play a lot of Action, so... Or did.
Oh, does he?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know if he still does. I'm pretty sure that champion is Poo-Poo, so...
What are you talking about? Otacon is so strong. I mean, he's got that ability where he, like, shreds your armor and MR.
Yeah, do you know by how much he shreds your armor? What percentage?
No, I don't.
It's up to 50%.
That is a big percent.
Yeah. It's quite a big deal.
Well, it
new guy
seems
is
like...
going to get started, I think.
Yeah, and so this is going to mean we're giving a Chemtech Soul. Yeah, that's the call right now. I guess the read is like Chemtech Soul is trash and we don't care. If they are going to kill Zui, they are going to get the tier 1. If they can get Otacon as well, it's actually I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean they got an objective bounty off of it too randomly. I don't know why those came back.
I mean it worked out somehow. And new guy is not going to be contested. So
yeah.
This is going over. The gold is actually not that much still. The difference, I should say. The only thing that's really concerning is Aatrox now has Chemtech Soul. And I guess this is a little bit concerning as well.
That's a lot of money, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's also a little bit concerning. Is Shelly going to get the charge into the tier 3? Drum roll. Yeah, she's getting off that charge. Is the smite there? Oh, we cut away. I think she got the charge. Yes, she did. Okay.
Good job,
damage
Shelly.
has been done.
We'll see you
Shelly
dance
did
one day.
good work. That's true. Yeah. Have you ever seen dancing Shelly on the Nexus in a game that you cast?
No, because I have not cast very many games.
I forget because you're such a natural at it, Storm.
Oh, thank you. Yes, in Gold, our games tended to go a fairly long time. There wasn't a lot of stomps. Most teams generally dried games out because they didn't know how to end.
Well, hopefully we can get you a dancing Shelly at some point in the near future. But like you said, not going to be in this game.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of an interesting... LL Clasper's making a call, and he's calling the weak side police, and they're here to apprehend Zui. He's trying to get over the blast cone. He flashes to get to the blast cone, and it's just not going to work out. And Clasper is, in fact, going to take the blast cone alongside his kill onto the Annie. So a nice pick there for Conduit. And now we're looking for the hard engage onto the Mundo, who's just going to find the correct dosage to get himself out to safety.
Yeah. Whatever. That sucks for Zui that he's died and he's 0-4 this game.
Yeah, a little bit of an off game for Zui.
Yeah. But this is where you let your teammates pick up your slack, because Jake's 3-1. P-Dog is absolutely, like, disgustingly ahead. Your Lilia's really ahead. Like, just get in the backpack. You don't have to shoulder the burden this game, Zui.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, I could. I feel like a Zonya's third here for the Annie, as well as the Lilia would be great, probably.
Are you okay up there? Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, he's gonna face check the bush. Yeah. So that's he's gonna flash away. And Boom is not willing to commit the sleep onto just the Lulu. And she is speedy enough to get away from Mom as well. It's not past her bedtime just yet. Hopefully it's not past your bedtime either, everybody watching right now. It is getting a little bit late. But, Crashouts, they are looking like they want this to go even later. They're getting closer
There's
and
double
closer.
TP. They
Okay.
are we committing now,
get
Kyle? Oh,
anything?
are we just gonna find Zooey again?
They do commit the Nature's Grasp. They're on top of Zooey. But P-Dog is looking really large. Level 15 on this. Aatrox and the health bar is just evaporating. The Smolder has his stacks as well. He's just spitting on everybody. That is immediately going to be a triple kill for the tiny little dragon. As Jake looking to chase down one more. Fire generally does not agree with trees very well. And Jake going to show us that in real time. 4 dead for the side of Conduit. That's going to be Nash for Mint. And just as I was saying it, they get even closer to that game number 5.
Yeah, this should be a big thing. No Jinx ult to randomly steal this either. I'm sure Poom is going to smite this very, very late just to piss Jake off.
Oh, man. Nope, the smite was good this time.
Okay.
It seems like they have managed to recover the mental, is kind of what I'm getting from this game 4.
Yeah. Mental recovery. There's Zhonya's finish now for Poom, making sure to keep themselves safe. Yeah. I don't think you have this one, Conduit Son, unless the enemy team wants to fountain dive you. Pretty sure you lost this game.
Well, it's looking very likely. But remember, Storm, you know, your power as a caster, you need to use it responsibly. So we're not going to completely call this one before it's over.
Sure. Okay.
But it is looking very, very good for Crash. And I think you walked the line there very nicely. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
There's a minute until Elder Dragon. So they just have to get Elder Dragon, right? There you go. There's the win con.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy. Just steal Elder.
Yeah.
As you know, we've seen objective steals earlier this series, so it's not entirely out of the question.
But the unfortunate part of the Chemtech map is you get to clear all of the wards very easily.
Capville gonna kind of deny that Mega Blast Code from his own team as well.
Yeah. That's whatever. Okay.
I mean, Clasper does not.
In his own game.
He's just being a tree.
Yep.
Putting down roots over there in the side lane.
How much CS a minute are we as Maokai?
Let's not think about it too much.
Yeah.
As Boldfont is almost just dead to Smolder. Does manage to get away from Mom once again, though. So we're going to keep our Lulu alive for the team fight. Elder Dragon in 10 seconds. Mid control, obviously, for the Crashouts. Got Zooey coming in on the flank angle.
When we have a sec here, so let's see. How many stacks is Smolder on? I'm just curious.
Enough.
It's a lot, I know, but I just want to hear the number. 280, it looked. 270. Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot. As Capville is going in with a twisted advance. Wild Growth as well for a little bit of an engagement, only onto the Rakan and the Annie. And that's going to be a Swirl Seed connecting onto the Lulu, who's already so low. P-Dog flashing in there with the Darkened Blade, executes the Lulu. And now Protomorph not going to be able to get away either. It was a desperate attempt from Conduit Sun, but they have been outscaled. They have been outfought in this game by the Crashouts, by the #1 seed from Demacia, who will dominate the team fight, and they probably don't even need the Elder Dragon. They have Baron on for just about 10 more seconds, but even without the Baron, they probably have enough in the tank to win against just Clasper's Mundo. The inhibitor, at the very least, is going to get taken down. 20 seconds on both the Jinx and the Veigar. Not too much of a minion wave here to work with, and Baron has dissipated, but Clasper has to flash away from the Smolder ultimate. Nexus turret's now under fire, and the Mundo is too low to really approach the minion wave. Boldfont is back. A couple more seconds, and they will have their carries back alive, but that's going to be the Smolder executing the Doctor. The Nexus turrets are now exposed. Boldfont has to go back to the fountain once again. Domination, though, pretty strong. That's going to be Zooey flashing in. They find the Jinx, and they find the win here in game number 4. Mint Gaming Crashouts will push us the distance Cue up your silver scrapes, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to 5.
Farewell. Farewell. Yeah. I was there live for Mark doing that. That
Oh
was
man, the
terrible.
the Mark Zimmerman rendition. Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I wonder who got play of the game in that one. Is it perhaps our Smolder?
Yeah, it probably is. I mean, P-Dog played really good also, but he was like
Yeah.
leaning against the Maokai, so I guess it was kind
Yeah.
of free. Yeah, it probably is just the Smolder, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll give it to them.
Yeah.
Sure. Now we get
Yeah,
a no
Jake
ban
popped
game.
off.
Ooh.
We get no bans. Oh man, so all the picks are gonna come out. The Urgot jungle. Oh,
The
what else
Zui
is
Karma?
coming back? The Silas is going to be available. Oh god, not the Karma.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the more supportive angle for Zui worked in this last game. Maybe that is the angle.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see. Let's just. I'm sure the teams are wanting to get into it, so we'll jump into the quick break, guys, and then we'll be back for the last champion select of the night. We'll see you there. right, everybody, welcome back. Our last champ select phase of the night, Game 5 Fearless. That does, of course, mean, guys, that there are not going to be any bans at all for this last game. So the Silas, the Vladimir, the Karma, the Bel'Veth, the Amumu, the Urgot, the Jax, it's all going to be left open. See what the teams decide to prioritize. Conduit are going back to the red side for this last game.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see. Wonder what the first pick will be for Mint. I'm guessing in Conduit's case, there's probably going to be an Urgot in there, just as this flex pick for them. I imagine it's a flex.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll take it in the first rotation.
Yeah.
I would not surprise me at all. For Mint, I feel like it's probably just an 80 carry on one. I mean, I don't know if any of Zui's picks are like high prio enough to where you want to like first pick it.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all because there's no round 2 bans or anything, right? You just need to see what you're playing.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I don't think you're really worried about Protomorph stealing away Vlad from you or something.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, Protomorph, I definitely feel like has kind of played his best picks already.
So
definitely curious to see what he brings in. Yeah.
Malzahar is available now and isn't banned. I'm pretty sure in like games 2 and 3 that was getting banned.
Second phase banned, yeah. True.
I meant. So that's available. Again, he plays a lot more like the supportive stuff. Lissandra's available as well. The kind of classic Lissandra pairing isn't there because Viego's banned. Or like has been picked, right? So
Fearless banned, yeah.
Yeah, Fearless banned. So like you don't get that, but I'm sure Protomorph will pick something, right? Like there's the Urgot.
Well, if he
like
doesn't lock in a champion, then we are going to have a bit of a problem, Storm.
I mean, like some sort of carry, right? I can't imagine the Amumu is going to be the pick. It might be for Mint. That is like a B1 thing you can take as Amumu. He's generally pretty good. He can be a support, I think. I wouldn't really want him there with things open like Milio and whatnot, but
be like a decent Senna lane, but Senna, of course, is not available. Was played game 1.
Will say other things that are available that's like kind of weird is like you're thinking like, oh, Orin's super high priority. Braum is available. Hasn't been picked yet this game.
Yeah, good shouts there.
Yeah, a lot of the hyper carries have been picked. Okay, there's Sejuani. So Silas looking really spicy already.
Sure, you could think about things like the Yone as well.
Yeah. Even like to pick into Sejuani, right? It's such a powerful ult.
Oh yeah, true.
As well.
Very true. Yeah, I wonder if Conduit are going to feel the need to take that away from Zui here with their first couple of picks. Definitely, I feel like the Urgot, I mean, they played it in game 1 the past 2 weeks in their previous playoff matches. So yeah, I mean, they love this pick, and we're gonna get to see the Urgot jungle more than likely come out, as Catfill will likely save his pick until the end of the draft, unless it just happens to be like a good matchup for Urgot or something. Whatever we do see P-Dog lock in.
Okay, and now what else do you take here? So there's lots of 80 carries left. Kind of this weird point. Okay, Sivir. The run at you comp with Sivir and Urgot is kind of getting born.
Okay, yeah, some good synergy there, definitely.
Yeah.
I like that pairing for sure, and the spell shield can be really nice to immune glacial prisons and that sort of thing.
Yep.
So seems pretty good. You are, of course, a little bit short range. So what are some good 80 carries that could punish this Sivir pick?
Kog'Maw.
Okay.
Let's go.
So we're going to have a hyperscaling battle in the bot lane.
I don't know about Soraka. I think Milio would have been better, but...
Infamous heal bot, you mean? I don't know who Soraka is.
Sorry, the heal bot. Because the people who play Soraka in my ranked games are bots. They're not real humans. Blitzcrank. Okay.
Right. Wow. I mean, I definitely get the thought process into the Soraka and the Kog'Maw, right? If you get either one of them as the crank, you're feeling pretty great about it. Not as good into the Sejuani, but, it's fine.
Sivir also is able to, do a fair amount of damage to somebody if you pull them a split screen, because you basically guarantee a 2-hit Q onto them.
Yeah, true.
Like, it's a fair amount of burst, so I like
Pretty
that.
threatening already from Conduit, but Mint have the makings of a really standard, front to back scaling team fight comp if they just want to fully index into that.
They just need beefy boys, and they need secondary damage. You can't just play 4 tanks and Kog'Maw. I wish you could, but you can't.
Yeah, the Uzi strategy. Shout out to Uzi.
Yeah,
Latest Hall of Legends inductee, of course.
of course.
But that strategy doesn't really work as well in the current day and age of League of Legends. So I'm with you, Storm. The Sylas is still looking really, really good on my screen in terms of something that both these teams could be looking towards. For the side of Mint, that kind of gives you both, right? It's like a beefy guy who can sort out the fights and also an additional damage threat. So maybe Conduit want to take that away on 4. It's not really a protomorph kind of champion, though. Maybe Capville plays at top lane?
Yeah, maybe. Vladimir, again, is probably something I think Zui would also be looking at. It doesn't really synergize with Sejuani, but, like, does that matter very much? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's probably fine.
Caston, baby.
You're still hoping to see Cassidon, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't really. I mean, Zui didn't really win lane. He didn't lose lane super hard either, but...
Yone and Yasuo were still there too, right?
That's very true.
There's
going to
the
be the
Malzahar
for Protomorph. You called it. So, I mean, the Malzahar doesn't really mesh with the run at you kind of comp that they had been going towards. So maybe now Conduit are kind of looking more at just like a front-to-back comp as well. But the Sivir is going to get outranged by the Kog'Maw pretty severely.
Yeah, I don't really love it. Okay, there's the Sylas.
Saw that one coming.
Yeah.
There aren't like amazing ultimates for him to steal though, to be fair. Like it's really just like Malzahar's okay, I guess, but you're mostly just looking at Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is really good, yeah.
Sivir is really good too, right?
That's fair. Yeah, maybe it is a good side angle.
Urgot ult is like pretty powerful too. Like,
yeah, fair enough. I'm
like,
wrong.
Yeah, I'm not like disappointed to be picking any of these. Oh my god, it's blind pick Renekton. Wow.
Renekton on B5, game 5 fearless that we just cannot get away from the crocodile. But in all honesty, I mean, it fits perfectly with Mint's comp, right? The Sejuani synergy is amazing. It's another frontliner for Kog'Maw. You're potentially looking at, I mean, at least 2 winning lanes here already in mid and top for Mint.
You pick something spicy here, top lane. That's the only thing you do. Wukong.
Oh, there's the Wukong. Okay. So it's almost certainly, I think, going to be Wukong top for Capville into this Renekton, and then Urgot in the jungle for Clasper. You agree?
Probably. That would make the most sense to me. I'm pretty sure Urgot's like good in Renekton. So
okay.
It's either, but like Wukong also is really good into Renekton. Passive gives you armor.
Yeah, Wukong for sure is like...
Yeah, like every top lane matchup for Wukong is like, do you do AD damage? I'm good into you because I get free armor. Do you not do AD damage? I'm pretty bad into you. You do magic damage. So I imagine it's Wukong top lane. I think, I have no idea how Urgot's clear goes, so I can't tell you anything about this 2v2 on like either of these lanes.
We just saw Jake, we'll show them all in the client chat, hit us with LL Clappers Urgot GG.
Yeah.
So he's shaking in his boots over there on the Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
It's gonna get crabbed, potentially. Zon crabbed. We'll see. I mean, it all comes down to this. We did not think that we were going to be here tonight, Storm. If wherever Pop-Tart is, I'm sure she's very thankful to Caddy that he's here instead of her, because she was dreading this exact situation. So, shout out to Pop-Tart and shout out to Caddy, who is here with us. Yeah. Thank you for being here, Caddy. But it all comes down to this. This
You
one
gotta-
final game to determine who is going on to the finals. You know, in situations like this, Storm, it comes down to like stamina as well. We need to start talking about like endurance and this sort of thing, and like mental drain, and you know, the ability to stay focused in these games late into the night. It all comes into play. It really tests these players, their endurance, and you know, the ability to maintain your performance over these long series can be really impactful.
All right. Who do you got winning this? We all know who I think is going to win as the president of the anti-fan club. Who do you got?
Oh, I mean, LL Clapper Zergot. Enough
Yeah.
said, right? I mean,
Okay.
I do like the mint draft, but I just feel like Conduit's son. I mean, I've been so impressed by the level they've been able to play to tonight. And I think, you know, in this game 5 with no bans, they're able to get their hands on a bunch of their favorite picks as well. Of course, the cherry on top would be if Capville had saved Ivern for last for this game number 5. But we're pretty happy with the Wukong there as well.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to be able to get it done. I mean, I feel like Mint have the better draft. But I just like it's something. There's like some magic in the air tonight,
Yeah.
Storm. I'm just feeling it.
Okay.
Moving through the client draft. We've got about just under 4 minutes on this spec delay, guys. Oh man, are we expecting anything early game, Storm? Are you expecting either of these teams to be popping off early?
Well, it's the thing. You have Blitzcrank. You must invade. It's the
Hey,
unwritten
them's the
rule of
rules.
legal. Them's the rules of League of Legends. You have Urgot Flip too, like who's good at level 1. Siver's probably fine at level 1.
Isn't like starting Flip really bad for your clear though? As jungle Urgot?
I have no idea. You start W as Jungle Urgot? Like, that
I don't
sounds
know. I don't
dumb.
play it either.
Yeah, like, I've never played a game of Jungle Urgot in my life, I'm sorry to tell you. I've played them a lot top lane, and you start flipping that lane, so I just kind of assumed you started flipping the jungle. Gives you a shield.
I don't know.
It does damage? I don't know.
Okay, yeah. I mean, maybe that is the angle.
Yeah.
We'll see though, guys. I think there's not really too much left to say realistically, unless you wanted anything else to tease us with, Storm.
No, I think I'm good. Mint win, baby.
Conduit son, underdogs, get the upset. We'll see what's going to happen, guys. One more quick break, and then the last game of the night. once more into the breach for both of these teams. Conduit Sun, they almost had the 3-0 tonight. Remember, guys, that first game looked like it was theirs. P-Dog with a teleport on top of the Nexus to end the game in the final hour for the Crashouts. Conduit were able to take the next two, but then Mint able to take a pretty one-sided victory there in game number 4. Now it all comes down to this.
Well, I'm already another thing to hate Conduit on. They're ignoring the rule. They took Blitzcrank and they didn't invade. What cowards.
Trying to play some mind games in the chat there. Just going to look for the blind hook over the wall. That's never going to work.
No.
So just a little bit of wasted mana there for the Crank, unfortunately. And not a good start. I don't know.
Yeah. Are we starting? Oh, there's no Ignite on this Wukong either. Boring teleport. Boo. So, does Urgot... Okay, can we look at Urgot Jungle? Does it start W? I'm just curious.
Now,
on
what
this.
does Urgot have?
He has
does start
W.
W.
Okay.
I feel like there's no way it's E.
know.
It'd take you so long to kill your first camp. Like, maybe you could start E and do Raptors? Maybe?
I mean,
don't
you
know.
have the legs to do your first camp, right? That's like the big
Oh,
thing.
I guess. Yeah, sure. Well,
Uh,
Clasper
well,
knows best. And
yeah,
he is a
yeah,
W
so-
starter.
Playing Wukong is he is intended by starting E and clicking at your opponent if they are anywhere on your screen. Yep. Wow, really fun.
Yeah, Renekton, normally a champion we think of as having a really strong early lane, right? But he kind of
Yeah.
needs all his abilities. He needs to get to like
Yeah.
level 3, and then he's
Yeah.
really strong.
I'm pretty sure Wukong stat checks almost every single champion in the game at level 1 who's like an 80 character.
Wow.
I think it's like the only
Yeah.
person he loses to is Trundle. That's it. You beat
Makes
Darius
sense.
at level 1. It's
Wow.
crazy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was the R5 Wukong, remember, as well. So this is Catfield's choice. It's one of the, few comfort picks that he still had left this late in the series, but it kind of worked out, and it's a good matchup into the Renekton here as well.
Yep.
Both junglers pathing towards this top lane. Could see some early action up here. Urgot a little bit faster on the clear.
Yep. Something I wasn't expecting.
I mean, Sejuani is quite slow.
That's fair, I guess, but yeah, Clear apparently is pretty quick. He's done it.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Some early
oh,
chains landing for Zooey there in the mid lane.
yeah, did look up this matchup. Is very Malzahar favored. Oh,
Oh,
Spuds.
max range hook for Boldfont. But Domination was not actually in position to follow up on that one. And it will, in fact, be the Sivir somehow who takes most of the damage there.
Okay. Here it is.
Clasper, who's going to get the crab? As Poom, in fact, is just going to give it up. Just going to arctically retreat there. Away from the crab mound.
Uh-huh.
We'll be able to trade for the South Crab. Clasper's not
Yeah.
going to contest that one.
We are the
that mid-prio.
Clogfather as Urgot as well. Love to see it.
The what?
Clogfather. He's playing the toilet, Skibbity Toilet.
Clog. Yeah. Excellent. Very good.
Yeah. That's the official name of that skin, I'm pretty sure.
Is it really?
Yeah.
They really did just go full Gen Z with that one, didn't they?
Yeah. It's really weird that Urgot has so many joke skins. You would think he shouldn't, but whatever.
Yeah, he is somewhat of a serious champion, isn't he?
Yeah, very much about death and torture and pain and eternal suffering and stuff. Yeah.
Although I guess the archetype of like, a guy with a bunch of legs that looks like a crab does also have a lot of potential for like silly angles.
Yeah.
So it does kind of work.
Okay. W.
Oh, P-Dog going on pretty low,
Yeah.
but so is Catfill. Oh, the Cola made
Cannon
out of
Minion?
minion autos! Oh, he barely lives. Very close call there in the top lane, as both the monkey and the crocodile will limp away from that one.
Yeah. Okay. Not really what you want to be seeing from your Wukong being down like 12 CS to a Renekton. When you pick this
Another
as a
hook
counter.
onto Spuds. That's going to be the Soraka chunk down to about 50, but the Crank is now entirely out of mana. So no more
Yep.
hooks without a trip back to the fountain first.
Would also like to point out that the Sivir has a cull already. Got that
Makes
first
sense, honestly.
reset off. Yeah,
Nice to get it so early. Really good.
yeah.
We also have the... oh, never mind. I got baited by... I thought the jungle pet was a tier for a second.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Interesting. I think this is... I don't know what that's actually going to be for Sejuani. Who knows what she's building with that.
Ooh,
Could
I
be
hope it's not
Heartsteel?
Heartsteel.
Yeah, I
would
also hope
prefer
it's not.
But it can't be Warmogs, because that's not an item that you buy first anymore.
Yeah, unless you are specifically Cho'Gath or somebody who gets innate health on your kit. Or bonus health or whatever it is.
We do have the Rectrix there for Clasper, so it's going to be a very
Yeah.
aggressive, probably like a Ghost Blade first for the
Yeah.
Urgot.
Yeah, this is how... So, this is like the weird Urgot thing. You play him like Darius. You build movement speed items, basically. So you go like Ghost Blade into Dead Man's Plate stuff.
Yeah, because I guess the most important thing is that you're able to like position to
Yeah.
get max DPS out of
That's
your
one
knees.
legs.
Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. Honestly, I wonder if any Urgot jungle players like take Ghost for like maximum move speed. I guess you just
think
need
so.
Flash too much.
Yeah, you have to use Flash, especially because you can Flash E, right? And it's such
Ah,
a
yeah, true.
it's such a check onto people that I don't know why, but some people like Urgot's not popular enough that some people don't know you can Flash E them.
Or you can buffer it, right? So it's
Yeah.
like E Flash
Yeah.
and give like
yeah.
no reaction time at all.
Yeah, exactly. And like most people I think should know that by now, but like a lot of people don't, and you just catch them with it and you kill them and they go, "What?" You go, "Yep." Urgot E is a wacky ability. If you do it on Cassante when he ults you over a wall, towards like the middle of it, if you buffer it right, it'll put him back at the start of your E.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild.
It's funny.
All right. Well, to bring it back to
Yeah.
what's currently happening in
Yeah.
this game, we did just see P-Dog doing some proxying, which was able
Yep.
to take a couple of minion waves there away from Capfill. We do have the first dragon alive, but nobody's feeling confident enough to look towards it just yet. I guess both sides are feeling pretty okay about their scaling situation.
Yep. See that there is all the wards on it for the side of Conduit Sun. We do see that Urgot is moving towards it. But Poom is here looking for a play. So
The lane gank.
Yep.
It looked like
Trying
that
to
wave
bait a
was
hook, right?
pushing... Yeah. It's actually just going to go in with the Arctic Assault. But
Yeah.
just gets a spell shield there out of domination.
So it's not
Dragon
trade
has
at
been
all.
peeled off of
Yeah.
by Clasper, so it is going to reset. But we've got a recall being channeled by Poom, which does mean this first dragon is just going to be given over. Grubs are also alive, but the Sejuani obviously not in position to immediately look for that trade.
Yeah. Looking like with all these additional health items, this is probably Heartsteel, Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. There's like a good number of short-range characters on the enemy team where you can probably get like a good number of stacks, and it's fine. I just feel like Sejuani benefits so much from resistances, right? And Heartsteel doesn't give you any of those, but it's fine.
I'm a
You know,
big fan
resistances and health stack off
Yeah.
one another. What are you a big fan of?
of that Froststorm item, the support item that you can build on Sejuani.
Oh,
That was
Zeke's.
fun.
You like Zeke's
for-
on? Yeah.
I like Zeke's first item, Sejuani Jungle.
It's very thematic as well,
Yeah.
which is I'm about that for sure.
Yeah.
Now, we are going to see all three of these grubs getting secured by the lady with the boar.
Yeah.
And so that is going to be a trade of those initial neutrals. Flashbacks to last season, or, earlier this year.
Yeah.
Is it
Like,
earlier?
I was about to say like 6 weeks ago or whatever.
Yeah. It's
We
around
moved
there.
over from this Noxus map to this beautiful Ionia map. I
Yeah,
like it
the
so much
map
more.
changes. Yeah, everybody really likes the new map. The initial patch where they changed it, though, I was having a lot of performance issues, actually.
Oh.
But then they all kind of just like went away the patch after that. So I'm not really
Nice.
sure what was going on there exactly. But I am also now enjoying the Ionia Rift. It is very pretty.
Yeah.
And
So,
Capbill, or Clasper, joining up with Capbill here in the top lane. That's going to be the Cyclone on to P-Dog, who pops the Dominus for that little bit of extra HP, but the Fear Beyond Death, when is it going to come out from Clasper? He does land it, and Nats gets the flash out from the Crocodile, who will be able to survive. Hook in the bot lane for Boldfont, and Real Sholem is saying, how dare you hook me? I'm going to spit on you. And Boldfont's going to say, okay, I'm very sorry, I will run away now.
Yeah, just kind of weird down bot lane here. Nothing's really happening down there, just farming happening. See Sejuani trying to bait some sort of tower dive here, especially with Renekton having that stun into the permafrost, but they're not going to fall for that. Nothing
I think you ever
really...
look for that after using both ults.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's just farming up. Nothing really that big. I mean, Mint is farming better, technically.
Technically. By a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think you can tell that it's a game 5.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody wants to be making any silly mistakes. This is everybody as locked in as they could possibly be, trying to find the optimal play.
Oh.
Zooey. That's going to be the stolen Nethergrass. Sets up for the Glacial Prison, and Protomorph flashes away and will survive. Really close call there for the Conduit mid laner. He will get away with just burning the flash. And Clasper there to cover the wave as well.
Really interested to see if, maybe if we had saved Sejuani ult for a little bit after to layer the CC better or something. But who knows? Really close.
Yeah, it was
anyway.
close.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Boom went for it immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's the real Nethergrass comes out, and the Fear Beyond Death is there. Zooey, he's trying. He flashes away. It's not going to be enough. He even got the healing there, but he does briefly go underneath that threshold to where Clasper can put his head in the toilet, and that is going to be first blood for Conduit's son, LL Clasper. LL Clapper, I guess we're calling him now, with the Crab Jungle Tech. Gets it done. Finds Conduit their early lead. We've got just over a minute now on the second dragon. Would be 2 for the Sun.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty big kill. Does give you some plates now, which is
looking for something on the
Oh.
Boldfont flashes away, gets to the blast cone, disengages from the Sejuani. That is the support now very, very chunked out, so gonna be a tough for Conduit to actually get any kind of control in this bot river.
Yep. But seeing why Malzahar wins this matchup so much, when you have Silas trying to walk and engage into you, you just summon your Voidlings and they tank all the skill shots for you. And you just get to give them some of that space aids, and the trade's all good.
Yeah. Very contagious, obviously, as Boldfont back to the scene of the crime. Gonna find the blind hook. Oh, it wasn't blind, actually. They had a ward in the bush on a wheel showing, but Blitzcrank is going down so low. The Glacial Prison as well. Onto Clapper as the Cogmaw able to get that first kill onto Boldfont.
Yeah. The fairly useless Cogma ult actually securing a kill there. Love to see it.
Yeah. It's not even the first item done yet for Will Showman. It looks like it is going to be the on-hit Cogma, which, makes sense. I don't think we were expecting AP or anything like that. Oh, there was like a few patches ago, I think. Oh, another grasp in the mid lane coming out from Protomorph. Yeah. But not enough damage there to actually secure the kill. Ooh. Meanwhile, Cyclone towards the top side. Trade of ultimates between the top laners as the second dragon does go over to Mint.
Yep. Hexgate. We're on the Hex Tech Soul Rift again.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect soul for our last game of the night.
Yeah. Probably the coolest map. Gives you all those abilities to get around the map quicker. Do all those cool plays where you juke over a wall and take a Hexgate out. Love to see it.
Yeah. Yeah. Almost matched by the
top lane here.
We're looking at the bot lane right now. Domination. Okay. Eventually the subject of a 3-man play, but does clear out the minion wave.
His back got stopped.
Boom. Ooh. Domination. This is really heads up from Domination. Does still have to burn both summoners. Maybe you could have walked that off against just the Sejuani and the Soraka, but probably the right call just to burn the flash. Make sure you can get out.
Yeah.
Does mean he's going to lose a full wave as the support obviously rotated up towards this top side to help secure the Rift Heralds. I don't know if this is a good trade for Conduit necessarily. I mean, you're really... Sivir is losing out so much just for a Herald take.
This is a full tower because of the grubs, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think it's definitely not worth then if they're going to get the full tower, and they will, you're right.
Yeah.
That's actually feats of strength.
Yeah.
Or no, not quite. Just the feat of first turret.
Yeah, I was going to say, they don't have the third one.
Yeah, still waiting on that third neutral objective, and obviously just 1-1 in terms of the kills so far, so...
Yeah.
That battle is not over just yet. It is the Ghostblade first for Clasper, like we were expecting.
God, that looks so unfun to play into.
for the Silas, you mean?
Yeah, for the Silas.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone considers Malzahar particularly fun to play either.
Fair enough.
He wins, which is the fun part, I think.
Yeah, it's exactly right, Storm. It's not about winning anymore, or it's not about having fun anymore. It's about winning the game.
Yeah.
And we'll see if the Malzahar is going to be able to accomplish that. You know, Zui going for a relatively defensive build here on the Silas, rushing the Rod of Ages. Seems like that's sort of an indication. I mean, it's a pretty common item on Silas these days, but
yeah,
it does mean that he's not really expecting things to be popping off early.
Yep. Silas is the champion of the game who gains the most stats from levels out of any character, so...
Wow. I mean, even more than, like, Kassadin or Kayle? Like, what do you mean by that?
Like, our MR
okay.
HP values, at level 18, Silas has the most of them.
Wow, interesting. His stat scalings are the highest with levels. That's very interesting. Yeah. Well, we did see Zui just go for the stolen Nether Grasp onto a Malzahar who had Spell Shield, so that didn't work.
Nope.
That's all right. Got 2 minutes still until the next dragon. And that is going to be...
wandering around an enemy jungle.
True. But he's not going to be hooking anybody right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, whoever does get this next dragon is going to secure the feat of monster slaying. So if it's the Crashouts, that would be the feats of strength. If it's Conduit, comes down to the kills.
Okay, interesting stuff. Looks like we have swapped Zui down towards the spot lane because 80... Okay, that was close.
Oh, well, it was pretty close.
Yeah, 80 carry has said I need to go top lane.
Cyclone to disengage. Looks like he will be able to do so. Stun still comes through from P-Dog, but Catfill able to get back underneath the turret is fine. Only had to burn the ult there to get away.
Yeah.
Doesn't have it, though, for a team fight. I mean, it's... Well, he is level 11, Wukong. It's probably going to be close, honestly, if we're getting that ult back for the dragon fight, and does still have teleport. Oh, Flash, Nethergrass set up in the mid lane. They are looking for Jake, who flashes away. Oh, the Fear Beyond Death is going to whip, but the hook does not.
Okay.
Old Font lands those, and that is going to be the kill for Conduit. Teleporting into the mid lane, though, for P-Dog, and Boldfont is going to get traded back. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. Now Zui, looking, Glacial Prison, missing. 3 points, field goal for Poom.
Yeah.
But that doesn't actually give you points in League of Legends, unfortunately.
Come on. Okay, first thing I've seen from Clasker is we missed our ult on a target that was stunned. That's pretty shitty.
That's not the first thing you saw. He did get a kill earlier.
Yeah.
As Domination is going to get flashed on by both the Silas and the Renekton. They both wanted that kill, but it will be Zui's Silas that ends up with the last hit. And now, once again, man advantage for the Crashouts. Nobody answering top lane, though. Capville able to get that top tier 1 uncontested. Even has time to channel the recall and does almost have that ultimate back and low health bars for the side of Mint.
Yeah.
There's the teleport for Capville and the teleport from Zui to match. This could be big in the bot lane. Capville just about to get the Cyclone back available. Is gonna have to use it right there to try to disengage. Yeah, but they have managed to get on top of the Wukong. They take him down. Meanwhile, the rest of Conduit secure themselves the dragon. So that is going to be their first Hextech dragon of the game. Trading your Wukong for a dragon, I think Conduit are okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, especially if I believe that was thing to secure feats.
Yes. Well, Mint actually, the Crashouts did get up to 3 kills, and they had gotten the first turret earlier.
Okay.
So the
Yeah.
neutral objectives
Never
didn't
mind.
actually end up mattering for the feats of strength.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
still, I mean, even with that going over, I think Conduit
Yeah.
are okay with that sequence.
Yeah. I'd trade a kill for a dragon just about any.
Even if it does give feats of strength to your opponents.
Yeah.
I think so. As Shelly now going to be arriving in the mid lane. Oh, this is a new guy. They're looking for a very early take here for the side of Mint, but I think Conduit have sussed this out. There's the Scryer's Orb, so they know all about this, and Shelly getting some prio in the mid lane while this is happening. Looking like she is going to be able to get a solo charge, most likely, into that tier 2. Zooey seeing if he can put a stop to it. Protomorph's in the bot lane for some reason without teleport. So maybe that is actually the idea for Mint behind the Otacon start, but...
Yeah.
Otacon is going to get peeled away from, and the Malzahar is unmatched, so he's going to take this tier 1 turret. That's 300 gold for Protomorph.
Yeah. Pretty quietly sitting on like 10 CS a minute here as well.
Yeah.
Doing good.
And there is probably just going to be like one explosive team fight, isn't there, that just blows this game open.
Yeah.
Possibly around the next dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole game just happens.
That'd be Otacon if we want to look for something a little bit earlier. I'm just clearing out some vision.
Yeah.
Not all the vision, though. Still a ward down there for Conduit. And they have control here, obviously, in the Tri-Brush, but a lot of Crashouts in the area. Capville is a very nice angle here. Finds the Cyclone onto Jake. We'll show them all is the target, but they're peeling for the Kog'Maw quite nicely, and it's a man advantage for the Crashouts. They're able to turn it around onto Bolt Fountain, Glacial Person onto Clasper as well, who does use the Disdain to get back underneath the turret. Now the rotation up from Conduit.
Trying to get in there as well.
He was a bit upset about it, particularly because it means it might mean that he's gonna get killed immediately after the Blitzcrank, but a kill only onto Boldfont is actually not enough for the Crashouts to feel confident in starting up the fight against New Guy. They're gonna look for the tier 1 pop here instead. They will get it. Brute force that one down. Very nice. Capville on the flank angle does not have Cyclone available right now, and the Fear Beyond Death is going to completely miss again for Clasper. Now, maybe it's just the Urgot has been banned away from him so much that now he's like a little rusty on it. I don't know.
I played it last week. Like
that's true. He did. Yeah, I don't know. No excuse.
Yeah.
Gotta hit those.
Yeah, just wait for people to get CC'd, man. You have a Blitzcrank knockup. You have, Malzahar ult. There's knockup from Wukong. You have your E. That's how your ult works. Hit it on people who are CC'd. Anyway, let's see. Item breakpoints. That's Terminus finish for Kog'Maw as well as the Rage Blade. Trying to make sure that they're a little tankier. Zooey has finished his first 2 items as well. Was this Hearthsteel for the Sejuani? Has what, 80 stacks upon it or something right now?
Not great. P-Dog getting collapsed on right now. There is the Disdain going to come through, and the Crocodile is going to get taken down. Capville able to secure that kill. And okay, so this is the Otacon start still. A whole minute until the dragon spawns. Teleport coming in. This is Capville, who does have the Cyclone. They're also going to have to burn the Flash. Get back over the wall. A lot committed there from the Wukong, but it looks like he was successful in stopping the Otacon from being taken. So a nice pick there. Everything used by Capville, but in the end, it is a 1-for-0. Conduit Sun do get.
Yeah.
This time around, though, I don't think the Cyclone is going to be back for the dragon fight.
Yeah, which is 30 seconds from now. I mean, Mint's not going to have priority in any way. They're going to have to be the ones walking in, which is a scary thing, I think. But, I mean, you just get Sejuani to stand in front of all of you, right? As long as she isn't, like, dead. Okay, no.
The line brush. All right. We're fine. Nothing happened.
Nope. Nothing of a note. All right, we just let the Crashouts walk in there.
We did. Not sure what the idea was. Oh, they are just running topside. So they're just giving over the dragon. Maybe they're thinking like, we don't have Wukong ult, we don't fight this. They were just like,
Are
we're
they
kind of like fishing around for a
starting
pick. But
Atacon?
I think they might, but the
Yeah,
Crashouts have
but
plenty of time to
they
move over
know.
here.
There's the scuttle. They
Of
ran
course
over
they know,
top of it.
yeah.
No, they're just
And
baiting.
okay, oh no, they're
Fnatic
sitting
Death
on a
Rush.
ward. Oh, they're death brushing, but they're on a ward. Bolfont flashes for it, gets the flash out from Spuds. Now it's going to be the stolen nether grasp onto Clasper, who does manage to get out of it somehow. And now Capfill fishing with the Warrior Trickster, and now it's going to be Polymorph, Protomorph flashing for it, but gets turned on immediately. A trade the Malzahar for the Soraka. I think the Crashouts feel good about that one. Capfill goes in with a Cyclone onto everybody to try and turn it around, but the damage is there for the Crashouts. It's a triple kill for P-Dog on the Renekton. They get the 5-for-2 team fight, and Demasia's #1 seed take control in Game 5.
Okay, and they are gonna go kill Atacon. Athacon?
You mean new guy?
New guy. New guy's dead. Okay, that's the claim. Alright. That should be a big level up advantage. I wonder what we're gonna start getting now off of this. I feel like it's just we need to start getting some armor. I don't think we really worry about the Malzahar damage all that much. And just kind of stack armor now if you're the side of Mint as these tanks and the Sejuani. And the Renekton and whatnot. And oh, that's a teleport.
Oh, it's my turn.
Why did... So, maybe we're calling Baron. Okay. This is a bold decision. Urgot is able to do a lot of DPS to this, as he does, you know, rotate around with the legs, but I don't think they have time for this. Yeah, they're gonna peel off.
They're not able to commit to it. Urgot is really, really good at taking those neutral objectives, like you're just talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, not able to fully commit to that one just yet.
Oh, Hex Slash?
Bolfont looking. Can't find the grab. Fighting over mid-wave right now. I mean, this game is not over yet. It's definitely the Crashouts do have an advantage right now, but the Sivir is still scaling up as well.
Yeah. Okay, so Zui has started building his Zonias. I really like to see that. We have our Thornmail done as Sejuani. Oh, we're just starting this. Okay. Sure, I guess.
There was a ward here, so Conduit, no. Clasper is going to be able to move in, get some information. The Baron is down to about 50%. Domination, got to be careful. Stepping up here on the Sivir. They're actually turning on a Protomorph up on the top side of the fight. Rocket grab for Boltfont to try to peel for the mid laner, but now the Blitzcrank is going to be the one in trouble as they take down the Boltfont. That is going to be the stolen fear beyond death for Zui. Gets a couple of fears off as well. Domination just forced to try and run for the hills, and it's going to be mid Crashouts winning out in the rest of the fight. No way the Conduit can do it without their Sivir. Zui's playing with them over here. Goes Golden, buys a moment, will probably die. Gets silenced, gets shut down by Domination, and the Baron was not taken. So it actually was a very close fight. 3-for-2 overall. The Crashouts narrowly went out.
Yeah, and they get mid turret, I guess, is the big win. The mid turret that was a sneeze away from death. Okay, sure. That is like the Zonia's down, which I think is pretty big. There's, you know, Zui's not anywhere close to being able to finish his actual Zonias, that the stopwatch is gone and there's no like rod in his inventory. So that's going to be big for this next dragon fight that's coming up in a minute. You know, kind of flash check right now, taking a look. I think Capfill's about the only one on the side of Conduit's Sun who has their flash. There is flash available for Poon now if they want to go for a flash stun. But that's kind of it for this upcoming dragon fight here in 40 seconds. And with Sivir wave clear, we are going to have first priority here for Conduit. They're able to set anything up with this Blitzcrank, or are they just going to try and buy time for Capfill on the side here?
The Hextech sold point for somebody.
Yeah.
Zui looking for the chains there over the wall. Can't quite find it on the Boltfont. As once again, the Crashouts are just going to be able to brute force their way into the river. Conduit Sun just giving the ground.
Yeah, they're scared.
Mid-Pry are going to go over to the Crashouts now as well. Yeah, definitely feels like Conduit Sun are Or maybe choking a little bit under the pressure. Maybe it
think
comes
they're
back
just-
to, you know, that conversation about endurance that we were
Yeah.
talking about earlier. Not quite as focused. They
Yeah.
are playing for push in the top lane. Catfill is going to be able to get on top of that tier 2. But getting over
Yeah.
Hextech's whole point, I feel like, was not the play. Boltfont flashing. Not going to find the hook.
Yeah, I mean, that is normally a pretty fine trade if you're getting, like, you know, first or second dragon for tier 2 turret, but I don't think third dragon's probably worth it. That's when it starts becoming a really weird call. There is a lot of gold for the side of both of these teams. Both teams have been farming really efficiently. You know, third item's kind of finished already. Is the Hurricane done for this Kog'Maw now? Now just needs to build full tank, basically, I think, for the side of Jake. Expecting, you know, just, again, more beef being built for the side of Mint. I don't foresee a lot of reason for them to build any more damage. They're kind of at the break point that they just need to be able to survive early and make sure that they're not dying to Urgot ult or dying while being CC'd by this Malzahar.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, so tense.
Yeah.
Game 5. Catfill has Protomorph on the collapse here. I'm gonna go for the
Yeah.
Cyclone onto Zui. Silas is level 16. He's pretty strong. Finds the chains back onto the Wukong, but the Nether Grasp is going to be there. They take down Zui. Baron start on the other side of the map for the Crashouts. They want to look for the punish. For the 2-man commit from Conduit towards the bottom lane.
Protomorph have TP.
And there's the teleport coming out from the Malzahar behind the Baron pit. And from the Wukong as well is going to be committed, and that's what Crashouts wanted. They just wanted to get those teleports. They immediately back out. Boom, though, getting jumped on. That is going to be a stun, though, onto Catfill. Goes for the Warrior Trickster. We want to go back in, but doesn't have the Cyclone. He used it for the pick. The Fear Beyond Death, though, gets the kill onto the Sedge. Wanting the Wukong has been traded back. The knockup is there on a P-Dog. The Renekton flashing on top of the carries. He takes down Clasper. Is P-Dog going to be able to carry through the team fight? Full fight so low, but domination up on the side. It's Crocodile with the boomerang, and it's going to be the Space AIDS that take down the Crocodile in the end. I didn't even know Crocodiles could get AIDS, but apparently they can. It's going to be 4 for 2 in the team fight. Conduit's son managed to win it out.
Wow, just the Razor's Edge there. You know, P-Dog seeing the angle to win it all. And yeah, just will show them all, you know, was just too low. They had Spuds burn the Rock All and everything, just trying to keep them alive, and dies after using Flash and Barrier. Just, yeah, needs to get some of these stats up and available so that they aren't just getting absolutely exploded. There they are. They're going to start building towards that Jack Show, I believe, is what those items build into.
For sure. Or Sunfire, but it's probably not Sunfire.
Sunfire requires a Balmies, not a...
Oh, true.
Spell. That's
You're
TFT.
right. My bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely did have TFT brain for a second there. Whoopsie. It's game 5, guys.
Yeah.
Gotta be back. As now we got a Baron start for Conduit. See how this goes. 90 seconds still on the Dragon, so they do have time, but they're cutting it pretty close.
Yeah, they're just trying to
Boom.
burn the Zui TP, I think, here. They got it.
They did get it. They're going to find the flip onto
Okay.
Puma. The Nether Grasp as well. That's a lot committed onto the Sejuani, but they get the kill and the Fear as well. They killed Kog'Maw. Jake what is he doing so far up? Conduit's son. They absolutely annihilate Mint in that team fight. Zui flashes, he dashes, and then he's going to die. Clasper gets the kill. It's only P-Dog left on this Renekton. Oh, can Conduit's son even look for the end here? They've got 50 seconds on the Silas, but I don't think they have time to end. They're going to go back to the Baron. That feels like the right call, but oh, the Dragon is spawning in a minute. The windows here are so tight. The margins are so thin right now in this game. Oh, the Baron, it's not going down that quickly. Clasper is trying to take it as fast as his little crab legs can.
Yeah, I mean, they do get the Baron recall here. It is 30 seconds. I think they're on time for it.
They have Hex Gates. Hex Gates
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
such a lifesaver here.
Yeah. I mean, Zui still hasn't spawned yet, and he doesn't have TP either. Like, you can't.
True.
You can't fight this. There's no way you fight this. They're gonna fight this.
They're gonna fight this. Yep.
Yeah.
Conduit Sun, 5 men strong. Pushing in the river with Baron, committing all of your Baron buffs to the fight can be risky, but I mean, you gotta deny the hex tech, so
does
you have to
Blitzcrank
commit
randomly
everything.
hook somebody and... No, okay.
Ooh.
But Clasper just gets to run at them. Like, he has all this movement speed and all the bushes to play through and stuff.
Crab control for the crab. That is fitting. And now the start on the dragon. They're gonna burn it down. It's not gonna be contested.
Yep.
3
okay,
dragons
nice.
to 3 dragons. 15 kills to 15 kills in game number 5 between Min Crashouts and Conduit Sun. What an incredible best of 5.
Yeah. Everything's going... For both teams have been playing out of their minds. We've seen highlights from almost every single player in this series. It's been fantastic so far, and I can't wait to see who's going to take it. Okay,
Still gonna get
Capsule.
jumped on. Does go for the
Final
Cyclone Rear Trickster as
line.
well, but these guys are so tanky. The Wukong, he's trying to shred through the armor. Pulls on, flashes in. He finds the hook, the flash away for Poom to stay alive for now. It's a full rotation down for Conduit Sun, reinforcing their top laner. Making sure they can get Capfill out. Baron only on for about 80 more seconds. They did have a wave pushing in mid, but they committed to the bot lane to make sure they could keep Capfill alive.
Okay, we get that reset off. It's fine. They're gonna TP mid lane, try and get maybe something with this last wave here. They should be able to push and get this tier 2 for the most part, which is a fair amount of gold, but have enough people to defend this. Capfill.
Oh, walking up. Oh, Zui just barely not finding the
Yeah.
chains. Does mean that Capfill's going to be able to Warrior Trickster over the wall. Meanwhile, the
Yeah,
tier
I
2 in
think-
bot was indeed taken.
I think Zui was expecting Capfill to buffer the Sejuani charge there.
Whatever the case.
Yeah.
It's going to be Capfill able to survive for now. Does have the Cyclone back available. It's such a low cooldown. It's late in the game. The inhibitor turret is going to be not quite broken, actually. The Stolen Fear Beyond Death going to connect onto Bolt Font. Glacial Prison going to be immune, though, by the Malzahar Spell Shield. And now the hook is going to land. That's the real Nethergrass coming out. The Aragon Ultimate connects. He flashes. He finds the Fear on the 2 Clasper on the Aragon.
Oh, he got it again! He got the disdain! Oh, the mic is peaked so badly.
Shown Sun. They have the sun will set on the Crashouts amazing season that they had up until this point. The sun rises on the final appearance for the number 3 seed from Demacia. It is Conduit Sun who will make their way to the finals.
Wow. Conduit Sun. The winners. Wow. The thing no one was expecting.
Sorry about the mic peaking.
Yeah. It's all good. I mean,
Too hype, I guess.
yeah. Wow. I just can't believe it. I thought this was going to be a clean 3-0. I thought that Mint obviously were the superior team, and Conduit just showed up. They had their picks. They were ready. They knew what to do. And they played it out pretty perfectly.
Yeah. Amazing. I mean, I was like a little bit worried. Like, they gave over Soul Point.
Yeah.
That felt like potentially a mistake. It felt like maybe Conduit were slipping, towards the later part of this game, but just a couple of really great fights that they were able to find.
Yeah.
They played the map really well with the Baron buff also. Well done.
Yeah.
Well deserved. They played
Yeah, it
so
was-
well tonight.
Yeah, it was just a case of Mint not grouping together correctly, right? Was having your Kog'Maw being forward and your Renekton not being on the same page, and Sejuani being too far forward, The Blitzcrank was able to pull them and was burst them while the rest of the team wasn't able to do anything with the time that Sejuani was buying. Wow, what a series from Conduit.
What is I mean, from both teams. Min
Yeah.
Crashouts, they also played well. I'm sure that they're probably going to be kicking themselves for not taking this match in the end. But I don't think this is one of those cases where like the Crashouts played below their level or anything like that. I think I think Conduit Sun just really rose to the challenge tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like we saw them, you know, we kind of started to feel, you know, most of us anyway, maybe not you as the president of the anti-fan club, but, you know, after watching them on stream, it was like week 5 or week 6 that we saw them take down Monkey's Paw, I think it was. And like they looked good in that series, but like we were kind of like, oh, Capville is kind of like cheesing with these picks. Like, oh, Monkey's Paw is not a very good team. You know, they're kind of just like bullying like one of the weaker teams. But they're the real deal. This roster, they are really doing it. They have made it all the way to the finals. You know, they took down Bloom last round. You know, Chong was a finalist from last split. And now taking down this star-studded Crashouts roster that, you know, you had pegged from the start of the season to be the ones that are going to be taking the whole thing, but not the case. Conduit Sun have other plans.
Yeah, amazing to see. Kind of amazed that Zui now leaves Emerald. I think he's finally ranked out for the last time or whatever. Ringless, never won a chip.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there's always next season.
Yeah. Wow.
Amazing stuff, though, Storm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I can't believe they Conduit did it.
They did it. They did it.
Yeah.
Are you going to resign from your position as the president of the anti-fan club?
No.
Or you're holding on to it still?
Yeah.
See how the
I'm
finals goes.
I'm still gonna hate on them. Don't worry, guys.
Maybe that's what they need. Actually, they're getting
Yeah.
more power from your hate. Hard
Yeah.
to say for sure. But one last POG tonight, Storm. What are you thinking?
See, that
Catfill did
game's
the most damage.
Yeah. That game's really hard to like call because there's so many things I think that made that game like go well. So number one is like the blitzcrank hooks that actually landed mattered a lot, right? But that's how
Oh, yeah.
blitzcrank works. It's you miss 99 hooks and you hit one of them and it wins the game and you were like, wow, he did it. He was the greatest gamer. So can we put it there? Maybe. I mean, the Urgot jungle looked really good. There was those flashes. There's a lot of key moments there. Um, you know, top lane Wukong had multiple times of like using the Cyclone and being able to escape from positions. I thought they were dead for sure, like 99 times out of 100. But I'm personally gonna give it to Malzahar Protomorph for myself because he kept Zui in check. He pressed R on the right targets. He was the supportive thing that his team needed. He didn't do anything flashy that game. He just farmed 10 CS a minute and was exactly what his team needed to win the game.
I 100% agree with you, Storm, for exactly that reason as well.
Yeah.
I think you just hit it right on the head there. Yeah, that was going to be the biggest key in this series for me was Conduit going to be able to match Zui in the mid lane and prevent him from popping off? And they did. And it was because Protomorph had all these really solid laning phases. You know, the game where Zui was like on the Echo ended up being pretty dangerous for him in terms of the lane phase. But we all saw what happened towards the end of that game with Zui. So yeah, no, I 100% agree, Storm. I think it goes to Protomorph for this last one. So that makes overall, Capfill got at least one POG tonight. Who got the other one? Was it 2 Capfill? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think 2 for Capfill. Protomorph with 1. Domination got 1 for sure, and they played amazing that entire series.
That's right, the Ash, when Domination was on the Ash. Oof, that's right. Man, yeah, I mean, it took all 5 of them. It took all 5 members of Conduit Sun to make this upset a reality. So they were able to get some revenge. They lost 0-2 in the round robin, but they turned on when it counted, when it mattered the most. And now they are going to be the ones representing Demacia in the finals up against the number 1 seed from Ionia, XSV Gluttony. That is sure to be a banger next week as well. But Storm, any final thoughts, any closing remarks for tonight?
No, I'm all good. Thanks for joining us, everyone. It was awesome to see everybody. That was probably the best series that I have personally ever seen casted in one of these amateur leagues, and I was glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, that was an incredible best of 5. We had a real treat tonight. So absolutely amazing. Great to be here with you as well, Storm. I feel like you are just getting better and better as the season goes as well, just like Conduit's son. But from myself and Storm and Caddy and everybody here at Blue Water, thank you everybody very, very much for watching. Don't forget to tune in for the Platinum League semifinals tomorrow night. For now, that's it from us. Thank you again. Have a good one.